I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans become poetry enough. Empty spaces turn to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
turning on the cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Will they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane? All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is online. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよ now 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モール始めよう もう安全な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニーフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. We're walking
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my hair from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you wake me up? You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand, something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat.
my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下集赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下集赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下，燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新秀，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
敢接每一波，我们敢接每一波才战，我们敢接每一波才战。
敢孤注一掷。
没错，就在今天。
我希望是今后的每一天。
RNG
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
应该比题目 is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
成功未定，一切皆有可能。
我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined by the Corbinator himself, Lyric. How you doing, buddy? Last time we cast together, you were right here.
I was. You know, the sloth you got me still sitting right behind you, which I absolutely love. Yeah, you know, we made the deal that next time we saw each other, you'd give it back. But if you don't, it is pretty adorable. So I get it.
I mean, I bought it for you. To be honest, I'm a little heartbroken that it's still here. I feel like it's on you that I have it, as opposed to the other way around. Enough about sloths, though. Enough about cuddly toys. Let's talk about the LPL. Yesterday, we had some pretty interesting matches. IG coming the woodwork to start us off, crying, I think, especially. Looking really good in his new home. And then EDG, I mean, EDG looked like EDG. EDG looked like the team that everyone believed was going to go to MSI.
I feel like EDG do this every split as well, where it might not be like the flashiest, crazy, most like mojo-inducing win ever, but it's reliable, it's dominant, and it's, I don't know, just a reliable style. It's going to keep them consistently at the top of the table. Of course, we're just starting. We still have a lot of split to go. And yeah, it is kind of weird seeing Ultra Prime this high. I guess it has only been one series, but I don't know. I can't let the demons of spring get me.
How depressing is it that Ultra Prime they've got one win out of the one game and they're still in 4th place. Like, the game difference just ruining everything for them there. Today's matches, though, we've got some interesting ones. RNG versus RA, then LNG versus Top Esports. Now, the second one, I mean, across the board, just straight up banger matchups. Like, that is just going to be a display of mechanical skill across the table. This first one, though, really interesting matchup because we've got 3 roster changes up against 2 roster changes. Like, we didn't even have an off-season. This was the mid-season. And yet we've pretty much got fresh rosters.
Yeah, I think especially looking at RNG and kind of honing in on them, hoping that they're our first walkout as well, so this aligns, is we kind of looked at it in spring as like, okay, it's kind of a rebuild in itself just by losing Xiaohu. Xiaohu is that much of a prominent voice that in spring, it was kind of like a mini rebuild for RNG. But now, no Ming, no Gala, like this is a completely new RNG. Of course, they brought in LP, they have Lumao now down in the bot lane, and then Angel. Even though he wasn't the only starter for RNG, right? Tang Yuan was playing in spring. Now Angel also being gone, kind of cementing Tang Yuan as that full starter.
I mean, when you look at this roster, like even Breathe only joined after MSI last year. You remember Bin won MSI alongside RNG, then was replaced by Breathe in the top lane. So Wei, pretty much the only player remaining on this roster with any tenure. And when you think about that in the greater context of RNG, that's insane. Like, since when have you seen an RNG team without a player that's been on there for 5+ years? It's mind-blowing to me to see this version of the roster. On the side of RA as well, we've got some big changes coming in. Mole, I know you personally, Jordan, I'm very excited for Mole.
We got Mole back on a starting roster. He's going to be the one playing today. I'm so excited. I know, you know, he's had some bad splits. The recent times, they haven't been there. But you know what? When you want to win big money, you got to go against the grain. And to me, Mole is that big money because Mole, I mean, 2020 Summer V5 is always just going to be legendary. And of course, also down in the bot lane, we do have Feather coming in. He's new from LDL. He actually played as part of JDG's LDL team for a long time. And Xiaoshu, the guy who came out of nowhere on LGD last split, solo killing everyone. I actually think it's a pretty nice pickup by RA coming into that top lane.
You know, last year, I feel like Xiaoshu would have been a much more hyped name if YSKM hadn't also come into the league and, like, done big walkouts and done wackier picks and done more solo kills. You know, I feel like Xiaoshu actually had a really great split, like you say, solo killing people, but there was just someone doing the same thing, just volume turned up to 11, you know?
Crazy enough, Xiaoshu probably had a better split than YSKM. YSKM had a flashier split, especially the first half, right? But Xiaoshu was just a consistent performer on a team that really had no business having someone solo kill consistently and find their own leads in that top lane. So the fact that Xiaoshu, coming off so much hype from Spring, going up against now one of the people who has to be a pillar for RNG and Breathe, I think is going to be should be a defining point in this matchup. But in this meta, it definitely doesn't feel like top lane usually gets that honor. But hopefully this matchup can change that.
Aside from when Gwen is in the game, like Gwen is like the one top laner we regularly get that gets a lot of attention and does take over. I just want to mention as well, RA also picking up Baolan. He won't be playing at least for the first game today, but worth just floating that mention because, you know, with Lian, a player that is known for like Xin Zhao and things. We've got also Mole, who is literally the Nico player. Back in 2020, played Nico in 4 different roles on V5. Now Nico is actually a priority mid lane pick. Surely this is the perfect time for Mole.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of feel like breaking down that change more, right? Because I think for a lot of people, it's going to be weird. Wait, why are we bringing in Mole, who hasn't had a good split since, like, maybe we can say 2021 Spring was his last decent one, even if V5 didn't do well? They have Strive. Like why is Mole being started over Strive, who has been such, tenured player? And, other than, I guess, things we can't know behind the scenes, the only thing we can look at is maybe wanting to use Mole's champion pool in this meta where it's like Nico is coming in, Syndra is something we've seen come out, which is another, like, staple Mole champion. And, of course, just the things being flexed in the mid lane, right? Like Cassante being something we're seeing when we think back to when Mole was playing things like the SAD and others. So definitely having a champion pool that does fit it, but also at least they do have Strive to lean back on if, this experiment with Mole doesn't go well.
So we'll see RNG step out onto the stage. And I have to say, I'm curious what the team is going to look like, how this team is going to play. Because, like, historically, we've seen different versions of how RNG likes to play. Like, back in the day, it was Feed the Puppy, right? Like, very much a team fight style. They had side lane control. Then we had, like, Cryan coming into the mid lane to replace Xiaohu. Xiaohu goes top lane, and we played, like, this always TF, always Galio, roam kind of style. Annie mid, which is back in the meta, was a big thing for them. Now, we've lost Xiaohu as well. They went back to the style with Xiaohu. Now, he's gone. Angel came in, he's gone. I feel like we're just cycling through mid laners at this point. Tang Yuan with those shoes to fill. And we'll see how RNG are going to play with Wei essentially being the leader now this year.
Which is crazy when you think that, hell, we saw we casted his LPL debut back in 2020 when he came in with the E-Star. Still a relatively fresh addition to the LPL when, only 3 years. I guess he's gotten a lot of experience and accolades in that time, so hopefully he's able to step up. And the one thing I'll give to Wei is it felt like even in RNG's downward periods that he was always one of the members who was able to perform and able to have an impact in games, even when maybe it was a little bit disjointed with Xiaohu leading it first.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. I'm just curious to see how Wei performs. I feel like Wei will generally, as a consistent player, like you say, more this overall style. Over to RA though, as you see them all stepping out onto the stage. I feel like this is a team that I want to see like proactivity and skirmish ability on, because when you look at the players on this roster, like you already mentioned Xiaoshu earlier, like can be very aggressive in lane, certainly has the mechanics and the lane know-how to dominate top lane. You've got Lian, who typically, I always like watching Lian when he's on a scrapper, when he's on a skirmisher that can find fights early on. Mole will certainly be willing to join in on that one. But Assam as well, like I always think of Assam's Kai'Sa, like where he loves to dive in with the team. We'll see if that's going to be the kind of style that Rare Atom lean to, whether they're just going to play more meta. It is their first game on stage as a team, so whether or not they go or, you know, gung-ho is the question.
And even kind of looking at just those styles and how RA is going to play out, even just talking about expectations of how they match into RNG, because I feel like organizationally on paper, like RNG should be a heavy favorite. But when you look at just rosters and how the rebuilds have gone, I don't even think it'd be egregious to slightly weigh this in RA's favor when you have someone like Asim who is performing incredibly well, Xiaoshu doing very well. You still have a core piece in Loyen, Mole and Feather really being those two big question marks. But when you look at the RNG roster on the opposite side, it's like, who is going to be the carry, right? You know Xiaoshu, you know Asim, you know Loyen, you know Mole. Any of them can carry on the side of RA and have in the past. But LP and Tang Yuan both kind of being more of, I guess, auxiliary players, right? LP not really ever the main standout when he was on LNG, and Tang Yuan was kind of forced onto trying to be that mini Xiaohu and to be put on things like Galio and Lissandra even when they weren't meta. So I definitely think this matchup is at least even, you know, especially with no expectations really coming in of how these rosters perform. But if anything, I'd say RNG maybe even the slight underdog, just with the gravity of the changes that they've gone through.
Yeah, it's all going to be down to how quickly can you adapt? How quickly can you all get on the same page? Because in my experience and in like what I've seen over the years in League of Legends, most of the time, it's not just about who has the best players. Most of the time, it's like, can you all agree on a style? Can you all just go all in? Like, I mean, me and you have had this conversation a million times, Jordan, about like the way that LPL have won world championships in the past is not necessarily being outright the best team. Like, it's like being the best at one very specific thing, and then that thing happening to be very good in the meta at the time when they win the world championship. And I feel like teams early on, if you want some free wins early in the split, play a style and hard commit to that style. Get really good at it. Most teams are going to be good at playing the meta, not at playing against your style.
Honestly, I think you hit the nail on the head, like not having the best roster. You know, you don't need to have the best roster to win because, I mean, our league's just the best example of that, right? I mean, looking at teams like TES finishing in like 7th, 8th last, but I think LNG not making a run as maybe people thought, like as far as they should have when you have like Scout and Tarzan. So OMG, a team that really isn't as star-studded. Maybe they are viewed it like that now, but weren't before, and them making deep runs, right? So definitely going to see, I guess it's going to be about who has the better vibes, who is the better banter, who's cracking more jokes. We can see some smiles right now in RNG, so maybe they got some good jokes going on.
Dare I say, who has more mojo?
Oh no!
I tell you what,
it's only
one
day
player,
3 of the split.
Look, there are 2 players playing today who I feel have like maximum levels of mojo, and that's Mole and Lumao playing against each other here. Both of these players have had real high highs and real low lows, you know, and I feel like that comes with being a player with mojo. Like, you have to be willing to absolutely sprint it sometimes to really channel that mojo.
You need to be willing to like have the enemy pushing your Nexus and UTP Dragon Pit and try to flank and run through.
Try and base, right?
Yeah. You know what's crazy? I bet you won't remember this. Back in 2020, we did a last hit episode that you appeared on. And we talked about like our Dream LPL rosters. And RA actually has 2 members from my 2020 Dream roster, which was Mole and Balan. They're both on that roster. Y4, 369, and Haro were the other 3, but I'm just like, man, RA just going back, 3 years and watching the VODs. I respect it.
Yeah.
And
they clearly were like, what was Lyric memeing about back in 2020? Let's make that. That seems like a really solid strategy for victory.
And I know they can't get 369, but you know what? Y4 probably still out there. Just saying.
I hope he's still out there. Like, what is the alternative to him still being out there? Jesus. It's 10:13 in the morning, mate. You can't be starting conversations like that. All right, we're into Champ Select. Thank God, save me from this conversation. Casante and Milio being banned away by RNG. Lucian taken off the board by RA. And Lulu as well.
I'm just happy that we see, teams after the, I think it was the first game of the split, now going to ban out Milio every game because he's a champion who I think is just too ridiculous in what he's able to offer. Now still having things like Ari, which has been a high priority up. Jace has been something that I think's been banned almost every game. I think it's been every game except maybe one really rearing its head. And both these mid laners I've seen have been practicing on solo queue. So that is another potential ban that could be out there. And I guess the only other thing that really comes to mind would be something like a Nico, which has been going through more, but there it is. It has been something that's been on the ban list, but I'm surprised. It's being banned by RA themselves.
I guess thinking, like, we're probably not going to get it. They'll just first pick it, and we don't want to play against it. So for the board, Annie, a fairly standard first pick at this point, almost always going towards the mid lane. Gives you so much priority and space to play with, but no. Swapping in the last second to Wei's Wukong, which is really a staple for him historically, as well as being a great meta pick.
Yeah, now for RA, I mean, we still have things like the Aphelios Open. Aphelios has been by far the most picked AD carry in the LPL so far, but it's actually only gone in 1 win and 8 losses. Has not been having the best time as of late, especially when things like the Jinx are still open. But there's the Jace that we were hitting on earlier, so that will be a flex, can go towards top. Of course, in spring, we were seeing it played a lot more in that mid lane, and that would bring us to expecting AP junglers to come out. So something like a Maokai definitely can be on the list, but when you have someone like Luyen, you also have to always be conscious of something like a Nidalee pick that can come out later on.
I saw the Jace locked in. I was kind of low-key hoping for a Jhin on the side of RA, go like full poke composition. Jin's in a great spot right now. We're not really seeing it on a competitive stage just yet, but there's still time. There's plenty of time for that to develop. So we've got somewhat matching picks, assuming that Jace does go to the mid lane for Mole as opposed to going top, but we definitely could see Xiaoshu take that as well. So now the bans have to come on through. And you could think towards supports, right? With an Aphelios there, Rakan taken off the board here. Things like Nautilus still open. But also things like the Thresh could be a good takeaway when you're playing against an Aphelios.
Yeah, Thresh definitely being the thing that comes maybe most to mind right now. We have been seeing a bit more of things like the Braum come out. That was picked up the other day. Because, yeah, not too many Chancer options left open, right? Typically when you do have the Aphelios, it is either the Lulu. Melio's kind of been something that we've been seeing in solo queue, can really be played with almost anything. So now I think for RNG, Lumao not going to have too many options with what he can go for. And I like this by RNG. Focus spanning out top. You know Xiaoshu was someone who had a pretty solid season last time around. You know they're going to want an AD fighter champion, so going for something like the Jax really being the only, I'd say, aggressive thing left open, unless you wanted to maybe go a bit deeper down into the likes of a Fiora, because if not, right, we're probably going to get more of a standard tank, whether that is like a Scion. We've been having things like the Malphite come out too, or if they wanted to try to dip into more AP.
This is dangerous. Locking a tank top laner when you're against Breathe, Fiora's open on the table. You don't want to play Scion here. Please don't. Yeah. Please don't lock in Scion blind against Breathe.
And now you also keep the possibility of flex open by picking support here, right? So they can still leave that Jace for top side. They'll get to see exactly what Breathe wants to go to. We hit on the Braum, something that we have been seeing come out a little bit more, especially in solo queue. People have been playing it. That will be locked in. A lot of things to disrupt, right? Blocking out that Jace poke and stopping the all-in come out from RA. And now for RNG, again, there just really aren't too many heavy damage options in top, unless he wanted to go for something like a Kennen, but it does look like it will just be the Gragas at the end of the day. All about protecting LP in RNG's first game of the split.
Yeah, it is every egg in the LP basket. Whether or not LP can step up and be that carry. We talked about him being typically an auxiliary player, right? Historically speaking. Now it's his time to step up and be that carry. But he's up against Asum on Jinx, who has looked great on Jinx in the past. Great in the last split. I was really impressed by a lot of games from Asum, especially his team fighting. So from what we saw at MSI, I'm going to be honest, Jinx is a higher priority to me than Aphelios. Now, granted, we're on a different patch, but it's more of a range issue than anything else.
I love that you hit on the range issue, because when you look at these two drafts, the first thing that jumps out to me is RA not only have more range and can try and get that poke off, but they also have a fair amount of engage and ability to turn and start fights themselves. So I think RNG will definitely should be at a disadvantage the longer this game goes on. Their comp, having solid engage with the Wukong itself and having the Annie for the stuns, feels like it's going to have to index more into pick, being able to abuse that strong mid-game spike that, things like an Annie and Aphelios will be able to bring to the table.
Yeah, there is a huge amount of AoE damage. When you've got the Annie Wukong as a combo is just fantastic anyway. And then, like you say, Aphelios, especially if you have to have burn him at the time, if that hits onto everyone that's just been comboed, that is a lethal wombo combo available. But again, I want to bring the conversation back to how these teams are going to approach the game. Like RA, I really like this composition that they've built for themselves, a lot of long-range damage, as you say. But RNG now, like a big test for them. How well have you meshed during the quote-unquote off-season, during MSI? Like, there's really not been a lot of time for this team to gel together and spend time together as a team. And RA, you know, they've made a couple of changes themselves as well, but it doesn't feel quite as dramatic as the side of RNG.
No, definitely not. I think another cool thing about our matchup coming into today is some of the shared history between these players. I mean, Xiaoshu actually used to be part of RNG's LDL team for years. Mole and Breathe. They played together in Mole's last stint on WE. So
that's true.
RNG gonna hope to find something.
I don't think they'll find anything.
No, Joe, I'm going to sell you on it. Feather right now, he's going to double back. He's going to flash over the wall. He's going to throw out the Q. Then he'll die.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Maybe they walk into lane, though. It depends how committed RNG are to this play. If they just stick around, it's possible that they stay for this one. As there was another 5-stack that was noticed earlier on. Ray were going for that. So wait, going for the late invade instead. So should be able to get himself a free blue buff here. There's no vision for this. The only red ward, I believe, is in the river just there.
I love that Breathe is still down here as well. Just waiting. They know it's all about LP and they're going to look for it.
It's the Scion level 1 cheese, but on Gragas, Asum going to be stunned up here. Breathe yet to participate in the play because Feather just kept him out. And now Breathe has to waddle away, realizing that he's completely lost his lane.
He's lost his lane, and even RNG's bot lane. I mean, you've blown both flashes compared to, okay, like the enemy Jinx has lost both of her safety tools in terms of the ghost being gone as well, but RNG definitely committing too much, not getting exactly what they'd want for it. I will say though, I think pretty good plan. Like again, when you have this comp that's really going to rely on this Felix to be that big damage dealer later on, I kind of like cheekiness coming out early in the split, especially when we're the LPL and we have, we have best of 3. So if you lose a game, oh well, it happens.
I do think it's a high-risk, high-reward play, both in terms of the actual game, but also in terms of, like, morale. If this all goes horribly pear-shaped, it could be tough. Here we go, though. Feather underneath the tower. Level 2. Wei looking at a dive, but a great little hook by Feather. Gets LP under the tower, but Asum's just arrived again, and he's going to be gone. Summoner's gone as well. But Lumao goes down. Feather wants a little bit more. He's 2v1 under the tower. They're going to have to back away.
In the end, actually, the earlier shenanigans not getting killed doesn't matter. With the fact that Asum had to back, comes right back, dies. He's still sitting at 0 CS. So
wait, 0? Oh my god. He's got 100 stacks on his call. Oh no.
He based almost immediately after that gank, and just goes to show Wei with splitting the map in half, having the patience to go back down, ends up giving RNG the advantage they were looking for.
Yeah, I was thinking, Feather getting the return kill, the assist, it wasn't too bad, but when you consider the amount of waves that crashed into that tower, yeah, it's not great for Asum. Lien trying to fight for the scuttle, but I believe that was Wei that picked it up in the end. And still has his entire jungle up to farm.
I'm going to say replay what happened in mid. Mole trying to go in. They do end up getting it, and yeah, Flash able to follow through, leads to the kill, being able to go over. And you would have liked that a little bit more than Jace, but RA, they're going to take what they can get. And we need to remember that, sure, RNG's bot lane have gotten ahead, and it is significantly more worth than topside, but Xiaoshu has been able to find an advantage because of the time that Breed dedicated earlier on.
Yeah. And it's worth mentioning as well, like, Tangyuan going down there in the mid lane. This is one of the things that you really do have to look out for when your team is playing a strategy that takes half the enemy junglers camps. Because Leon has to find something to do on the map. Like, he has nothing to farm because Wei took his bot side, so a gank in the mid lane seems pretty likely. Tangyuan needs to be careful of that kind of thing when the whole strategy is robbing Leon of camps.
And now we're going to get to see if Loyan's able to find something else. With the ward, though, Breathe will spot it out, so now, Mr. Loyan, you do have camps up. Should spot out Wei right now, so I assume he'll just back off, be able to get his camps down just fine, And RA, like we said, we know the later the game goes on, they have Peel with the Maokai, they have a range advantage, they have the Jinx, which outdoes the Aphelios. So I still feel like for now, eyes have to be on RNG and Wei and what he'll be able to keep getting done.
Certainly do. And on LP as well, as he has built a tremendous CS lead off the back of all of the early shenanigans. You can see Wei over by Wolves though, so after the next wave, that will massively crash in towards Asum. I don't think there'll be a dive angle, but I've been wrong before, Larry.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to be up to where Loyen goes. I mean, he should just go straight to his Gromp after this, right? And then will be in perfect range to shadow for his bot side as this wave goes in. So nothing should really be able to come from it just yet. I'm interested to see if RNG will try and set up a first strike. Is Mole? Oh?
Mole actually dodged Tibbers there. That was kind of clean. The all-in timing, absolutely immaculate. And Tibbers not really able to get much. The thing about the Annie is it usually is like, hit Tibbers and win the lane. Hang on, Xiaoshu's in trouble as Breathe is trying to solo kill on Gragas of all champion. Won't be able to pull it off, and now Dragon's kicking off as well. It's all kicking off. This Feather walks up forward. Mole on the flank right now as they all look for Lumao on the front line, trying to protect his team. Mole goes in. The damage is huge, and Asum absolutely cleaning up LP in all kinds of trouble. They should gift it over to the Jinx as well, and Asum's back in the game.
RA, great positioning around the Drake and kind of using that to pull RNG and then collapsing from multiple angles. It's going to allow them to pick up a Drake. And now Loyen getting a ton of gold injected in him. Asum and Feather are going to be feeling great about that after the huge deficit they've been set early in the game. And we'll get to see here, again, I like the patience that RA kind of starts off with. Get Lumao, pull RNG towards both sides. You can see Tang Yuan and Wei kind of focusing on Mole, which gives the other members a lot of freedom once Mole goes in to start running them down. Feather also with some nice CC on LP there, not allowing him to get off as much damage as he would have wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Feather's been looking good so far this game. Like, he got a great hook onto Tang Yuan in that fight as well. Not to mention the hook we saw earlier where they were trying to set up the dive. He managed to pull LP and kind of disrupt it a little bit. Wasn't quite enough to stop the dive, but Feather looking pretty good. As Leanne goes for the Scuttle Crab. I don't think Wei can contest this, but tries to move in. Won't be able to do so. And I just want to point out LP's inventory. This is a man that likes swords. This is like that guy who you go to visit and he's got a room dedicated to like cabinets of swords. Like that's LP right now.
Yeah, I mean, gonna try and like further his early lead as much as he can. Asum on the Noon Quiver as well. And you know, coming into the league, you know, there was all this talk about like Ghostblade. It's all about Ghostblade right now. And that's what I was expecting to see when we came into LPL. But it really has just been League of Stormrazers. I swear every game it's just about who's able to buy Stormrazor, how fast can you get it, and then can you start off a fight right away to be able to get, you know, that nice amount of burst damage down. Who's going to do it, Munch? Who's going to get the first Stormrazor of the game? And who's going to have more of them?
Well, it'll be Asum if he continues building it instead of Boots, because we do have Boots on LP. But maybe Tang Yuan changes things up. Because, oh, no, changing things up, but not in a good way. As Mole dives on top once again. Can we find the Shock Blast? Acceleration Gates! Flashed away from by Tang Yuan. That was close, but Mole is popping off so far today on the Jace. Now on a flank once more, and they're surrounded on every angle. Mole flashes into play, Lumao pulled back in, but Wei with the triple knockup, and suddenly it looks like it's golden for RNG. Feather, next target, the stun comes out, and LP will sweep up the kill.
Yeah, the difference being that RNG brought their bot lane up to the play. We see on the minimap, Asum still sitting down in that bot side, taking turret plates. And RA, I mean, just wanting too much, right? Wanting to try and make these aggressive plays on top side while also feeling like they need to like Jinx down there to be able to catch up in gold and start getting these items online. Now LP going to be able to get some plates done in bot. We can see Breathe is still stayed, so he's going to push in a wave on top side. And all of it coming from the fact that, as we see on our minimap, already moving up with their bot lane. Braum and Aphelios so close, it's going to put Mole in kind of an awkward position as he wants to wrap around and go for the flank. I guess not really expecting Breathe to be here. Has to flash in. Not really where you want to be, Munch. And great ult coming out from Wei to get what looked like a 3-man knockup.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming out from Wei there. And Asum, sure, gets a couple of tower plates, but doesn't really quite feel like it. Maybe if he's level 6, this play could go better. He could ult across the map. Maybe that turns it. I was wrong. the boost didn't matter with LP sweeping up a couple more kills. The Storm Razor is in. So great little power spike here for RNG as they look for a bit more action. This has been an action-packed game so far, and it's showing no signs of stopping. Leyen falls, and RNG maintain control.
So one thing we could see already is RNG have at least kept one strength of being able to maneuver as a squad, right? Roaming their bot lane up, now making this 3-man roam towards River, finding these picks. So at least keeping the team cohesion to where maybe R8 seems like having some better individual plays coming on through, which leaves gold still relatively even. So RA not down and out just yet, but the fact that we already have Sunderer and Stormrazor coming out for the side of RNG definitely feels like they should be the team that's stronger right now.
Should be. Xiaoshu tries to push Breathe under the tower. We'll be able to crash this wave, but Breathe should be able to farm that up fairly safely and actually knock Xiaoshu under the tower. There is still another minion though, but Xiaoshu's tanking, and suddenly they're even on health.
Yeah, out of nowhere, just from one cast. I guess the shining light for Xiaoshu is he at least still does have his ulti up. Whether he, would use it once he recalled to get back to lane or tries to find a place somewhere else on the map himself. Breathe just doing that to relieve a bit of pressure off of himself. And you know what? With a potential dragon fight coming up in 30 seconds, I'm all for relieving pressure across the map.
Hang on a second. Assam has gone Kraken Slayer first. Now, this is either an interesting build or he hasn't been told that the items were changed. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say it's an interesting build here. But this is the first time I'm seeing the non-mythic Kraken Slayer built as a first item.
Yeah, I think we've only seen Kraken even built once so far. Aston forced the flash.
LP going to be forced away here, which means Lumao is alone and taken down. There's one reset. Sway trying to cyclone up onto Lien, but he gets out with his life, and now the follow-up from RA should just be a dragon. That's 2 dragons now. So despite RNG winning quite a lot of these skirmishes, or quite a lot of the recent skirmishes, is RA taking a pick and taking a Drake.
A little bit of overzealousness coming out from the RNG bot lane. I mean, they thought they found the pick on Asam, right? So I totally get it. They forced out the flash, not accounting for other members to be there so soon. And RA still just going to keep leaning on that scaling. Also, we can see from the minimap, right, Xiaoshu leaning it down, kind of giving RA some soft pressure.
So Mole going in onto Wei there, but looks like both players will back away. I was going to say, I wasn't sure if Wei could fight that, but looks like RA weren't really interested in fighting it either. It's Leon now getting aggressed upon by Lumao. It's a very aggressive Braum. Usually you see them kind of playing with the team. Lumao very willing to go toe-to-toe there. It's Tanguy trying to get some plates in the mid lane.
You even think back to like Lumao's best days on JDG, right? His strength always being about how he maneuvered around the map, leaving Loke into his own devices and really enabling someone like Kanavi to get ahead. So, hell, if you're going to move to another team...
Speaking of...
Does he survive? He doesn't survive.
Asum gonna surely walk
he has an
into
idea.
This. The wave is underneath the tower. They've moved up. They've got a control ward. Asum said, "Oh, but the TP's here." Asum and Feather, they've got reinforcements, and actually it's LP being flanked instead. The flash hook from Feather, and RA turn it into their play. A magnificent series of moves from RA. They got the Drake. Now they get a play onto LP.
Feather's hooks have been on point so far this game. Great by him making sure they get that kill into the Aphelios. Luo Yan going to be able to cover topside, make sure some of that golden XP doesn't get wasted. But Xiaoshu might have overstayed.
Oh, Wei actually flashes to waste the ultimate. I don't know if that flash was really worth it, because Xiaoshu just flashes as well. I feel like we've got flash more valuable than Sion flash.
I didn't see, did he must have used W to like get even closer when he was coming out of Tri-Brush or something, right? Because definitely feels like didn't need to be wasted. Is Wei all right?
Well, he used W and then flashed as well. Like, he used both to try and block the ultimate, I think.
Well, I guess at least they get the both Sion abilities from coming out, so they know that that won't be up for this Herald fight that's going to come out. So Xiaoshu will be a bit slower. Does look like he's just going to opt to give bot wave. I'd expect both top laners to potentially move over here, especially since Breed does still have that TP to get back down towards bot side if he needs to.
TPs, both available for RNG, like you say, non-available for RA. And you see all 5 players here. Lumao pulled in, rooted up. He's practically invincible, but is he invincible enough? There's one reset, but it's answered on the top side of the place. Mole goes down. Lien alone, but the reinforcements are here. As Wei knocked up at the back of the pit. Tangyuan turns golden, and there's a cask onto their heads. Here comes Breathe, and he's here to play. Escape as Xiaoshu caught in the back of the pit. No flash available. Double for LP as Feather limps away wounded.
Now RNG gonna be able to get so much on the map. We saw Tangyuan instantly TP down towards bot lane. He's gonna push that one in. LP able to stay in mid, get that wave going, and RNG right now should be able to start amassing, you know, a bit of a gold lead with the fact that they're gonna have so much control over these lanes.
Yeah, it's a great little start here for RNG. 2,500 gold lead. Let's take a look at that replay.
Honestly, I just really don't like the way RA is playing their comp. You have Mole jumping in by himself on one side of the fight onto a Wukong. Your other 3-man core kind of spread across. It just allows Jace immediately to go down. And now with RA kind of in damage control, they end up getting pinched themselves, having to worry about plays coming out from both sides. And a lot of this being down to the catalyst of Wei, setting all of this up. But man, doesn't matter how much I love Mole. It definitely feels like Mole being a bit too overzealous this game. We talked about having things like the range, potentially being able to kite out with the Jace and the Jinx, and every time it looks like Mole is just ready to full-on send it into any member of the enemy team. Doesn't matter if he is backup or if he's alone, and it is not working out.
The thing is, that is what I expected from both Mole and from this team, is full send. Like, when I saw Lien, Mole, Asum, all on the team together, even Xiaosh, I was like, okay, yes. Full send. I'm here for it. The thing is, like, you have to full send together, and that's kind of where RA have fallen short in a couple of these skirmishes, or more specifically Mole, like you say. Perhaps going a little too deep, not realizing his team can't follow up. It looks like we may have a bit of a fight in the mid lane here. Drake up in 10 seconds, fighting for Pryor for the time being.
RA looks like they're even considering just giving it up. Xiaoshu kind of angling towards top, but they are going to try and commit into getting Vision River for now. If you look at the minimap, this is completely littered by RNG's wards. Look for the engage.
Wei's gone way too far forwards. He's hooked up, but they can't focus him for the time being. They're on Luma. The Rocky comes into the team, and RA, they're so low on health already. Asum still going at the back as LP tries to get onto them himself. Breathe, saving the play for RNG on the bottom side as Asum has to back away, surely. It was a close run thing, though. A player down on either side, and Jungle is still up for RA.
Oh, wait. See what they can do is Feather.
Feather again finding the hooks, but he's unbreakable. Lumao is unbreakable. He's invincible. He's indomitable. And Xiaoshu next to fall as the stun comes on through. And another
Look
for
at
LP. Wait, Lien's back and LP's in trouble now. Xiaoshu beating him down, but he survives.
And now, Luoyan, is he going to be able to get away? I think he should manage. I think Luoyan went and stole the enemy red buff. At the minimap, he's kind of messing around with Breathe in that bot side.
I think he was chased out. I'm pretty sure someone chased him.
Now Arnie's going to be able to pick up this dragon. And honestly, this is just being so many mistakes coming out from RA in terms of, I really feel like how they should be playing their comp. Really decisive, really fun fights coming out. Feather especially has been on point with making sure things happen like we see here. But Aston already being forced to flash away. And then Breathe, like you said, really being the hero, comes off on one side of the fight. He's able to make sure that they pick up this initial kill onto Mole, and Luoyan having to commit a flash to make sure that they get one in return. But it's here where RA, they just never want to stop. They never want to say die. LP uses the flash to not get hooked himself, but then LP manages to turn it around with all the damage being focused onto the Braum.
Yeah. So I was watching the minimap this whole time, and Lien was getting chased around the jungle by Breathe and Tangyuan, doing like a ring around the roses. I don't know how he actually got out the other end of it, to be honest. In the meantime, Feather caught on the top side, so great hooks from him so far this game, but caught a little unaware, perhaps trying to get vision by himself. Needed to be there with the team. And I'm going to be honest, Lyric, my first couple of series, fairly slow. This is what I've been looking for. It's a 4,000 gold lead. It's 21 kills on the board as we broach the 20-minute mark. This is the kind of gameplay I'm looking for. Really nice cask again. Breathe is actually popping off today on Dragons.
Breathe is having a phenomenal game, and RNG, they put all the eggs in the LP basket in terms of setting him up to be the carry, and it's worked out. 7-2-3 right now on the Aphelios. He has been huge, and all of it's been like a very conscious game plan from level 1, right? They didn't just draft this comp and then just like come in and be like, okay, we'll figure it out. No, they drafted this comp and then they actively set up to play around how it should be utilized. So I'm actually, I'd say, fairly happy with how RNG have played. And again, people might come in and be like, oh, it's RNG against RA. They should be heavy favorites. But still, this is pretty much a completely new squad with either unproven players or players who, in recent splits, have looked like they're past their prime, like Lumao, at least coming in this game 1. And again, it hasn't been clean, but they've made it work so far. 3K gold.
And I'm going to be, like, if you're going to have Lumao in your roster, you're not really picking him up for clean gameplay. Lumao's never been known for, like, clean gameplay. Like, even in his heyday, he was, like, the wacky bard player that would catch you off guard as opposed to just being, like, outright the best mechanical support or anything like that. So I'm here for it. I'm here for the scraps. I'm here for Lumao. Showing us what he's made of again and trying to make his return to glory. Wait, does manage to clone himself and get out to safety. Just about Mandate finished off by Lien.
I will say, even though that was the clone, we can now see with Asum picking up that IE that he will be able to start dealing some real damage. And like in the last play, you said it right. Kraken Slayer first, not really something we've seen. Not in LPL, not really something you see in solo queue all that much either. Hell, Kraken Slayer is an item. Just honestly, I haven't even seen it be picked up that much, regardless of whether it's first, second, third, you know, so on and so forth. So we'll see now as the game goes on if still having better ramping damage than like had you gone Stormrazor, if that can be a difference maker, but it still feels like we're a bit away from that really being the thing that can push RA ahead in a team fight.
Yeah. I will say, just on the topic of ADC item builds, because I feel like we're still in the experimental phase of what people find is good, and inevitably it'll change over time. I feel like the logic of Stormrazor, right, is a really powerful early spike for fairly cheap. If you're already losing lane, and you're not planning on fighting until 3 items, maybe going for a scaling item is the answer as opposed to going for that Stormrazor. But it really depends on your perspective. And, you know, that is pure speculation. I've not run the numbers. This is not a, you should do this. This is a speculation.
I think an item I'm really interested in seeing in terms of ADC itemization, how it progresses forward, is like Static Shiv now. You know, Static Shiv coming back, seeing if like ADCs who need wave clear pick it up. I've seen some games in solo queue. I think it was Guma usually like playing it on Vayne. I saw another person pick it up on Ezreal when he was in a tough lane. I think something like that would be like really cool if it is a bit of an option to try to equalize. Oh my god, I don't just want to get shoved in 24/7, right?
Yeah. I saw Deft has been playing it on Ezreal in solo queue a little bit with like a press the attack Ezreal build. Quite fun. Gave it a go with the Triforce as well. It was quite a fun build. And I will say, Static Shiv, it chunks now. Like that lightning does a fair bit of damage. If you're managing to proc it regularly and then near the minion waves you're clearing, it really does poke them out.
You know, as someone who just remembers laning against the Menace that was like top lane Volibear back in the day, yeah. You know, any lightning coming through minion waves is too much.
I was listening to the dive and Kobe was saying he tried the double lightning Volibear. Not a fan. Did not work out. I'm going to stop talking about double lightning Volibear because Dragon is up on the map and RNG would love to get their second in a row. It's RA instead fighting for control of their own topside jungle. But mid prio so heavily in favor of RNG. Doesn't feel like RA can walk in at all.
I'm just happy that they were able to spot out Tangyuan looking for that angle, because that really could have been something that just exploded this game even further. RA need to give this one up, because look in the inventories right now. LP, right before this, finished up that LDR. So now sitting at 3 items. I think he's significantly stronger than Asum would be on the opposing side right now. So it definitely feels like for RA, you kind of need to get that defensive vision line down, which, as we can see in their jungle, they do have, and just catch the waves that you're allowed to catch. Hopefully, walk in your jungle together, try to get your own camps, and really make your way to those next item breakpoints, and wait to fight as long as you can, because you don't need to give in right now when you know RNG are stronger than you.
Certainly don't. I do just want to quickly mention as well, Tangyuan, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, currently recalling we could have a Medjay's-based situation on our hands. and I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. But he doesn't go for it, just gets control wards. In fact, he may have really not had any money when he recalled there, because I'm pretty sure he only picked up control wards. A TP coming on through as Lumao flashes into 4 people to set up the play. And Tangyuan behind it. We like laying the target, walking away. LP trying to finish the job, but Tangyuan flashes in to finish the kill. The tree has been burned.
Now for RNG, you figure they're going to want to look to bait the Baron, try and draw RA out now that they don't have to worry about a smite to contend with. So you're going to push this wave in, start to move towards this top side of the jungle, and give RA a tough choice to make. Are they going to try and opt into this fight, try and deny a Baron from going through and get these kills? Because they really have to. And hell, without Lian, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, 10 seconds still on Lian. The Baron's already gone, basically. 3,000 on it. They're going to finish it. And RA don't even commit to the fight. TP used there by Mole as well. And it's getting kind of disastrous for RA. Oh, there's a TP. It's a deep TP from Breathe, who's been smurfing all game long, looking for the cast. God, Asum knocks him straight on in. It's a home run for Breathe. And that might just be everything as RNG barrel down the mid lane with Baron.
Yeah, now they're just going to be able to keep going. I love how active and how aggressive Wave's being, looking for these opportunities. Honestly, with these 2 death timers, whenever they'll just look to even try and take an inhibitor, HP is about half on most members of RNG, so if they don't want to be a little too risky, I get backing off, but definitely feels like they'd still be able to win any fight right now.
Yeah, Mole trying to get a bit of damage onto Breathe, but will just dash himself over that wall. They're going to clear out this bottom side of the jungle, move towards the bot tier 2. As you can see, Tangyuan has already pushed the wave on up, so this should be an objective. No, they're not going to commit, deciding that they don't want to take the town.
And at this point, I mean, I don't know why RA's... Oh, wait, this is the second fight. I thought this was the initial fight where they lost to Baron. I mean, right, TP comes out. They were forced in to try to deny that Baron, which really gave RNG the opportunity to even look for that flank. So overall, just nice job by RNG. Pull them into the Baron pit, pull them even further out of their own base. They already have the TP wards in place to let this go through. And Munch, I feel like we're seeing kind of what you talked about before the game. I honestly feel like RNG have just been a more cohesive team. They've been playing as a unit, like they have an idea of what their comp should do, and it just looks like they're more practiced. RA, on the opposite hand, in their first game of the split, they do look like a bit of kind of a thrown together team, right? People kind of off doing their own things. We've seen a few good like mechanical plays or engages here or there, but things not really cohesive just yet.
I have to say I'm kind of impressed by how on the same page RNG are. It feels like a lot of these plays from Breathe, he's obviously being very vocal in what he's doing, because you see the TP starting to be channeled and the whole of RNG moves in to make the play. Like Luma flashing forwards to Brawble on a lot of these plays. Like, oh, look at the cask, man. He just doesn't seem to miss. Hits all 5 players. Breathe. Maybe got too deep. Flashes out to safety. Tippers in, and here comes Way on the backline as well. It's magnificent from RNG. The boys in gold, earning that gold.
And now RNG just gonna be able to keep barreling through the base. Honestly, with these death timers, the fact that they've Baron up, this just might be it. You do have Asum alive, who is like your big damage dealer, but it shouldn't be enough. If he ever walks a little bit too far forward, he's just dead.
He's got Ghost and he's got Lian for the setup. Can they hold on to the game? RNG starting to hit onto that Nexus. LP's still full HP though. The minion waves arriving will slow things down just a minute, but there are still some minions here. Baron is timed out though. That means Asum can clear these minions away and RNG have to walk off.
I mean, this one at this point, right, feels as close to done and dusted as it gets. 10K gold lead already on the table. Dragon about to be up. They'll be able to pick that one up. And we're just going to see here, again, just the decisiveness coming on through. It's actually RA who wanted to find something, but Luma's Braum Shield able to block the engage. And then great job by RA, Tangyuan finding the opportunity to come out from the jungle, land the tippers, and then Way on the flank. It just opens everything up. Breathe with a really good cast kind of mixed in the middle. And that was just kind of the ideal wombo combo coming through, right? Tibbers onto 2 to 3 people, Wukong coming from behind, and then the cast to just sow even more chaos.
I feel like Braum is one of those extremely polarizing champions, right? Where when it looks good, it looks so insane. And then you see, like, not great Braums, and it feels completely hopeless. So, a really impressive game from Lumao so far. And I just want to shout out during Champ Select, I saw some lads in RNG jerseys with a big old RNG flag, and this has been a tough mid-season for RNG fans, but they've showed up to support their team, and boy, have they been rewarded. Imagine how good it feels to be one of those RNG fans in the crowd today.
And now RNG finishing off. People might have thought we were being too harsh in terms of expectations coming on through, but with this rebuild, I did not expect them to look, again, so coherent. As I compliment them much, they're getting punished.
Is this a fight? I'm not sure if this is even a fight. We're all just kind of like hitting each other and nobody's taking much damage. Oh, hook got away. No, it's the clone. They back away.
RA have figured something out. RA have figured something out, guys. They've learned. They have range. They've finally done it. They might be 10K behind. It might be 30 minutes in the game and the game's already done, but they've realized it.
Hey, look, it's the little wins. It's the little wins that we're taking today. 10,000 gold lead, like you say. They're trying to defend. They're trying to hold on. No Baron makes it a little bit more difficult for RNG to siege. And look, there's a hurricane in the pocket of Asim. If they've got one thing, it's wave clear.
And now, at least able to buy more time. And right, when you have a champion like Jinx, when you have a solid frontline coming out in a Scion, right, the game's not necessarily over in terms of that. Can they win a team fight if RNG just make a few basic mistakes? Sure. But definitely shouldn't be the case. It's just the amount of engage that RNG have being at an advantage now. They have complete control in terms of vision. Even Way now trying to deny RA from being able to get anything, but with the resets coming out from the rest of RNG, RA will at least get a bit of a reprieve and getting some more vision down.
Yeah, it felt kind of bold for Way to be fighting for that ward. I'm not sure that's a ward he can defend at this point. Breathe is on a journey to search for a flank here. There was a ward on the blue buff, but he's in no man's land right now. He's either looking for a flank or he's going to wait for those supers to push and then just try and end the game. But I think he's on a flank. Asim hasn't seen him yet. There we go. He's been spotted. Asim in trouble. Flashes away. Knocks back, but the rest of the team is here. And it's Breathe alone. Everyone can collapse. The knockups come back through and Breathe, slippery as ever in his scuba gear, takes them for a ride. RNG will waltz at home. And if Breathe ain't MVP, I'll eat my hat.
And you know, honestly, I thought RA did a great job outplaying that, but the rest of RNG pulled the trigger so fast. Lumao following up, everyone going in, and now RNG, first game of the split, first game with, again, a completely new roster, and they managed to bring out a pretty good win.
Yeah, great stuff. I have to say, Breathe, like, pretty immaculate Dragons today. Pretty much every single cast was a good one, and then giving them the old slip at the end there. Always fun to watch someone ring them around, but weird game. It has to be said. That was a very chaotic game. I feel like we had a lot of fights that weren't necessarily like planned out fights, you know? They were just like, see an enemy, see red, go in. Those are always fun games to watch for me. I feel like I was favoring RA in that kind of scenario, but RNG really pulled out.
Yeah, I do think RNG had like a comp that fit that more, and like when the Jace is just turning the hammer form and jumping into like 3 of you by himself, it's like okay, you know, as RNG we're gonna take those. But Breathe and Way, I think were really like the standout performers. But for me, it was like the other 3 that impressed me more, right? Just because I guess we know to expect excellence out of Breathe and Way when they're on form. But like Tang Yuan, I mean, he had a great game on this end, and he was someone who, right, RNG wanted him to be the main starter in spring. They started him before Angel. Wasn't working. They had to bring Angel in. Now, first game of the split, bam, this one works out. And then Lumao, who I think had a better end to, you know, his last stint playing than maybe people would give him credit for because of kind of the time before on JDG, like his last years on JDG. But Lumao as well. Solid game. LP stepped up, showed, hey, if I need to be the big damage dealer, I can be the big damage dealer. And it just showed, hey, it might be against an opponent like the level of RA, but you got to start somewhere.
I mean, the thing is, like, we can say, like, the level of RA, but ultimately, that's kind of where I categorize this RNG roster in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this is like a star-studded roster. Yes, it's RNG, but the organization's name should not qualify them for a top 4 spot by default. Like, they have to prove that, especially with this lineup. So I'm excited to see them looking this good against RA for day number 1. Granted, it's a 1-game sample size. Like, it's a great little entrance. We need to see them consistently do this, but so far so good as far as I'm concerned.
And now you wonder if, like, you know, for the flip side, if you're like, hey, you go back to coaches like, yo, boys, you want to be this bloodthirsty? Just tell me that. We'll get you on some champs that just go in and just do silly, crazy stuff. Because, yeah, maybe if RA get their hands on something like that, maybe they can bring a game 2 back. But I think for RA, I'd rather see them maybe not necessarily just go in willy-nilly, but just have an understanding of the comp and of the champions and how they work together in game 2 and see if, again, we could have a bit of a closer game. Because the early game was close, but then once we got to that mid-game, you could really see the difference and, like, RNG's understanding of how to play out the game versus RA's.
Yeah, and it's like you were saying during the game as well. We had that one fight where, for RA, they actually managed to sit frontline at the front and play range, and suddenly everything started to look good. And that was like, while they were 8,000 gold down. Imagine if they realized that while the gold was even. Like, this could have been a very different game. I feel like the comp was solid. But again, we talked about it during the game as well. The coordination wasn't quite there. Like, Mole was going I feel like Mole mechanically played pretty well. But where he was on the map versus the team and the fights he was taking versus the team were just clearly not synced up.
Which reminds me a lot of his, like, stint on WE, where you put him in lane in 1v1s. It's like, okay, he knows how to 1v1 on this champion and how to play this out. But it's when working with the rest of the squad that it hasn't been able to work out in recent times. It hasn't been able to work out since that 2020 V5 Summer roster, which is funny because honestly, that was their big strength, right? 2020 Summer V5 was all about their cohesion, not about really having anyone that was a star player on the squad. To where this RA, I feel like, has kind of dabbled into the opposite. Lots of potential coming out from people like Xiaoshu and Asim, specifically even Feather in this game. Now it's about, can they bring it together, especially when they're up against people like Lu Mao, who are tenured, Wei and Breathe, who have been on the biggest stages, and again, show that experience can translate.
Yeah. Good to see an Aphelios comp working out as well. This was like maybe the most Aphelios comp that we've seen this split.
Of the split.
Yeah, Aphelios finally getting a dub, a much-needed one. It turns out if you just pick 4 champions that will all body block for the guy and really protect the president, he can thrive. He can thrive in these fights. So great stuff to see. We're going to jump into a break. Then we'll find out if RA have a little bit more for us in game number 2.
In my bedroom, with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As you can see, beautiful city of Shangers. I'm here in the UK, Jordan over in the US of A. But the most important thing, we're all connected through the medium of the LPL. I don't know where I'm going with this one. I'm much, that's Jordan, or should I say Lyric. The problem is we live together now, so I've got to get out of the habit of calling you Jordan and into the habit of calling you Lyric again.
No, you don't. My branding wasn't very good. If you type in Lyric on Google, you're never gonna find me. I made bad decisions, but you know who didn't make bad decisions is bam, the transition. We bring up LP. He picked up MVP. Wait, what did you say you were gonna do if Breathe didn't get it? You said you were gonna do something if Breathe didn't get MVP.
I said I was gonna eat my hat, so I'm gonna get on Amazon and search up edible hats.
Wait, I gotta say right now, if Munchables doesn't post a video on Twitter eating his hat, you guys all better flame him out there. But we don't flame LP. 45% damage. He auto-attacked a lot, and it was sick.
I gotta be honest, Breathe should have been MVP. We were debating this during the break. You thought Way, I thought Breathe. Like, there was, I think, clearer candidates. But LP, he certainly did do a lot of damage. To be fair to him, he did a absolutely massive amount of damage considering the length of the game.
He also didn't do a build that made us scratch our heads, right? We had Asim on the other side building Kraken Slayer first. This man was someone who realized, hey, Storm Razor busted. Go for Storm Razor. And right, despite the fact that we're kind of memeing like, okay, AD carry, he's just gonna auto attack a lot. Playing really aggressively. We've seen him flash forward many times. A lot of really aggressive Gale Forces as well. His team setting up for multi-man Moonlight Vigils. And our big question mark on this RNG roster was like, all right, who's going to be the carry? Sure, Breathe is an insane player, but it really isn't a meta where you're taking over the game from topside. So can LP step up and be that man? And at least in game one, he's shown us, yes, he definitely can.
Yeah, certainly can. And the team, like we said during the game, like feels like they were all totally on the same page. And the page was knock them up, CC them, and let LP knock those skittles down. And I mean, it's a fairly easy game plan to execute. And when you're all on the same page like that, I think when you've got this brand new squad, we're talking about ways to get on the same page. That's certainly it. I feel like they've kind of hit the nail on the head of what we talked about before this series of like, have a game plan, be on the same page, just go for it. They certainly tick that box. So really good stuff. But also I feel like objective setup later on, like very good. I feel like they didn't go too far on a lot of this. Like they had a big lead and a lot of teams would have just been kind of running at the enemy at that point. They did a good job of like clear vision. They didn't 50-50 any objectives. They didn't give any opportunity to throw the game, if that makes sense.
No, and I love that you say vision because like anytime you look at the map, like RNG's wards were just pretty much immaculate. They had full control over all the areas that they were trying to make these plays, even from level 1. I mean, going for the invade in the enemy jungle, setting up that play with Breathe, forcing Asim to back. He comes back, Way's still waiting in the wings. They dive. Here we are. The Aphelios has 20 CS. The Jinx still has 0. So yeah, kudos to RNG coaching staff as well for making things happen. We are going to change sides now. RA will be going over to blue. We do not have any roster changes. If people were like looking at game 1 and thinking, okay, Mole didn't play well, are they going to bring in Strive? No, they're still going to stick with Mole, which I think is the right idea. If you're gonna choose one, at least commit to them for the series, see how it goes, and then pivot based off that. But now straight into picks and bans. RA now being on blue. The Lucian ban stays the same, but taking away the RA and now respecting Way's Wukong. I think that is a great choice.
Yeah, do you ban the Nico is my question. Like, on the red side now, RNG, how much do you respect Mole's Nico? Please let it through. I want to see Mole's Nico so bad.
You know, I think the worst timeline is they let it through and RA don't pick it. This would be the worst timeline. Things that we still have open that are strong.
Annie?
Honestly, yeah, I feel like they have a decent spread of like bans of taking away some of these picks. So, you know, there are still things that you can play against the Annie itself. Nico actually being a strong contender for it, and there it is. If this doesn't go to Mole, I will be heartbroken because we have not had Nico Jungle. We have not had Nico Jungle played in LPL yet. But Lil Yan has also been someone who is spamming it in solo queue.
So it could be a flex pick. We'll have to see. Could depend on the enemy draft as well. I will say, any of Mole's teammates probably now Nico specialists. I'm sure he's like downloaded the Nico mentality to everyone. And, you know, I feel like they've probably had full Nico scrims where everyone's playing Nico. Just in case flex situations. Perhaps not. Vi going to be locked in. LP going to go with the Aphelios once again, despite its, 2-7 scoreline. Certainly looked good in game number 1 today. And RNG already with a somewhat similar style where you've got the Vi, the Wukong, both like all about that teamfight disruption, being able to find someone and set up an opportunity.
I still think the right pick here for RA would be the Jinx. The question is if now they're hesitant to go away from it with how game 1 went. Looks like they will. They're just going to head towards Desisive, something that we have seen come in so far. Of course, having that ult, having that ability to peel, try to escape from LP, trying to escape from Way, I think will give them a lot of options. Once again, RA are kind of playing a comp that more doesn't just want to slam their keyboards and run in. It does have to be a little bit more methodical and thought out. So RNG, like you said, kind of going back to the game 1 plan. A bunch of champions that do great at going in and just throwing out these huge AoE abilities like Aphelios and Annie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vi Annie is a phenomenal 2v2 combo as well. You have a lot of power there. I feel like you now have to ban the Rakan, right? I was kind of hoping that they would lock Xayah Rakan straight off of the bat there instead of the Viego. Just because the guy's called Feather, like, I feel like he's got to be a Rakan player, right? Like, I don't know that he's a Rakan player, but he's called Feather. Let's just assume that that's related in some way. But it will be banned. Lulu taken off the board as well, away from the Aphelios. Do you respect ban the Braum away from Lu Mao?
honestly, like, wouldn't be the worst, but at the same time, not something that's going to put a huge ton of threat on Xayah in that bot lane 2v2, which I feel like when you're drafting Xayah, that's something you really care about, right? Being able to get to those parts of the game where you are strong. So I am kind of interested. Even like something like a Nautilus, I don't feel like you mind too much going over the enemy hands when, again, you have something like a Xayah.
There is one thing that like Braum kind of ruins Xayah in team fights because it works the same way as Windwall, where the feather stops at the unbreakable. So when you do your ult and you do all your feathers trying to get them to pull it across the whole team, Braum can really be a thorn in the side of Xayah. And in that regard, it is a pretty specific situation.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's a trade-off. Do you want, to maybe be encumbered in team fights or, a bit harder laning phase? Looks like they don't want to deal with the Nautilus at the end of the day. And this is something that actually went unnoticed. I can't believe we didn't talk about this at all. K'Sante going all the way through. This was a staple of everyone in Spring. It was pretty much every top laner's most played champion in Spring Split. And Breathe and Xiaoshu are no different. So Breathe can get his hands on that. And it feels like RNG maybe getting an even stronger comp than they did in game one.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like K'Sante kind of unarguably stronger than Gragas currently. The fact that I'm saying it like that maybe makes it not unarguable. I don't know why I said unarguably. Blitzcrank locked in for Feather here. I guess RA decided that they need to be able to pull the trigger.
I'll be honest, I don't really know what a better option would be. Blitz doesn't really look like it fits the comp too well. They do need some semblance of engage, but now RA are pretty much completely and totally reliant on two things. Either one, this Blitz hook, or two, just being able to find advantages in their laning phases, meaning that they can get like on Dragon first, and now you have RNG having to come into you and you start fights that way, because if you don't have one of those two things, if no Blitz hook and you're not ahead, how do you ever force anything onto RNG? RNG will get to dictate the game completely.
Yeah, RA, I feel like kind of need to find some presence in the mid-jungle, right? And maybe even play up towards top side, although Blitzcrank not the greatest weak side champion, so I'm not really sure, to be honest, how RA needs to play this one out. Whereas RNG, once again, the plan is simple. It's the same plan as game number one. It is essentially, once you get to the mid-game, you're kind of just going to play death ball. You're kind of just going to group up as 5 and walk at them and protect LP. Get a big Tibbers off, get a big combo off with K'Sante getting in there, with Vi getting in there. Lumao just sits there with the shield and LP presses all of his buttons. Well, he presses 2 buttons.
Yeah, so RNG, again, very similar to game one. To hit on what RA would theoretically like, it's right, they should be strong in team fights. They should be strong in skirmishes. We have, Gwen's needlework, Gwen right in the middle of the fray fighting everyone. That's setting up for, like, Viego resets. The big Nico ultimate setting everything up. The feathers all flying back and forth. Like, a ton of AoE damage setup resets for the side of RA. The problem is, how do you get through all the CC and all the front line that RNG have to offer? I think it'll be very hard, and it'll definitely take either some mistakes from RNG or some early game outplays from her, Adam.
Yeah, we need to see more from RA. We need to see something a little bit more special. Lien moving in, spotting away. The hook goes out over the wall from Feather, but won't find anyone to start off with. Nice ward, though, onto the red buff coming out from RA. RNG will return in kind with a ward of their own. See where Lumao's going to place it. Trying to wait as long as he can as well to get that off.
Now for RNG, we already said we know that we expect to see them play a lot around their bot lane, especially when you're up against the Blitz. And like you talked about, Blitz not really a champion you like to leave to his own devices too much. It's about either finding kills in his lane or, moving him out of the lane with the jungler and looking for those opportunities elsewhere. So if Wei can really just kind of show a lot of presence around that bot side, make sure that Feather isn't able to find those hooks or isn't able to roam, you get that bot side vision set up. I feel like it really inhibits a lot of RA's early game strength.
Well, I'm going to say a lot of RA's early game strength is in that mid lane. It's Mole, and he's got his signature Nico. This is the game for RA. I don't care about the comp overall. I don't care about how League of Legends should be played. What I care about is Mole is on his signature. And I'm here with the #1 Mole fan globally to commentate it. We'll see what Mole can do on Nico that is now actually meta.
I always come in and think, I'm not going to hide my bias. You know, again, when he plays bad, we call how it is. Game 1, he played bad. Feather, that hook was not it. But like Munch hit on in Game 1, if you missed it, in 2020, Mole played this champion in 4 roles in the LPL. It's kind of having to swap everywhere because of the COVID kind of roster that had to be thrown together. So if there's anyone who should be able to find a lead and make things happen on this champion, it really is him. And yeah, again, the damage profile from RA is there. They have the ability to set up the resets from the Viego and really pop off. It's as we're seeing here in the bot lane, it's can they find targets to be able to get onto as this game progresses. They do have push in all 3 lanes, so that will set up Lien to be as aggressive as he'd like.
I will say, Feather was hitting the hooks in game number 1, but that's a much wider hook on the Nautilus than it is on Blitzcrank. So far, Feather just warming up down in that bottom lane. Hopefully those hooks do pick up just a little bit. The thing is, Blitzcrank is one of those champions. Hang on a second. LP gets some good damage down. The hook finally lands, and it's onto Lumao. 1 HP remaining, and first blood taken by Feather. He makes me eat my words.
He lands the hooks when they matter. It was also a little bit on RNG wanting to aggress there. It looks like Lumao was trying to go forward, get the passive procs down, and be able to run them down, but we need to pause. Wei, I think he should be able to find this. Xiaoshu does a flash.
He's got to wait for the cooldown on his Q. Use that Q to get over the wall. Xiaoshu, will he walk up to try and CS? That's the question. There we go. Flash from Breathe. And Xiaoshu on the wrong side. Flash comes out from Wei to follow it as well. Red buff slows there. Lien arrives on the scene, and maybe they can turn it around. Breathe the target for the time being. Xiaoshu gets back into play. Breathe dives to his teammate, gets a shield. Lien now the target as the knockup's about to come up through. Lien has to flash out. Xiaoshu alone, but dashes away from the knockup. And now Wei turned on. Nobody goes down, but what a fight in the top lane.
This was way too tense up here. It was starting to look like we could see the synergy, we could see the tenure that Breathe and Wei have together. But in the end, Xiaoshu having everything stacked up, able to get some meaningful damage down, they're able to get away. But we see here Feather, yeah, not even having to land a hook at first, walking a bit too far forward. It kind of baits them in. It's actually Asum who gets everything started up with those feathers and allows for Feather himself to then be able to get that hook. So nice job by the RA bot lane. Honestly, kudos to the RA top side as well for being able to get out scot-free when you think that Wei was initially the first person up there and they were trying to find that gank onto Xiaoshu, and in the end, didn't come to fruition.
Yeah, it has to be said as well, like, Lumao, what are you thinking there, mate? Like, Unbreakable is currently up, and that's great, but then Unbreakable goes down, and he still goes forward into all the feathers, into a Blitzcrank. Like, you ate that tanky once the Unbreakable's gone, so Lumao perhaps a little too aggressive on that Braum, feeling invincible after game number 1. But first blood for RA. Drake up on the
I know it's my job to say, like, oh, these people shouldn't go in here. They shouldn't play their comp like this. But I'm with what you said in game 1. I much prefer me an LPL that's like this. It's like, yeah, Lumao, go in whenever you see fit, brother. We love it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy watching it. I'm more just, you know, Lumao, if you want the people on Twitter on your side, which I'm sure he doesn't care about, then, you know, maybe... I'm going to move on. Feather, though, great little hook off of Asum's route. And a great little start to the 2v2, especially after game number 1, the bot lane got real weird real quick, right? We saw them having a bit of a hard time. Hook from Feather, but the Unbreakable there. See, that's what it's meant to look like, really. But good, Feather's onto LP.
Yeah, that trade, I mean, the trade, pretty equal, right? Slightly, you'd favor towards RA with the fact that it was Feather eating the damage instead of LP, but much better play by the Braum there. But now, with level 6s online, this is where we should start really seeing, honestly, kind of both teams come alive in terms of mid-jungle, right? For Wei and Tangyo, and it's about all the CC they have. And for RA, it's about the ability for Mole to get the lock-up, to get the damage on and try and set up for those resets, which we might see very soon.
Mole just trying to get some honey fruit so that he has mana for this fight. Pop Blossom onto 3. What a start, but the Unbreakable kind of blocks the follow-up here, and the rest of the team take it down. RA, it looked so good to begin with as LP flashes onto Lien. The jungler chased through his own jungle by the enemy AD carry. The move speed coming out from the fleet footwork. Ghost in play as well. The blast cone, is it enough? No! Shurikens across the wall, and LP showing up.
You hit on it. I feel like Lumao and the Braum really being the hero there, not letting anyone else come in. And now, RA, they pick up a dragon, but a good amount of gold, a good amount of kills going over the side of RNG. We'll see how it all starts here. RA, they get the dragon, you know, some mana being a little bit low. Mole finds the perfect opportunity, gets everyone except LP, but the Braum stops the engage. Really nice tibbers from Tangyuan as well. And sadly, even though Mole's ult got 3 people, the one guy that wasn't picked up is the one who's just able to freely unload all of this damage on the side of the fight. So, yeah, sadly, it looked like a spectacle, but it wasn't what RA needed.
Oh, and Wei has found him in the bottom side. Asif just immediately gets railed. I mean, there's no other way to say it. That was brutal.
There might have been a few other ways to say it, but I think the way you said it was pretty apt.
No, I insist.
So, yeah, I mean, just another great game from Wei. I think we saw it in game 1. Again, in my mind, he was who I had for MVP. I don't think it was outrageous that LP got it, but once again, a great game. And in my mind, Wei was probably the most consistent member, like, throughout RNG, you know, like, post kind of championship run. So it's good to see him still keeping it up, and they're using those kills to get more plates onto LP, and Wei might look for another gank once again.
Feather maybe had a hook angle onto LP there, but holding him for the time being. Mole moving over, gets knocked up. Pop Blossom available, will find it onto just one. It means Wei and Mole are in a 1v1 as Lumao just blocks all of the damage. LP moving over, starting to stack up. Feather, Assam, both with the concussive blows there. The turret comes down, and Assam surely can't survive this one. Feather Storm ain't gonna be enough, or is it? Pulls it onto Lumao. Unbreakable, back into the play, but Calibrum dodge. Tibbers is a complete whip, but it's used, no, just to tank the tower. I'm wrong, he's a genius.
And now RNG pick up 3 more. There's going to be more plates over to LP. This is going to be more CS denied from Assam. Looks like LP won't stick around, but still the golden XP being denied. RNG just had a great read, great play around bot side this time around. And now we come here. Very, I'd say, difficult position RA are in, because you can see where the Viego is on the minimap, but someone needs to cover this RA bot lane, because they were about to get dove. Wei was waiting in the wings. Mole tries to come down and cover. He gets picked off on one side, and despite the fact that RA's bot lane can buy a lot of time with things like the Xayah ult coming through, still, now you have 4 members of RNG to deal with. The Tibber is going to be able to start things off and make sure that the turret gets tanked, and overall just a really nice play by RA. And sadly, again, Viego on the opposite side of the map. The bot lane needs cover. It's like, what do? Do you completely sacrifice your bot lane? Do you try to cover them with the Nico?
I got the minions. I don't think Tangyuan's buying. The minion just got unleashed teleport. That couldn't have been more unluckily timed. Sorry. Yeah, I'm easily amused. I'm easily amused.
No, you were on point with that. You were. That was great.
Yeah, I have to say, Lian, the fact that he did Herald as the player started, and then he was like, yeah, I'm going for chickens and red buff. Like, sorry guys, you're on your own down there. Like you say, Mole, kind of having to try and block up some holes across the map. Wei will be able to dash out to safety. There is still a ward on the backside of the pit, which hasn't been cleared. So Feather will get himself out to safety. But when it comes to the Drake that's up in 45 seconds, that ward could be problematic. We've seen how good Breathe has been on flanking.
I mean, at this point, RA can't even think about the next Drake. Especially with Mole trying to cover that last play and all 3 of them going down, it feels like you've completely all-in on your Gwen, and you now must play around topside like this.
Well, that's how you play around topside.
This play.
I mean, Shamshoot doesn't even get an assist. He's just played PvE up there in the top side. They do have a Herald as well, so this is probably just going to be the tower, whereas LP racing on the other side, but he's got, I mean, Purple Gun is not great for trying to take towers. So I don't think he can win the race here. He should be first down.
Once again, Assam going Kraken Slayer first. Which is just, again,
it's possible it's the tech. It might be the tech. I've not run the numbers. Oh, no. Oh, no. LP, you're in all kinds of trouble. Has flash available. Mole is there, and he flashes straight into the loving arms of a needlework. But the CC's there. Wei's on the scene, and somehow LP survives. Now Lumao looking for Feather as well. It'll only be the one, but what a pick.
I mean, RNG really are just firing it on all cylinders. Surprisingly enough, the game looks more dominant than game one, but gold still is pretty close to even. But in terms of just map control and like how you are reading your opponent, RNG are far and away doing a better job.
Yeah, this is kind of beautiful, honestly, from RNG. I mean, I just love the double TP players. Like, you want to farm between towers? I don't think so, buddy. We're past 10 minutes now. And it looked so good to start with, but Feather wide on the hook, and the CC chain is disgusting.
Just goes down. Kind of going back to our last conversation, barring, okay, no fights are going on. Like, the thing I could get for Asum going Kraken Slayer and going it first, it's like, all right, they have a very, like, frontline heavy team. If you kind of look at, like, Kraken versus Stormrazor versus Static Shiv, the kind of 3 items that Riot intended could be built as first items, it's like, okay, Kraken's all about DPS and long-term hitting people, Stormrazor's more burst, and Static Shiv's wave clear. So, like, that logic I agree with, but it just seems like you're giving up so much, like, potential early power by going this build.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, look, I'm with you guys at home. I'm going to be checking Molecule's Twitter after this to see the numbers on the situation.
Right.
But the logic in my mind is like, okay, I've already, oh, hang on, Mole is being sneaky. Okay, he's not going to get it. The logic is, right, I've lost the early game already. I'm just playing for maximum damage late game, I guess. But I don't know if that really makes sense. Like, can you sacrifice further at this point in the game? He's lethal tempo. I mean, you get an IE, that's a big 2-item spike. But is it bigger than Stormrazor IE? I don't know. Or Stormrazor Gale Force.
We're just to see how it goes. Is looking across the board, I mean, just RNG picking up items left and right. Still no Rocket Belt on Mole. Should be relatively close, so maybe wouldn't even be surprised if he based after this wave. Yep, looks like he's going to go for that one now and should have it. And now having more options to get on that back line. But hell, it's going to be hard to even focus on the back line for RA because like we've seen, for RNG, it's everyone running in. There really is no back line. Even the Aphelios, Gale forcing forward to follow up with the Vi and the Annie.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's... I think it's a tough one if it comes to a 5v5 for RA at this point, and it might just come to that 5v5 as LP finishes the mid-wave. Oh, it's a hook in onto Lumao. Unbreakable's good, though. And now the follow-up, the counter-engage from RNG. Can they find this fight? Herald down to 1,000, it's smited.
Wei gets it.
By Wei. And Breathe actually gets a knockback onto Feather. They won't follow it up. And that's out of 2 games where the Herald isn't picked up unless... Oh, Wei's getting real sneaky with it. Gets the Herald, but at what cost? Leyen there, trying to punish him. Mole moving over to the situation. Pop Blossom only onto 1. Feather gets denied, but Mole gets 1 kill. Now RNG with the follow. LP separated, though. He can't do anything. It doesn't seem to matter, as it's Breathe doing everything instead. Asum alone and taken down. Moonlight Vigil has only 2 remain for RA.
And you can see, once again, RA really not handling these situations well. The Xiaoshu's damage. That's good. Yeah. Sadly, though, I feel like their willingness to fight is still just too overzealous. RNG, once again, just like game 1, win a fight, TPs come through, and they're already punishing RA in terms of more gold and more experience than just having members die. So I really like some of these plays coming out from RNG to really force RA to lose as much as they can possibly lose.
Yeah, so we're taking another look. I can't believe this started with Wei trying to sneak the Herald. Like, how is that how the fight starts?
Like, I'm, again, just surprised that RA, like, again, I get you think the Viego's separated, but it's so easy for the members of RNG to be able to follow up. It's so easy. They out-damage you at this point in time. Your AD carry's separated, so you're not even getting the damage coming out from that regard. And it feels like at this point in time, RA really need to lean heavily on relying on that blitz hook to try and, like, open something up for them to then be able to start a fight.
And taking a big old chunk there. I just want to... I really want to just compliment RNG here on how clean these fights are as well. Because it's not just that they're picking the right fight and they're managing to pull it off. Like, every single fight, almost everyone survives. Every single fight, it feels like It's very much a team win. It's not just someone saving the day. Oh, what was that? That was gorgeous. Unfortunately, it didn't do anything. It was a 4-man knockup with no follow-up for the rest of the team. This is just RA in a nutshell at this point as Feather pulled into the team by Breathe, and another kill goes down. Herald now slammed as LP starts to get onto the tower. He's got Tibbers to tank it up for him. The Herald will finish the job. And RNG, they're making it look easy.
You know, every split you get 3 or 4 of those plays that look super sexy, but ultimately mean absolutely nothing. That one is definitely going to be one for the history books of this split. But sadly, going back to what you were saying earlier, like, I definitely feel like both these games, we've seen a lot of problems with RA. We've seen, like, the inexperience and, like, the lack of time together. We've seen, again, not, like, cohesive ideas of how to play out their composition. But RNG, like, it's not only them punishing RA's mistakes. It's like you're saying, they're kind of punishing them perfectly. They know exactly how to play out. We'll get another replay of this. I mean, that was super sick to watch. But, yeah.
Yeah.
I respect it, though. When you're falling this far behind, you're losing every fight.
I have been waiting to see a Nico pretend to be a minion to get a big combo off. We got to see it. It was gorgeous. Let's go, Mole. We called him the Nico specialist. He got the combo off, and it was off the back of being a minion. Like, go, dude.
I will say, much better game from him than game 1.
That's all I'm saying. 'Cause he's a
oh, no. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh. This is what they need. This is exactly what they need.
He's got the damage. Tangyuan, he's not going to expect this, surely. They've separated. Tangyuan walks in, the Pop Blossom immediately. There's the Tangle Bombs! And a beautiful kill. Mole's on the board.
Yep, Feather and Mole. So now realizing, hey, we can't fight them. All we could do, cheeky brush plays. The epitome of, like, high-tier League of Legends. And you know what? They've gotten one. They're surprisingly still only 3K gold behind, which I think you'd expect to be a lot more when you see a 4-13 like kill score.
Yeah.
But sadly, I feel like even going further than like their gold problems or like how they play their comp. I'll pause.
Breathe should be in trouble here with Lien moving over the needlework. Just wide from Xiaoshu. Another one's there, and Feathers arrived on the scene as well. Breathe is going down. There's no two ways about it. Lien arrives at the last second and steals the kill. Scumbag Tien. Tien. As Asa. Oh no. Oh, Lumao! Okay, he gets out with his life. That looked real dicey for a second there. And they will walk away.
You know, it was perfect though. It was perfect though because it baited Asim into thinking like, oh, maybe this turtle killed this Braum. I need to like keep autoing and help it out. Give that opportunity for LP to actually take him down. He did not have flashes that time, so at least next time an aggressive play comes out, he hopefully will be able to escape. But who knows how much longer this game goes if RNG are going to pick up this Baron.
I mean, 20 minutes on the dot Baron here. There's Lien in the area. Okay, it's a pixel brush play. That kind of plays into the hands of an eco. As Feather, the target, as they all just charge on him. Pop Blossom is here. It's only onto one, though, and the Unbreakable keeps him alive. Mole, the next target to be eradicated off the face of the rift. Lien gets a little bit of damage down, but it's him, Asim, and Xiaoshu in a 3v5.
They at least managed to stop the Baron, which I feel like is what you need to do at the end of the day, right? You're hoping for more volatility. The longer this game goes on, the better odds you have as RA of just some shenanigans leading to one team fight win.
Lumao very bold there, but actually will survive it, or will he? The needlework! It's a double for Xiaoshu, and a little overzealous. Wait, LP got a kill there as well, somehow. Lien actually went down to the tower. Asim, what is going on, Lyrics? Save me.
I still want to know how we don't have higher than a 4K gold lead when we have like 7 to 18 kills. This is complete madness. This is completely awesome.
Look at the 80 carry score as well for Asim. Like, how are they staying in touching distance of gold with a 0-680 carry that's down in CS?
You know, you would actually think he'd be down more when he's 0-6
yeah, right.
up against the 7-1 Aphelios. My God. And Xiaoshu, we have seen their hope. Their hope is Xiaoshu. That needlework was huge. If you can get that through multiple members of RNG, once, you know, maybe like Lumao's shield goes down, he is forced out. Could be a way in.
Was going to get caught then for Wade. I'm not sure that's a fight that Wei gets out of, but it looked like he wanted it anyway. It's Tang Yuan in the area as well if Xiaoshu tries to go too aggressive. But I'm going to be honest, I maybe even favor the Gwen at this point in that 2v1. Surely not. Surely they would win the 2v1 as Wei dashes out to safety. Drake coming up in 35 seconds as Lure out. He felt the breeze from that one.
Yeah, he did. RNG, just like game one, though, doing a great job of controlling vision, right? Completely clearing out RA's wards, having their own line down. Getting wards towards top side, like just River completely lit up for the side of RNG. Wave even pushed in bot side so they know no one's going to enter through that area. And now able to go and look to aggress and maybe find picks of their own.
Sneaking on forward, secret agent mission for Breathe, but it will just back away. Maintaining that vision control, making sure nobody can come close. Just Assam with the Navori, with that Kraken. Perhaps this is the 2-act spike we've all been looking for. Needs to wait for Lumao to use that shield though before he can pull the trigger on all those feathers. But Wei in the meantime will grab himself this Drake. And that'll be 3 now for RNG. Another advantage on their side. As I just want to mention as well, LP 2-0 now. Absolutely immaculate scores. Like 7-1 and 6 at this point. He's gone Gale Force into Collector as well, which Collector apparently better value for your money at this point in the game. Like they proved it. So we already saw Aphelios is going Collector back before when it wasn't actually that good to go for. So I expect to see that a lot on Aphelios.
Yeah, and this is one of those items that didn't have big confusing changes, right? Just got a flat 6 more lethality given. Going to be a nice change. And especially when you start snowballing this hard, they really don't have any like super beefy front line either. LP, I mean, he just shreds anyone in RA's way. Has a great flank angle.
Yeah, he's getting funky with it. RA surely have no idea this is going on.
Oh, wait.
But they're going to check. Xiaoshu just wants blue buff. He's not even looking for the flank.
This could actually really backfire if 3 members of RA just jump into that brush.
But they will get away with it. Blue out. Trying to buy space, and once again, all about these wards. The Drake was taken, so now they're fighting for vision on the top side. And it feels like that is fundamentally the game plan.
I feel like this is like the longest amount of time we've gone without a kill happening.
Yeah.
It's really weird. It's only been like 2 minutes.
I feel like I'm watching the EDG series from yesterday, where just nothing ever happened. It was a lot of posturing and nothing ever happened. From it, Breathe though, he ain't EDG, he's going in! And look at this fight from RNG. Pop Blossom on the backside ain't gonna be enough as Breathe walks away with his life, and LP wants a little bit more. Mole and Lien both tagged up. Can they finish the job though? The knockback from Breathe is gorgeous, and they wipe RA off of the map. That's gonna be game.
How don't they even lose a single member? What a beautiful debut for the new rebuilt RNG.
And this is the thing, we were talking about the coordination from RA, understandable, because it's a new roster. There are more roster changes for RNG. They've had the same amount of time to prep. How do they look this good on day one? I don't know, but 23-7, what a win, what a dominant 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I think Wei, both games, looking incredibly on point. Seriously, it had just phenomenal series. Breathe as well. Bit of a show-off in game one, you know, running them around a map. And in game two, not as, I'd say, heavy-handed in terms of flashiness, but that last engage is, I mean, it sealed the deal for RNG, right? And, I mean, across the board, you can pretty much give praise to everyone. All 3 of Tang Yuan, LP, and Lumao, I think, delivering above expectations. Because, again, even if RA, I think, like, RA looked like a new team. RA looked like a team that just literally played on the Rift as a 5 for the first time, right? Like, it wasn't cohesive. A lot of individual mistakes. A lot of, again, Loyan up towards top side. Bot lane's really struggling, needs help. Mole has to cover, and it's kind of all disjointed. But at least the individuals, in terms of, like, 2v2s and 1v1s were good, and RNG showed that they can stack up against those. So I think, yeah, great first step by RNG. My tweet was right. RNG, the easy 2-0 today. Munch knew it all along.
Yeah, that's definitely what you said. I'm pretty sure I remember you saying that. Yeah, I mean, look, RNG looked good today. They looked real good today. But as you said before, this was against RA, a team that you expect to be sort of middle of the table, unless we see some changes, unless we see some significant improvements. So now I'm excited, though, to see this version of RNG against some of the bigger names in the LPL, because like I didn't expect this kind of play out of them. I'll be straight up honest. I expected it to be much messier. I expected them to look decent. Don't get me wrong, but this looked immaculate.
Yeah.
This looked drilled. This looked like clear game plan, great vision control, great coordination. Like they're ticking all of the boxes of a great team.
I think coming in today, you expected RNG to look like. You expected both RNG and RA to look like teams that are like competing for playoffs. Like not necessarily like 17th, but not necessarily like a top playoff team. But coming in, RNG solidly looked like a team that maybe they aren't just a team that's going to come in competing for like the 10th spot. They looked more like a team that is like 6th, 7th, 8th, like kind of like in the middle of that fray, can work their way up. And this is just off of one series. So, you know, again, who knows like how much further they can go. At the same time, who knows what they look like up against one of those types of teams, right? Like put this RNG squad against an OMG. Is it going to look as cohesive? I guess it's something that we're going to have to wait and find out. But if they do, I'm amazed. Honestly, again, I'm already amazed. I'm already amazed at how well RNG have done in this first series.
The crazy thing to me as well is like when you look at last split, because one of the things we've been praising today is the RNG coaching staff. They just lost Tabe. Like Tabe left halfway through spring. So it's not even the same like coaching system of RNG of old, you know, the historic one that's been winning MSIs. So I don't know. I don't know where they've pulled this out from. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I would love to know. So I'm going to be trawling through the Twitters that post Weibo posts later to try and find some juicy gossip, because I want to know what on earth they did to set up this kind of victory, you know?
Yeah, and kind of moving over to RA, which we talked about RA a lot in the games. I'd say we kind of mainly focused on RA, but now, kind of hindsight, it's like, all right, you can see that the individual talent is definitely still there. Like, again, they're all solid players. It's about there's just too many mistakes coming together. Look like they didn't have a coherent idea of how they wanted to play at their comps, just things like that. It kind of makes you wonder, I wonder if they are going to swap around, right? Are we going to see Strive come in to maybe bring more stability and less like aggression as Mole brings? Or maybe going to give Balan a try in bot lane to maybe bring in like a cohesive voice who can give them a direction.
It's like, okay, Mole has too much aggression. Why don't we bring Balan in, who also has too much aggression? To be fair, though, I actually think Feather played very well today, so I don't think subbing out Feather is the answer.
Well, the problem is, right, it's not about play. It's if we're saying, hey, RA look like a squad that haven't played together, are you going to bring in someone who at least has experience and can bring a voice maybe? So, I don't know. This is all the speculation. Maybe RA just keeps sticking with this roster, which I also think would be respectable, because give them time, see if they are able to deliver. But, yeah, we'll find out probably soon, because with our LPL schedule this split, I feel like teams probably play like every other day. And, yeah, a bunch of questions will be answered quite quickly. Even more questions will be answered, because we even have Gala playing in our next series. We'll get to compare him to how RNG just did. Ah, what a day.
We get to see who wins the divorce in the second series between Gala and RNG. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. I've got to say, Gala's got his work cut out to win that divorce, because RNG looked good. RNG looked real good today.
And to be fair, like, Gala also is a much tougher opponent to deal with, right?
Yes, he
Going
does.
up against top esports.
Yeah, Jackie Love and Mark in the 2v2. I will say, I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that bot lane. We've got an interview with one of our winners, so let's kick it over. Find out how happy they are with a 2-0 win.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Breeze, the top laner for RNG. Congratulations on winning your opponent 2-0. This is your very first win of the 2023 LPL Summer Split. How does it feel to be able to winning your opponent with such a dominant victory? Especially one thing more important is that you have 3 new teammates in your roster in today's matchup. 欢迎呼吸哥来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 RNG 在这个夏季赛首战告捷。其实今天可以看出是一个非常干净利落的2-0，特别有一点只需要注意的是，在今天的首发名单当中 ，RNG 这边有3位新队员，所以想问一下呼吸哥，今天能和新队员2-0拿下这一场首战，感觉怎么样呢？
能看到他们就是发挥得很好，然后勇于说出自己的想法，然后一起拿下这场胜利，就是挺开心的。
Actually, I'm pretty excited about that to see my teammates perform pretty good, and we got this very first win together, and they really did some great mechanics bravely. So the second question, I'm curious about your own performance, especially in today's game. Number one, you got Gragas, and you made a very, very decisive engagement on Jinx in the last move on the flanks. And in game number two, you also performed pretty good in some skirmishes and team fights on Cassante. So how would you rate your own performance on a scale of 1 to 10？那么其实说到呼吸哥今天的表现，其实在第一局的时候，酒桶也是多次开到了对面的 AD， 并且在最后一波有一波绕后一锤定音。第二局的奎桑提在前期的小规模团战和整场比赛团战当中也发挥了很强很强的作用。呼吸哥觉得今天自己表现怎么样呢？如果是1到10分的话？
感觉今天就是在找机会上有突破自己之前没做到的吧，就给自己打个9.9，然后后面再进步吧。
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would like to give me 9.9 because I did a better job on seizing opportunities proactively, and I really tried to find some opportunities, and I think this part I did much better than before, but I do hope I can perform better and better in future. And the next question, I also want to touch on the draft, especially in game number 2, because Nico were reworked, and we know that RA's Millionaire Mo is a very signature Nico player, and they got Blitzcrank, they got Wing Top. So do you think this draft caught you guys off guard? How do you guys manage to prepare into their draft in game number 2？ 其实在第一局他们失利之后，第二局的阵容上好像可以看出对面也是有一些想法了。首先是 Nico 重做之后，加上对面的莫选手也是一个 Nico 绝活哥嘛，而他们也拿出了像机器人这样的选项上单格温。所以说在 RNG 这边看到对面选出这样一个阵容的时候，有没有觉得有点出乎意料，或者说当你们看到这样一个体系的时候，打算是怎么应对的呢？
那时候看到对面阵容，就是也有想过是因为会那么出嘛，然后我们就按照我们之前自己原定的计划就这么做了，就还好。
Actually, we kind of have predicted their picks in game number 2, their draft. So we just managed to execute as what we have prepared, just as our synergy. So the final question for you, a lot of people and your fans are so curious about your team synergy right now because you have new 3 teammates in your roster, and we have mentioned it earlier. So from your perspective, as a veteran player for RNG, how do you rate your team synergy right now? And do you think you still need much more time to practice, to grind as a team, or are you confident of your team's roster this year, this split? 那么最后一个问题，其实刚才我们也说到了有关于这边大名单的变化嘛。那么呼吸哥觉得到目前为止是觉得整个队伍的磨合状态怎么样呢？是觉得还需要时间去练习磨合，还是到现在已经从今天的表现就觉得还是比较有信心的？
信心的话，我觉得我们全队一直都是有的，但是我们肯定是会经历很多东西，就是还有很多方面需要进步的，以及我们还有很多没有做好的，就是还没展现出来吧。就希望我们后面好好的训练，然后让这些不好的一面少展示，多展现我们打得好的一面。
So first of all, we have always been very confident about our team, but I do think we still much time to practice our synergy, this kind of things, and we need much more time to improve. We just need to avoid our drawbacks and some aspect we didn't perform well. Just try to manage to improve on this part, and I hope we can perform better and better. And by the way, you got the most valuable player in game number 2. 第二局的时候刚刚拿到了 MVP 嘛，现场的观众也是很热情的。So the final question I also want to ask. Did you have some messages, or what do you want to say to your fans who are supporting you and supporting RNG？ 最后一个问题，刚才是现场观众是在高呼你拿到了第二局的 MVP 嘛，所以有没有什么想对支持RNG 这个队伍的粉丝们说的呢？
就很谢谢他们一直支持我们了，就今年也发生了很多曲折的事情，然后就希望他们能一直见证我们的成长嘛。然后就是感觉，还有就是觉得我第一把应该是 MVP， 第二把可以不给我。
So actually, first of all, in terms of the most valuable player, I do think I deserve most valuable player in game number 1, and maybe I don't think I deserve most valuable in game number 2. And in terms of what I want to say to our fans is that I do want to say thank you so much for your support all the time. Maybe we have been experiencing a lot of things this year throughout the whole journey, but thank you so much for your company, and I hope that you can always accompany us to witness our improvement and involvement in the future. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢呼吸哥来到我们赛后采访。Back to you guys. Bye.
No, like he might deserve MVP more in game 1 than game 2, but what does Wei have to do? What does Wei have to do to get an MVP? He was insane in game 1. He was even more insane in game 2. What does he got to do?
I'm with base breathe on this one. Didn't deserve it game 2. Did deserve it game number 1. I love that. She's like, you got MVP, and he's like, oh, I don't deserve that.
Like
massive respect.
He had the one sick engage at the very end, which again, he still had a great game, but that was really his like defining impact, right? I agree with the sentiment that he deserved game 1 more than game 2 though, because he had some great casks. First game, but hey, I guess
like
I guess his karma evened out. So yeah, congrats, Breathe. You might not feel like you deserve it, but someone out there did, and you deserve that smile on your face.
Decisive. I actually have no idea who decides this.
I don't either. You know what I mean? Like
it's like a mysterious higher power tells us in our ears who was MVP.
Which that is kind of how it happens, if we're being honest, right? Like it's kind of how it works.
Yeah. Well, he gets the player of the game, so good job, Breathe. Take it as the honorary one for game number 1, as we can take a look at some of the replays from the absolute shenanigans of this series.
Yeah, we had this play where RA kind of tunneled, which, you know, describes a lot of how a lot of the plays started out, but then it's about how RNG followed through, because you hit on it in the game, but a lot of these fights, RNG wouldn't even lose a single member. Constantly great turns, great job by Lumao to absorb the damage, and the follow through from Breathe, Wei, and Tang Yuan to really just layer down that CC. Honestly, I love the read RNG had coming into today. You kept saying it was like simple, it was easy, just a bunch of CC, meatballs go in. That's what it was, and that's what works.
I will say that final engage from Breathe, great, because you're not usually really meant to be able to do that. Kasante is not a outright engaged champion like that, but just runs at them, finds the angle to get 4 of them, then all out someone separate from the team. Like, what more could you ask for out of Kasante in a front-to-back situation? Yeah, fantastic stuff. I will say as well, for this game, we got to see the Nico pretend to be a minion into combo, into 4-man Pop Blossom. Like, that's a big moment, I think, in the LPL. In competitive League of Legends, the new rework, paying off them all, even if they don't get the win.
I really want to see him turn into like one of the fruits, and like the fruit gets taken and wait where the fruit was. That's like the peak of like new Nico gameplay. Anytime I see those clips, I'm so happy.
We saw a control ward previously.
Yeah.
There was someone pretending to be a control ward, like sliding around in the brush. Honestly, it's like watching competitive prop hunt at this point, and I absolutely love it. Okay, we're going to jump into a break because second series of the day is coming our way as well. And this one is a bit of a gigabanger. It's LNG who have just picked up Gala over from the side of RNG. We'll see how that's going to work out up against Top Esports. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
来了，行，别有压力，兄弟。你东北，我这位置还可以。好的。是。他们 AD，
我头泰坦很大呗。
AD 往东吧，AD吧。
大树大呗。
先退球。OK 了，先退。我绕过了。看，飞哥。拉开没到，奥了，慢点。拉开，拉开。
这把可以打。
开地。
挖他掉脚。
开地。赢了！慢点！看格文，保一下，没够，太保牛！看格文，泰坦没伤害的。
把 AD。
是几杯？哦，
几杯？
会上吗，朱老？哦，来一次！
这么难打呀？
这格文这个。好，先这打团你们别太冲，别给格文刷伤害。
是，
让 AD 输出就行了，我们限制他们后排输出。
是的。OK。小龙怎么说？好打呗。
好打，
一定要打，会绕后溜球。来干打架。好了。
慢点。别秒。慢点。看，拉。
慢点。我没打。
位置很差，还行，慢一点。
错。还慢点就。
出来。
我会出来。走。
还行。 啊，慢点。啊，走吧。
大树可以，大树上不去啊。
啊，到上不去，到
没闪好像。
还行，不亏的，还行，
还行的。
我装备装的很好。OK，装备很好，这不。
打团注意格温 LE。
是的，
慢点。
这么赢了，真的慢慢的。
对，慢打。
别急，别乱冲。
他们打不了。无尽啊，这不可以打架的。
可以打架。
别换。
我别慌了，没事。
玩 AD。
没关系。快点，玩 AD。我看了。对不起。开 AD。
闪没闪？
AD。啊不，走。慢。
走，别背一波。好，被开了。
没事。没关系。接中，这一波突然都是。
啊，
往前走了。我
一个人挡一下。
啊，走。大柱。慢点。
我杀了。
老鼠。慢点。出来，小人。走。
走。闭了大龙怎么样？
看大龙。
让他们去。
如果他们去，
他没打野的，他会拼。
可以抢吗？
技能抢一下。
哎，没打了。
啊，我们直接乱吗？
可以，我吃。
我们来。
太打会好吗？慢慢走。太打会不会好？
会好。
再蹲人。慢点。我顶。
准备顶。
直接乱吗？可以乱。哎，慢点。赢了。慢点。AD 没闪。
go。
没闪。慢点。行。还没。哎，好了，走。
拉出来。
没关系。可以的。
打探。
我搞。看格温。一个。一秒。
可以打。
拉出。
一波。我还逼了9。
没事。慢点。集中。AD 没闪的。
好，AD没闪，可以一波。
我6秒。
OK。
AD 没打。
好，就是自己小心，你自己小心。我们可以赢。
快一波。
自己小心。
下走。慢点。退场。慢点。
先打。
A 打。nice 兄弟。替我赢。来。
To lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero and dying in my own mind. Resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL on Munch. I'm joined by Lyric, as we were just appreciating that image of Mark that was flashed on our screen. He is vibing in that picture. He's absolutely vibing. But we've got a banger coming your way. It's Top Esports versus LNG and Lyric. Like, every single season, every single split, these guys both have dominant starts to the split.
Yeah, I think we've seen LNG numerous times start the season undefeated, like numerous big win streaks. Both of these teams started spring 7-1 in their first stage series. So I think both teams like always get off to hot starts. I mean, they have star-studded rosters. You highlighted it earlier in your tweet. We have like Tarzan Scout against Tien Rookie, Gala against Jackie Love, even top in support like Zeke and Wayward, two like, you know, younger but very like top tier prospects who've shown a lot. Hung with like his bloodthirstiness against Mark, who I feel like that picture just highlights. Like, you think back to Mark when he was like the shy little, never had any expression, like back in the days of like Sino Dragon, then moving on to DMO, and slowly like eases up into this like really edgy blue hair, like you know, a little bit silent, a little bit different, and now whatever this new phase of Mark is, I'm all aboard. I'm all for. It's going to be a hype matchup. Every lane is a banger. Both teams are bangers. And, you know, I feel like maybe you brought up the M word, the mojo, too soon. But this is definitely a mojo matchup.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, like you say, Mark, like the swagger is absolutely there. I feel like that's the word, right? There's swagger there for Mark. I feel like Wayward's got a lot of swagger as well. The emote game on point, whereas Zika, a player that he's been solo killing people. He's been absolutely dominating a lot of the time in that top side. And a lot of people were really high on this LNG roster back in spring playoffs, right? A lot of people thought this would be the version that went the whole way, that managed to make it to MSI, that made it to finals. Like, I heard people saying they were going to win the whole split, which I personally thought was a little over the top. But now they're brought in Gala. Like, Gala, absolutely phenomenal in recent form. I feel like he's one of the best AD carries in the entire league. So just a straight-up upgrade in my mind.
100%. I mean, Gala's at least someone who has shown, if you give him resources, he can carry. To where on the opposite side, Top Esports have changed nothing, which really surprised a lot of people, right? Because they had a great start to spring, but halfway through, they started to fall off. They started to struggle. I believe it was after they lost to JDG that a lot of their problems really started to come to fruition. And then in playoffs, hell, both of these teams got knocked out by the same team. They were on the same side of the bracket. A lot of people thought that they'd meet each other, but OMG knocked out TES. TES finished 7th, 8th, and then they knocked out LNG. So kind of robbed of that matchup, which, you know, I'm all for. OMG's story was amazing, but now kind of getting to see it a few months later with the roster change, like it can really go either way. On paper, LNG more consistent, but Top Esports are Top Esports, which everyone knows.
Do you know, when you think about it, we're all essentially Mordekaiser right now because we're visiting the Death Realm. These are the teams that OMG bodied. And now we get to see them fight off for who is the closest to OMG in playoffs in spring. Yeah, well,
that's not fair. That's not fair.
This one's going to go. Sorry,
LNG of Gala now. That's just, you know, that's not, that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, to be fair, yeah. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But I do think in this matchup, mid-jungle is going to be so crucial, right? Rookie and Tien versus Scout Tarzan. Both of these mid-jungles have looked amazing in the last play. I will say Rookie and Tien, they had some rough games between them where they clearly weren't on the same page anymore. I think there was definitely trouble in paradise with Top Esports later on in the split. Whereas Scout and Tarzan, I think throughout the whole of spring, looked fantastic. I think this as a duo is maybe the best in the league.
If you just zoom in on the regular season of spring, they were the best mid-jungle, just easily. Like a lot of times, they were just the reason. Not a lot of times, honestly, 95% of the time, they were the reason why LNG won games. But that's what makes this even more exciting, because I feel like in the first half of spring, Tarzan and Tien were the best junglers. They just were. They were the best junglers we had in the league. They were both performing. You already hit on Top Esports problems later on. But if they can both come into form, I mean, this could be, I mean, hell, this is like a match of the week coming at us on a random Wednesday.
Yeah, I forget what the match of the week is, but it's an even bigger banger than this one. That is saying
I should remember because I cast it, but I cast a lot this week, so I don't.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, should be a good one here. Should be a good one that we've got ahead of us. And honestly, I feel like that first series was a really good series as well. We can have a day for ourselves because RNG looking really good. RA kind of bringing it to him. Like, game number 1 was insanely bloodthirsty. But now, Top Esports will step out onto that stage. We're over in LNG's arena here. So LNG should have the home crowd advantage. But I feel like Top Esports, maybe one of the most overall famous rosters in the LPL. Like, you've got TN, Rookie, and Jackie there. And I assume Wayward and Mark both have a reasonable fan pool themselves in China now.
I will say, I think especially for Rookie and Jackie Love, I mean, even TN, but it feels like Rookie, Jackie Love, in the Shy and Uzi. So the core from IG and Uzi.
Sorry, go ahead.
It really feels like their popularity like transcends anything else in the LPL in China, right? Those like kind of 4 players on what they were able to do.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Maybe I think Casa is in that category as well. But maybe that's just me.
Which I will say, I feel like he's close. And what's funny is he's close despite the fact that, let's be honest, Garza's kind of, fallen off in, splits of late, which is why, we're not casting today, but Weibo brought in Weiwei. So that one is a bit interesting, right? Players who can keep up that level of fan. Hell, I guess the Shy is a great example. Some splits, right? The Shy's had some awful splits, and I mean, fans in the LPL stuck behind him. Maybe not Western fans, but Chinese fans.
I feel like there's a lot of players like that where they're polarizing, right? They've got these fans that are just like through thick and thin, they are there. And like everyone else is based on recency, and a lot of the time the recency ain't that good. And so they've got a lot of people saying like, oh, they're absolutely watching. Then there's a lot of people that are like tried and true, they're there for it. Yeah, they're like those RNG fans we saw at the front in the first series, who it's like, it doesn't matter how many roster changes, I'm here for it. But here we go, as LNG going to step out onto the stage, starting with Zika. And these guys have the home crowd advantage, so you got to believe they've got some fans out there tonight.
And I think a lot of pressure on both of these rosters. Honestly, on paper, like, both of them should be in contention for those slots going to Worlds. Rookie now, especially, who hasn't been in so long, even despite the fact of like so many splits, he's deserved it. LNG now making the roster upgrade, it'd be even more egregious if they don't make a deep run. They don't try to push to that international. So it all starts here. And hell, this is one of their most important matchups, right? Facing a team who, in theory, is in contention for one of those spots with you.
Yeah, and I don't want to go too much about internationals this early on in the split, but just on the topic of that, like, LNG with 20 championship points, Top Esports with 10. It's not great in terms of like, especially Top Esports as a team, you'd expect to have a bunch of points in the bank. They really don't this split. So, like you say, every match matters. And this time you don't have Chinese New Year to hide behind. You can't just kind of sack off the first couple of games and be like, we'll try after Chinese New Year. Like, you gotta be going from the word go here. So, big expectations in game number 1. I will say, if there's any team that will have happy games despite high pressure, it's Top Esports. So we'll have to wait and see what they look like today. But I'm fully expecting both teams to be coming out with a lot of preparation. They've had a lot of time to work with. And like we said, Gala coming in, that's the only change. So this should, and like I would say, in terms of the grand scheme of League of Legends, AD carry is the most interchangeable role where it's not going to massively change your dynamic unless it's a player like Uzi who demands a massive amount of attention. Like, I feel like Gala will slot into LNG fairly well. So I'm anticipating a reasonable level of cohesion and solid play from both these teams despite that one change.
Yeah, and I mean both, right? Both have great AD carries, which is what you need in this meta. People that you can play around. Hell, we saw in the first series, RNG, at least compositionally, really throwing everything into the LP basket. Now we'll see if these guys can do the same because, we're still into day 3, so the meta's still shaping up, but at least consistent bans we can expect to see gone, right? Things like the Zeri, things like the Melio, even the Lucian really being someone that's just consistently taken off the table. Seems like there's a bit of flexibility beyond that. Like, you have things like, Lulu, Nico, Cassante, Jace, Maokai, kind of like this pool of interchangeable champions that are still very strong that you can ban depending on the opponent. So when you have these two teams where I think you have very similar like champion pools and play styles coming out on both sides, I think that's what could make it more interesting, right? Because Rookie and Scout, I think very like shared pool, both very like willing to play anything. I'd say jungle is about the same. You have top laners who both prefer to be on, I think, more like dueling and like fighting oriented champions who both can play tanks. And honestly, neither AD carry really needs resources. I mean, Jackie and Mark might like to fight, but a lot of the time they are just kind of fighting on their own in that 2v2.
Yeah, I just want to mention as well the mid lane matchup in terms of veterans. Like, these are two of the longest standing LPL mid laners there are. Like, Rookie versus Scout is one of, in my mind, one of the premier mid lane matchups that we get in the LPL. We only get it once a split, so I really hope the observers kind of focus on that mid lane so we can really absorb some of that, because Rookie, especially during the laning phase, is just an absolute pleasure to watch. And Scout, I feel like it just gets better every split. You know, most players that have played for a long time, they kind of have peaks and troughs, and I feel like Scout has just been gradually getting better. I don't understand how he's still playing at such an insane level and has consistently been at such a good level, and yet somehow he's like popping off harder than ever. Like, recently won Worlds, and now on LNG he's looking really good alongside Tarzan. Like, it is truly impressive.
I feel like the change in environment might have helped him, which is obviously speculation from the outside, but like when I think back to the past few years on EDG, Scout along with Mako were like two players who would just have like quiet moments in the split. Not bad, like they weren't inting, they weren't getting caught out. It'd just be like, oh, you know, these like first few weeks, Scout's having really quiet games and not popping off, and then later in the split on EDG he would. So on LNG in spring, it was like from week one, he was just popping off, and him and Tarzan were just bodying everybody. So it seems like maybe just the change having refreshed him, now not in your comfort zone. So hopefully he can keep that up in this second split. We don't have those times like in past years in EDG where Scout would have some slower moments. So, I mean, again, against Rookie, you're not going to be allowed to have like time to breathe. You're going to have to go all out from the first seconds of the game.
Yeah, so let's hope he locks in Cassante then if he's going to go all out. But great one. Banter. Okay, LNG versus Top Esports. We're kicking off. I'm in serious casting mode now. As Nico banned, Cassante banned, Milio banned, Zeri banned.
So the only champion still on that list of what I named as like what we've seen as kind of must bans is that Lucian. I wonder if TS will take it away. It would just give so much like 2v2 power over to Gala and Hung, and like trying to really get a snowball going early on. It really doesn't feel like any other AD carries need to be banned, because then you're kind of giving one over of the Aphelios Jinx trade that you typically do see come through. I guess the only other things would be like high priority junglers, right? We've seen things like Vi and Wukong also taken off the board, but ooh, actually a lot of respect being put over to Gwen for a first rotation ban.
Maybe a wayward feeling like that's a really high priority pick right now. The Vi going to be locked in over Wukong, which surprises me a little bit. I feel like you could just go like Wukong Annie here for Tien and Rookie, based on the meta as opposed to the players, but I feel like it's such a strong combo currently.
100%. I mean, Annie's still being left open. The Lucian, something that I was hitting on, has 100% presence. It's been banned every game except one, and in that one game, it was picked up by FPX in their win against TT. So this could be a rotation for TS. Go the Lucianami. If they want to lock in jungle here, they could, but with the fact that LNG have already taken Vi, it means you could just save that jungle for third, because LNG, I mean, they've already picked their jungle, right? They can't take anything away from you.
I will say, I'm like nervous to see the Lucian army. We saw it once and it was, I think, a little underwhelming. I kind of expected it to pop off harder than it did, because like I've seen it a lot on streams and I've played it a bit. Like the damage is absurd now. It's even bigger than it was. So I feel like Jackie and Mark, they're a duo that are more than willing to really, really push the boundaries of what's possible. But against the Lulu, it can be really tough to have that same effectiveness. You get turned into a frog and then what can you do?
Yeah, a lot of it's going to be down to how junglers and mid laners interact with the bot lane. And like you were saying, Jackie and Mark, I think were one of our bot lanes who were able to kind of push this 2v2 to the limits when they would get their hands on it. So have faith. I'm excited to see them pull it off. And now we get to see the solo lane bans come through. And we still have like really important solo lane options open, right? Things like the Ahri, things like the Annie still being on the table. I wonder if either team will pinch, or if we're just going to end up with the trade. You just kind of both end up focusing on top lane, and some of these more kind of strong, you know, the Jax. Jace, even though I think is more of a mid laner nowadays, like maybe that's something you need to be concerned about for Zika on that side. And funnily enough, the Poppy, which more people have up in solo queue.
Yeah, great against Lucian, great against Wukong. Makes sense to try and ban that, and could be based on what they're hoping to pick in their final 2 roles. But that Annie's still open, which I feel like is a big priority, and there we go, taken off of the board. I wouldn't have been surprised to see Top Esports look for that themselves, but clearly Rookie not looking towards that Annie.
Yeah, you still have things like the Ahri left open, so maybe now for TES, you're trying to push LNG into an Ahri ban now that Annie is off the table, and then you kind of have something planned for that 3rd pick. Syndra, of course, is still open if LNG did opt into banning the Ahri, and then you wanted to move down to that if you wanted control over mid lane to have something that's blindable. And then top lane, I mean, you still have so many generic tank champions open, right? The Gragas is open, the Scion's open, the Mal. There's so many things up there that definitely feels fine to just blind pick your top side, but with no Ahri ban, that one will be picked up.
And then Annie 2.0 locked in there with the Lissandra for Scout. And I feel like Lissandra has become almost a signature for Scout over the last couple of years. I feel like Scout very much willing to play these utility roles and set up for the team. But looking at this roster from LNG, it feels very similar to what we saw from RNG earlier today, where a lot of this is on the shoulders of the Aphelios. Gala going to have to be the big carry for the team. On the side of Top Esports, a much more skirmish-heavy composition, looking towards getting a tank up for that top side, who will be the Gragas for Wayward.
Yeah, and it feels like at least the disparity in our first series was like, okay, we'd have one engaged team fight, sort of like pick, fight a lot comp against one that would have like more range or different ways to play, like RA we're drafting. But TES looking to kind of match fire with fire, lots of CC and pick coming out on both sides. I'd actually say LNG in an outright 5v5 later into the game probably are favored because they should have a better front line coming out with things like that Scion. They have more zone control with Lissandra, and of course, Aphelios should be able to output bigger damage the longer the game goes. But TES, I mean, have a lot of options in that mid game. Ahri's mobility, she'll be able to start impacting that bot lane, and you were saying it feels like Lucianami dealing more damage than ever.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exciting one. I feel like, you know, we were talking about Lucian Nami duos and like Mark and Jaculov being absolutely a premium version of those. I feel like Elk and On really made a name for themselves in recent history on the Lucian Nami. Like, I feel like Elk and On were kind of the reason it started just getting banned absolutely every single game at MSI, because Elk was destroying people in the mid game with that pick. And I feel a lot of people at home under the belief that Lucian Nami is a bit of a bait pick. Like, even if you believed that before, on the new patch, like, it's so insanely strong. If you've got a good AD carry that's willing to be aggressive, this is the pick for you. And, well, we know Jaculov likes to be aggressive.
I do gotta say, there were many times I thought Lucianami was a bait pick until one of our top tier bot lanes in the league would bring it out, and they'd be like, oh wait, this is how Lucianami's meant to be played. This is absolutely clapping. So I'm kind of hoping we'll get the same thing here in this game, as I always love getting to cast the games in the other stadiums, because that's when you get all the really sick graphics.
Yeah, a little bit of music there as well. It's exciting. And oh, we were talking about the mid lane matchup, Lyric. Scout already 100% CSD in the mid lane. 1-0. Rookie left in the dust.
What's he gonna do? This man is supposed to be the GOAT. This man's at least supposed to be the second GOAT, right? Most people have Faker, and then I think a lot of people second would probably look at Rookie, at least historically throughout League, and now being outdone by, I guess, another world champion himself. Not too bad.
Yeah, world champion matchup in the mid lane. I mean, we've got... let's be honest, this is actually kind of a one-sided...
It's going to be spicy, though. It's going to be spicy. Just wait for it.
Yeah, I'm waiting. 30 seconds.
It's going to happen.
We've got 3 world champs on one side. We've got a world champ and MSI champ on the other side. It's only 2 international champs, and one of them's not even world. It's not good enough. Top Esports, moving in. Zika the target as Tarzan tries to back away. The wards are down. Wayward body blocking for Tien, who's trying to focus on the blue buff. Double knockback. Tarzan low. Now chased out by Tien. They're leaving the blue buff on 900. They're winning the 2v2, but Scout now arriving on the scene as well. It's absolute carnage at level 1. Big over the blue buff. It's Tarzan to get it. Rookie with an Orb of Deception, but LNG can keep going on this one. If they can find a bit of CC, maybe they can find a bit more Tarzan level 2. I don't know if he leveled his Q just yet, but the flash comes out from Scout, forces the flash from Rookie as well.
LNG win the trade in the end, right? They get 2 flashes for the price of 1. They pick up their own blue buff. And it feels like from TES, honestly, I feel like you either wait a little bit in terms of showing yourself from that brush, or you have to preemptively bring Rookie over sooner, right? Or Scout just has the easier path to join the fight. So LNG executing it a bit better than Top Esports, and it pays off.
Yeah. I do respect that Top Esports basically went into that saying, look, we're going to win this on a hand sniff. We're going to outsmite you. We're going to just outplay you in the fight. We're taking the even 2v2, and we're just going to do better at it, which that takes confidence. That takes cojones to make that call.
I mean, they also were doing better in the outright 2v2, right?
Yeah.
Also have more early damage, which is nice, but sadly, yeah, LNG just thinking that step ahead and being like, yo, Scout, get down here. And then, you know, he did, and that's sadly how League goes, Munch. The more
why do they
people
sound
that
like
show
they're
up,
from an 80s basketball film? Yo, Scout.
because that's just how I imagine LNG. LNG are the 80s basketball film protagonist, you know?
I see. Well, Rookie, no flash available, knocked up, rooted up, but turns it around. Oh, so close to getting the return kill onto Scout, but will go down.
Sadly, it doesn't happen. Tarzan's Coach Carter, Munch. He shows up, he gives the motivational speech, and sadly, Scout delivers. I guess sadly for Rookie and TES fans, but not sad for LNG fans.
Surely Poppy is Coach Carter since he's, you know, the coach. I feel like that seems more likely at this point.
You know what? I can't fit Poppy to the analogy of the mid gank, though. Look at this. Look at this. Where's Poppy? I don't see him. Tarzan, he's here.
That's true. And also Top Esports banned Poppy, huh? It gets deeper. It goes
Actually,
deeper. Rookie.
it was LNG that banned Poppy.
Oh, the self-ban. Maybe something we could dig into in a session. Scout going back in here, trying not to Rookie. Does get caught by the charm, but manages to pull it off. And this is what I was hoping for. This is what I asked for, that we could focus on the mid lane with the observers. I'm glad we get to, because watching these two spar is always so much fun.
Yeah, I feel like sparring is a good way of putting it as well, with a lot of little trading back and forth. I like that Tien kind of ends his path down here. It gives the tri-brush reward when we know that Jackulov and Mark not only want to be playing aggressively, but have actively been playing aggressively. LNG have a wave to set this up on the opposite side. Wayward has flash, and we know Gragas can be very annoying to dive.
Well, let's see if they can pull it off. No level 6 for that Gragas, which really is the biggest factor. Scout going to get that root down, but Zik is still tanking. And Wayward gets the kill. He'll go down, but my days almost turned it into 2.
If he had, that would have been huge. Ultimately, hell, actually with Tien here, it ends up about even, right? This should have been a denied wave on the side of TS. Sure, Wayward himself is denied, but the fact that Tien's there to you know, get the XP, pick up those 2 minions, means that at least there's no, like, gold just outright lost by the side of TS, and does just end up being a 1-for-1.
Jackulov gets his recall cancelled. Good little ward over the wall there from either Hung or Gala. And so far, a fairly quiet bottom lane, but ultimately, you do expect the Lucian army to wait a little while before it properly pops off. You get your trading power at level 3, but then, assuming that the enemy bot lane plays respectfully, you shouldn't really have that much kill threat until you start getting those items online, until you get that level 6 online. Deep ward coming out there from LNG. Don't think it's bot Tien, though.
Now, need to pay attention down to the spot lane. Both junglers are going to path down here, and Dragon's up. With the fact that TS have priority and they've already gotten some preset vision around that bot side river, you would expect Tien to just start this one up. But I wonder how vigilant of Tarzan he will be. With the fact that Rookie's push, though, it probably would be hard for this to backfire.
Yeah, Rookie moving over. This should be taken by Top Esports. And I feel like when you look at the two compositions, like, you kind of favor Top Esports. If you look at just the bottom 4 players on either side, like, the level 6 fight, I'm favoring the Lucian Derby team. I'm favoring the Wukong Ari team, you know. So, certainly, they've got that damage, they've got that power in the early game, and we'll be able to get a Drake off the bat.
It would be really cool to see LNG set up what I call the old FPX plays, Really just the old Doinby plays, honestly, because even LNG would do some when Doinby was on the squad, which is where, like, as scout, let's say you like hover up towards top to make rookie think you're gonna roam, and then you just both wait in that brush. You find the pick and then bam. I mean, Lissandra Vi, he's dead for sure. You have numbers advantage. You go kill Wayward. I want the old Doinby special. I feel like that fits the LNG comp perfectly.
Yeah, certainly does. Maybe that's where the inspiration came from, you know, Doinby being on this roster. Maybe he's kind of left his mark there. But I will say Scout does love a bit of Lissandra himself. Does love to play the hour. And we talked about the mid-jungle 2v2, right? Like 1-0-1 on Tarzan and Scout. Granted, wasn't necessarily all 2v2, but a good start for them. As Tien and Rookie now trying to move out onto the map, get some control themselves, perhaps get some deep vision, or at least just to ward onto those Raptors. Red buff spawning soon. Look at this. Hung and Gala like, oh god, are we about to be dive? Do we need to run here?
It's just the power of vision, right? I mean, hell, TS don't need to do anything as long as they keep that bot side of the jungle dark, and as long as you have Rookie kind of constantly hovering, Gala and Hung are always going to have to be guessing if someone will make their way down towards bot lane. Oh, even nice chunk coming on through. This will just be to cause a bit of an annoyance as we can see Tien up towards that top side. But Jackalove and Mart, with the prile they have, going to be able to make their way up first.
Yeah, maybe make a play towards the mid lane here. Obviously no culling, but still a lot of damage to come out from that Lucian. He's got a BF sword, but I think Scout will be perfectly fine. Just going to hold that wave is Mark as Jackalove now arrives on the scene and should be able to clear it up. And in the meantime, Tien and Wei were doing that. Rookie was recalling. Rookie was like in base while all of this kicked off. So Gala and Hung had to answer a place on the bottom side as it will be tower plates taken. Jackalove's in trouble. And there's that combo we talked about. Cleanse comes out though. Flashes over the wall. Tarzan actually flashes after him. A bold flash there from Tarzan. There's no follow-up from the rest of the team.
Bold flash, but at least he knew or had an idea where everyone was. I guess he knew, right? Because the Herald was taken by Tien. Great sidestep as well to not get picked up by the bubble. Because if he had, Jackalove definitely would have been able to find the return kill on Tarzan. But still, LNG do a great job of knowing, hey, we're too late on tempo to make a play for Rift Herald. Let's cross map for bot side. And seeing Jackalove and Mark covering mid-wave set up the trap in their own blue side jungle.
And that's fantastic because that means they fundamentally just win the trade, right? 3 plates on the bottom side. Herald only gets you a plate and a half. Sure, there's a little bit more gold from actually picking up Herald, so outright gold perhaps fairly even, but in terms of where you're getting that gold, Gala getting 3 plates worth, you take that. Like, look, he's already got Stormbrazen.
Especially now after the turret changes on this patch where they've made it harder to keep pushing down plates after you've taken the first one. Right, kind of saying in the patch that that's one of the things they want to get away from, right? They still want you to feel like if you make like a dive or a gank or like a Herald play on one side, you get rewarded, but they don't just outright want it to break open the game the same way that it did before. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know if like the turret plates having a bit more resistances right after one goes down really is that drastic of a change, but still a little bit of a change to try to help teams not get snowballed against as hard.
I love this from the observers, just highlighting the wards in the bottom lane. TPs are available. We're past 10 minutes, so it's very possible. Oh, that sweeper didn't quite see the ward. Wayward has TP, Rookie has TP.
Ooh. Yeah.
Highly possible for shenanigans to occur here. It's Tien just looking for the crab in the meantime. Scout moving over. We'll find that control ward in the brush.
I do gotta say, that is one of my favorite changes of the patch. Is the Unleash timer going down. You know, maybe back in the day,
participate in League of Legends.
Maybe back in the day, like TPing down at like 3 minutes was too much or just kind of annoying. But you know, 14 minutes was way too long. I want my top laners involved in shenanigans right now, which we actually have having a lot of posturing for shenanigans. Sadly, none going to actually be followed through on.
It's a shenaniganless situation, unfortunately. As a bit of a wet noodle fight up at the top side. We've got Sunfire Cape versus almost a Sunfire Cape, so realistically, this is never going to lead to much until they get involved with the rest of the team. Very quiet early game between the two teams, but I can kind of get it. And I feel like with Drake spawning now on the next Herald as well, perhaps those are our catalysts for something to kick off.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we still have Herald in pocket for TN, so it's about seeing where he's going to make a play with that. Ideally, you would want to make it down towards bot, get some gold on Jackie-Love, and really get him going, finish up the Stormrazor, but it looks like it is going to probably end up being towards mid, even if not right now. Just the fact that Rookie has been keeping up consistent pressure just makes it a very easy place to drop the Herald and gives Rookie even more leniency in being able to roam and make plays on the map.
Yeah, so just a little bit of gold there, only the single plate actually taken, but gets priority, gets the Drake, and like you say, potentially sets up for the second Herald. As Wayward actually did roam down towards the mid lane, just in case there was a big fight for the Drake, but will return to the top lane, doesn't want to lose out on too much CS there. As, in that, you know, that saucy tank matchup, you need every single second of top lane action. Recall's coming through, almost denied there by Tarzan, but couldn't quite find his mark. And speaking of Mark, he's trying to defend his ward over the wall. Jackie-Love actually dashing towards Tarzan. Culling going to be used, but won't find his opportunity.
I got to commend both teams, honestly. Just, again, to be fair to RA, right? They're a completely new squad, pretty much. The 3 different members coming in is, need to pause, TN.
There we go, TP's on the bottom side. Gala flashed on, knocked up, tidal wave, dodged though, very nicely done, but the Cyclone is there, and he's taken down. Tarzan next on the chopping block, 1 HP, but he will burn down Rookie to get it. Wayward traded.
Still, ultimately overall, 2 kills going over to TS, and they're going to keep looking.
Oh, we're not done. The damage onto Hung. Rookie playing for keeps here as Jackie-Love dives under to finish the kill. Now onto Scout. Turns golden, but that's the stopwatch down. Should go down. No, the minions are gone. Jackie-Love's tanked too long. He's executed as Rookie gets the kill.
It's actually fine. He just gets, you know, a faster base timing. Jackie-Love is chilling. But we can see now Zika getting so much work done on this top lane turret. This is going to be broken down. I will say for TS, you're not really going to care about that all too much. LNG don't really have a whole lot of side laning turret, right? It's going to be all about grouping up. Will give Zika some more opportunities to potentially move around the map. But look at what you got on the side of TS. Jackie-Love, 2-1-2. Rookie, 2-1-1. Like, accelerating them, getting gold onto 2 of your main carries.
Just to mention as well, 5 stacks on a Dark Seal there for Rookie. He just got a Dark Seal before that play kicked off, so couldn't have really got any better for him.
We're going to see here how it all started. I mean, Tien just waiting over the wall, comes on over, and then great knockup. Gala managed to sidestep the tidal wave, but it didn't mean anything because it just gave Mark an easier place to bubble. And then with Wayward and Rookie both joining the fray, it just made the follow-up so much easier. Ton of CC coming up from Scout allows for 1 return kill, and they buy a ton of time here. Like, Scout was the perfect annoyance, but 4v2, at the end of the day, they are both still just going to go down.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. Jackie-Love kind of fumbling that one to go down to the tower there, but in the meantime, we've already got a fight. The Charm goes slightly wide as the turret, blocking a bit of culling as well. Gala walks away as Tien now has found Tarzan, but here comes the Scion from the top side. It's a 5v5, it's messy, but it leads to nothing.
Great damage coming out from LNG though. So much engage, Moonlight visual by Gala on top of it, and it's going to lead to LNG being the ones to be able to pick up a Rift Herald. So you're going to take that. They've done a nice job in staying slightly ahead in gold, especially because of the progress that they've been making with those plates up in top lane, and now they might be able to extend it even further.
Yeah, that Herald should lead them to a reasonably sizable gold lead at this point, and not to mention, like, Zika finished the Mythic, you've got Black Cleaver for Tarzan already. Like, we've got items across the board. And so it could get a little rough for top esports because this is a composition that, you know, you're playing off of picks, but also, generally speaking, Lush, Nami, Ari, these are champions that would love to play from Elite. They would love to be able to snowball. When you're not that far ahead, it can be tougher to find those opportunities. Oh,
Definitely can. Scout?
Rookie
Scout. We'll commit.
Scout really going aggressive for this one. The bubble doesn't quite land, though, and it will just be half a health bar each.
2 minutes to get away. I also want to go back to what I was talking about earlier because that fight broke out at a really bad time where it just ended up with me pretty much calling RA bad. When that wasn't the point of what I was trying to say, Joe. I promise. That wasn't the point. It's that at the start of the split, I expect all teams to look like a little bit sluggish regardless of if like they're newer rosters like both RNG or RA or teams like this that have made very minimal changes. It's like, no, both these teams honestly have been responding well. Both have been cohesive. The cross mapping's been good. The team fights have been solid. We might get more.
Oh, the flash forward from Scout Everfrost there as well. TN locked up, burnt down, 2 ultimates used, and they are happy to invest it. That's the jungler for Top Esports gone. A tower in the mid lane with a bonus charge on its way. Rookie could be in trouble with the charm. Should buy him a bit of space here. Herald gets the second charge, and LNG move towards the Drake. The Top Esports don't look like they're done despite the numbers disadvantage.
LNG with great timing. Wait for some of the resets to come out from people like Wayward, then execute on that play in mid. It's going to turn into what should be a Drake. Like you said, TS look like they still want to fight. Some ults are down on LNG side, right? Lissandra, Vi, and Lulu, all impactful ults, not up.
Tien's respawned and it's Hex Rift. He can teleport almost back to this play. It's pretty much going to be a 5v5 as Wayward moves in to try and contest. Rookie looking for the charm angle. Dragon at 3k. Oh, he's too early. Tien tries to get over the pit for the drive-by smite, but he don't find it, but the Cyclone is gorgeous. The play is there for Top Esports. They lose the Drake, but find 2.
And I think this is better. I feel like playing for the fight almost always results in more than just being able to get the smite on the objective itself. Of course, you know, barring later on. But TS now should be able to turn this into a meaningful gold advantage. You can see them now in the enemy jungle getting vision down. They're going to be able to take away camps. Rookie pushing down in that bottom lane. Going to deny some more minions and gold, potentially get a turret himself. So it's all about what Top Esports can do right now.
Might even look at a dive in the mid lane here, but Tarzan and the Scout nearby, it would be dicey to say the very least. The wave will be cleared in the end. So LNG hold on to their towers. And look at the gold. We are within spitting distance, 100 gold apart right now. As Tien, I love the attempt of the drive-by smite there. Won't happen, but does get a flank off of it.
Yeah, great charm by Rookie onto the Lulu, and then the flank coming out. They managed to pick off Gala as well. And from here, I feel like had they committed more towards like taking enemy jungle, leading towards bot, they could have picked up that bot lane turret. But like you pointed out, it seems like they were hoping maybe if Zika overextended a little bit that they could find like a pick off in mid. Didn't happen, so gold stays pretty much even. Both teams have been just going punch for punch.
Yeah. And so I kind of want to take a second here, Lyric, and revisit how we should be playing this game, right? How these teams should be approaching this. Because I remember you said earlier, like, LNG in a straight up front to back, they'll probably have the advantage late on in the game. But, like, at what point does that kick in? And how do Top Esports play around that fact?
I feel like for the side of TS, we need to see more of, like, Tien leaning with his bot lane duo in mid, kind of working their way into getting control over the top side jungle now that the Baron's up. And then utilizing Tien and Rookie to try to pick off side lanes. It's kind of a balancing act, right? Making sure Jackie Love and Mark are strong and safe in mid, while also then, okay, they're safe, move up towards Rookie, try and get picks with the Ahri and the Wukong, and then opening up the game that way. Because as you can see on the minimap right there, Scout will constantly be looking for moments where Jackie Love or Mark overstep in mid lane to try to make a play.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of that Lissandra. It's so good at punishing when you do make a misstep. Jackie Love going in onto Gala. The wave means no culling can be used, unfortunately, but just a bit of damage traded back and forth. With the red buff and an army, though, you're kind of happy to trade damage, but then Gala has Severum, so he'll heal back up as well, so it all leads to nothing.
And we're already in the dance. I mean, we saw it there, right? Tien, stay around mid, make sure they can push, slightly lean up towards top, gives Rookie the availability to roam towards. And now we're in kind of a situation where both comps are similar in terms of like the CC and the setup that they have, that they're both kind of looking for similar plays. It's about which one can execute. I do slightly favor LNG because they have things like the Scion, which I feel like should be able to be more impactful than the Gragas, but who knows? We saw some beautiful casks from Breathe in the last series that really can be game changers.
I feel like that's the thing, like on paper, oh, spellbook, okay. I was a little worried for Scout there for a second. I was a little surprised that he was running Barrier, to be honest, but yeah, I feel like Gragas, it's all about execution, whereas Scion, I feel like you get more default value on the pick. As Wayward, getting comboed, but will dash away, and he is just going full tank, not a smidge of AP aside from a Doran's Ring there for Wayward, so he will be real tough to kill.
He will be on the opposite side. Oh no, you ask away. I didn't know what I was going to say there anyway.
Drake's up in a minute. We've got this pick composition coming out from Top Esports, right? I feel like the Drake and the plays therein are the opportunity. But last time around, we actually saw LNG the ones finding a pick in the jungle, finding an opportunity there. And they still actually have that control ward in the brush, that very brush, that fateful brush where they found TN.
So for TS, I feel like they have more inherent power inside, so they need to focus on like pushing out bot, trying to enter in through multiple angles. LNG, I feel like it's easy. I feel like you just, you know, stack 5 mid, say what's up to each other. You know, you kind of mosey into river. You don't walk, you mosey. You're a little bit jovial, and you know, the fight just happens.
Well, they're moseying away.
But Munch, TS. Yeah, they didn't even need to push through bot like I suggested. I think their wave is pushing, which is good, because it means that they have the threat of a flank from that tri-brush if LNG are able to walk into river.
There is a ton of wards for LNG, though. Like, it's going to be hard to significantly flank without being spotted at this point, as Jackalope trying to hit Zika a little bit. Big damage on Scout from Rookie there, but it's traded. As Wayward loses almost all his HP, the heal is there, but it's not enough. And now they follow up for more as well. TN, the next target, flashes out to safety, but it's a 3v5 essentially. TN on a blinking health bar as Mark gets follow-up auto attack there, but they can't quite finish the job. And that'll be a Drake for LNG, beautifully played.
Finding themselves somewhere they didn't want to be. Rookie, in response, does TP up the top to get this turret, so a bit of gold in Top Esports pockets. But we saw there, right? If it's just Top Esports standing in front of LNG, which, to be fair, did look like a bit of a misstep from Wayward, who really got punished. LNG will just take it. Now convert into a mid lane turret as well. Oh, Jackie Love.
Oh, it's a big culling, but Zika is a brick wall. TN trying to follow it up. No Cyclone available, and the TP comes out to punish it. Rookie behind enemy lines. Pagala survives, and Rookie's down! LNG turn it on its head, and Top Esports feels like desperation point.
That was so incredibly bold. It seems like they were just hoping that they found a window where LNG were maybe going to start backing off with low health bars and look for a reset, but with the fact that Scout had that TP available, so, oh no,
Scout
much.
has ultimate.
We might not be done. And the position by LNG, once again, so good.
And no vision whatsoever. Scout can walk to the mid lane, Tarzan. He's not been spotted just yet. Okay, there we go. Walks across the ward on those chickens. And it looks like, oh, hang on, Tarzan, why you go back in there? Knocked back into the play, but they're not willing to commit the damage. Jackulov didn't really fully go in there. And he will walk away with his life. To be honest, I'm kind of amazed he got away with that one.
Me too. They put a lot of respect on Zika in that play, though. The second the ult popped, multiple members of Top Esports were like, all right, Wayward, we are gone. We're going to see here, Top Esports wanting to find kind of a pseudo pick, hoping one member walks too far forward, but LNG are playing so well as a unit. They walk up as 5. It allows them to CC Wayward down. And now you're left in this position where you have no tank, really, no frontline, as TN forced out so early, and we're seeing the value of just Aphelios being able to free hit. But I think a lot of that coming out from like Hung and Scout setting up the CC into the huge knockup from Zika to make that all possible. But I'm not really a huge fan of how TS were even looking for that pick to begin with, because LNG, again, they just walked into River as a 5-stack. That RE charm on 1 means nothing.
I felt like Tien as well. It's like, why are you still there? Like when he gets caught out by Tarzan, he's still just hitting the dragon. It's like, dude, you've lost this fight. It's over. Like, get out of there. As Top Esports now have to try and walk into the darkness. Night is dark and full of terrors, but the control ward into the pit will answer. Tien, why are you on the bottom side of the map? Baron is taken. I'm a bit perplexed on this one as Scout now in the middle of everyone. The follow-up from the rest of the team is here. LNG looking good. Scout walking away with his life somehow. Moonlight Vigil, little wide. Zika is a brick wall. Tarzan goes down. Top Esports find one and they want a little bit more as well. Still going strong as Zika has to flash away. And Tien looking for more, diving forward. Zika still going, still surviving. He's an absolute fridge, to quote Hysterics, but not fridgy enough.
No, and now Top Esports going to benefit so much off of, I mean, just kind of the missed team fighting from LNG. Scout, I didn't see, but didn't look like he managed to really lock anyone down for that damage to come through. Obviously, the Moonlight Vigil went so wide, giving TS a little bit of a reprieve, and it has been a very like LNG controlled game over these past few minutes.
Jackie Love certainly firing on all cylinders at this point. 3 items on that Lucian, but it still doesn't feel like enough to get through Zika. But the Baron crucially taken by LNG.
Yeah, and I want to keep my eyes on Scout here. Goes in on the backline, but actually Wayward making it so the Aphelios can't be there, can't be dealing consistent damage. And that's what led Scout to being out. Now it's like, okay, some damage has been done, but Lissandra has to back off. And Jackie Love, like you said, getting in range to just keep firing. I was like TN kind of like buffering, being in enough distance to jump in front line at any point if Jackie Love did want to keep going forward. But Wayward's Cask kind of being the catalyst for all of this. Imagine had Aphelios been like free hitting or able to throw out that Moonlight Vigil from the very start.
Yeah. So Wayward kind of saving the day, honestly, in retrospect. Nice charm there from Rookie, but does not have the damage to significantly hurt this Scion at this point. Zika basically invincible. A Scout now playing side lane, and that's one thing LNG have done well historically. The knockups are there though, and Hung's gone. It's a pick for top esports. And I think a little bit of overconfidence from LNG, but now they want the fight instead. TN, the target is Jackie Love, has to back away with the culling. It's good to get some damage down. Gala taking a chunk of it at the end. Thinks the flash from Jackie Love. Way too much from LNG. I'm not really sure what they were thinking here as Zika now taken out as well. A triple on the Lucian. 6-1 and 6 for Jackie Love, and a hell of a start.
That trigger pull from TN and Jackie Love was beautiful. Both just flashing in at the same time to take advantage of LNG, and now it's going to put them on their third Drake. So TES now, they finally win. Like, I guess last fight was a fight as well, but you had things like Baron positioning. This one, true 5v5, they come out ahead, and it all starts with Wayward finding his way onto the Lulu. They do a great job at comboing this damage. But here, I thought LNG had this, because it looked like Scout had such an easy way to get in between the other 5 members of Top Esports. Decides not to take the claw in with all the members of Top Esports backing off.
Meant to go in.
Oh, he did. And here, the flashes in from Jackie Love and TN were just so great. But you're right, he did hit W.
Oh, what a whiff. What a whiff from Scout. But like you say, like, not only a great trigger pull from Top Esports, I feel like originally I was going to say a bit of disrespect from Gala, like walking the way that he did towards Jackie Love, so he was in flash range, but in the context of, I think Scout was actually meant to press E there. I think he was meant to follow up. And suddenly, maybe you understand Gala's confidence as, do they know Wayward's here? Okay, they do now. There's Wayward, very confident to just stay here and try and clear the ward. Is tanky, but has to respect Scout when he goes in.
And now kind of looking where we're at in terms of items. I mean, a whole item lead Jackie Love has over Gala, sitting on 4s compared to 3, having the LDR now, so going to be able to start dealing some meaningful damage to Zik on that Scion. Already had been bursting out the squishy members of LNG, having the extended range with the rapid fire cannon coming out as well. So I think TS now at a pretty solid point to be able to again, to keep doing what they've been doing. But we've seen a lot of these fights coming down to the smallest points of execution, like with Scout in that last fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Rookie. Good bit of damage onto Tarzan, as we're just fighting for mid-prio. And that Baron from earlier basically did nothing at this point. It's TN always found a flying Hung, though, spots him on a ward. This mid-tower barely surviving at this moment in time as Tarzan goes for TN. He's not winning that 1v1. Scout now joining into the play. Cyclone is there, but the culling. Scout knocked up, and TN's got a stopwatch. Scout has to turn golden as well. This is absolute carnage. Jaggalov getting onto Scout, though he's over the wall and taking down Moonlight Vigil. Gala! That was gorgeous! And now onto Mark as well. He steps into LNG, and he steps up in the fight. Rookie fleeing through the mid lane, but Tarzan's got him, and it's a triple for Gala.
Gala taking advantage of the fact that Top Esports' eyes were so fixated on Scout, all of them running in, gave Gala the opening, and Gala took advantage. Now going to be able to get control of mid, potentially even push this turret down. They should be able to. Only TN and Wayward alive. TN just based. Huge punish coming out for LNG.
Yeah. And this is why you pick up Gala. This is why you want him on your roster, because that was some heroics, right? Flashes over the wall, get for straight out of Lucian. Like, that's what Lucian's meant to do, not Aphelios. But, man, the damage was insane, and just the confidence to go for that play.
And here Tien was hoping for an angle to find a flank, but the ward from LNG spotting him out. They turn onto him, but able to buy so much time. Gets out with the stopwatch. Scout, sadly, his abilities on cooldown, gets away. But it's here. When Scout flashes over, Top Esports really opening themselves up by funneling in. And that flash on to Jackie Love. Just great. But I don't know. Again, I think TS getting too fixated on trying to chase down that Lissandra. And I guess mostly Jackie Love, right? Jackie Love running from the rest of his team for the engage to be possible.
And I feel like if Jackie Love doesn't kind of whiff his E over the wall towards the red buff, maybe he's in a better, safer spot. And, you know, Rookie obviously gets the reset and can dash away. But, yeah, this is the second time this game, honestly, that we've kind of seen some mechanical whiffs influencing these fights, which we're talking about Jackie Love and Scout. These are not players that you anticipate whiffing mechanically. Zika forced to flash over the wall as Top Esports full control. Look at Rookie on the flank as well. If Gala tries to move into the river that way, he's in danger.
I like the TS have finally started kind of playing for more flanks than they were before. LNG, though, still staying as a unit.
Oh, it's a great little CC chain. And let's see you later, Rookie. The Banshees ain't doing enough for you there. The whole team just jumping on top. That is a lot of ultimates used, but for 45 seconds, you've got a 4v5.
Yeah, I wonder, LNG pushing towards the base of TS. I thought they'd maybe start looking to try to, like, bait a Baron, but with the fact that this is TS's soul, looks like they are just going to opt into pushing midway, playing for bot side, and making sure they get on soul points themselves. TS going to try and get control of top side vision. I don't know if they're actually going to confidently bluff taking Baron itself, or if this will just be a vision play. So it will just be the vision play.
Yeah, the blue ward will be removed in the end. As LNG,
you know,
they'll grab that Drake, and we are on soul point for both teams, Lyric.
I feel like with most teams, you know they wouldn't like try to bait Baron there in a 4v5. With TS, you're always on your toes.
Well, speaking of, they are.
Hey, but Rookie's alive now. Rookie's alive.
TP available for Rookie. There's a ward there where Zika was just stood. Gala could be in trouble. I feel like Top Esports want to fight. They don't want the Baron here. They want to go for this, but Rookie TPing fairly conservatively. Doesn't want to go for a flank. Wants to be there as part of the team fight. Tien has to dash away over the wall. Gets a little bit of healing off there as LNG, have they just tethered this? Yeah, it's still on 4K. This has got real dicey for Top Esports. It's a failure of their own making as LNG just swipe it away. Thank you very much, Top. And it's a flash from Tien as well. It really couldn't have gone much worse.
That was so depressing, Munch. Like, it looks exactly like you said. They wanted to start a fight, but the problem is they only had one, like, ward that really would have put Rookie in range to join the fight instantly. It was that one control ward in, like, the Pixie Brush and River. Without that, it's like, what are you going to do? I don't know. That was just such a deflated-looking play. Yeah. I almost don't want the replay because of how sad watching it was.
And the thing is, that's like the bread and butter for Top Esports. Baron-based plays, like fighting a Baron, that is Top Esports. That is like all of the historic plays from 2020, 2021. Like, they were all around Baron. So, you know, a rough start, I think it's fair to say, for Top Esports in this game. Hopefully they can kind of wake up for game 2 a little bit, as we've seen some mistakes coming out, that's for sure. But LNG punishing well. 3,000 gold lead, Baron in pocket. 3 minutes until Soul spawns, and LNG want to take as much as they can before that.
They can, and they should be able to do quite well pushing forward. A lot of this, I think, is going to be up to, like, Rookie either finding a charm if someone steps too far forward, and to Wayward finding that huge cast to deliver Gala into the rest of the team. Sadly, for TS, Gala does have flash up, so theoretically should be able to get out alive.
And I do feel like we've got to the point in the game where we were talking about how good LNG are if it's an outright fair fight. Wayward's knocked up. It's a good cast, and he keeps himself alive. Can they follow up with the rest of the fight, though? As there's health bars blinking on both sides. Scout trying to escape. Zika low as well as Rookie goes in. Everfrost is there.
Gala?
All deception as Gala dives underneath the tower by himself and walks away full HP. What is this man made of? That was a bit dodged from Tarzan, but he survives for now. Goes down finally. Scout following up as well. But Gala still full, still going, and still shredding top esports.
And now with 2 members down from TES, having minions with you, LNG can just look to end.
I love this. I regret criticizing Tarzan there because it all sets up for Gala to take over. Jagular next target. Gala's invincible. He does so much damage and he's completely unstoppable. That's LNG making an entrance in the split as Scout finishes the job for the team. Double kill there coming out onto Gala and Scout to finish the third. 15-15, but what a banger to start us off.
I was going to say, honestly, I'm just happy with the game overall. Close game, kills ended up about the same. We had missteps on both sides, whether like mechanical missteps or like slight, you know, kind of like decision making in terms of what they were looking to do. But at the end of the day, LNG able to do it. Gala, great debut game with LNG. And you know, we said coming in, right, we're going to kind of see how the divorce went. Like, who wins, Gala or RNG? RNG already won their series, but Gala off to a great start, yeah. Both just finding new partners, living happy lives, and you know what? We live for that much.
Yeah, mate.
That's exactly what we want.
So the message for everyone at home is maybe divorce is the answer. Moving on. Yeah, phenomenal debut for Gala here on LNG. LNG looking really clean. I think because even the one like big whiffed fight from Scout, it was like one slight misclick essentially, like not quite pressing E fast enough. He wanted to get the maximum range on it, so you know, it happens. Aside from that, generally pretty clean game from them. Top Esports, I feel like, went with a win condition that you do need a bit of execution, you do need a bit of coordination. It's a bit more difficult, I think, to pull this composition off, and I don't think they're at that point yet this split. I feel like maybe they need to warm into things a little bit better, maybe go for a composition that I mean, the thing is, I say that this is a top esports kind of composition. This is all about snowball. This is all about hand stiff. Like, maybe you do just have to go for this and hope it goes better.
I gotta say, you hit on a great point in that game where you're like, TS are kind of known for this like Baron bait to fight thing. Like that's their thing. The problem is that I remember doing like my extensive research doc for top esports going into playoffs in spring, and like that's like all they know how to do, how to break open the game. That's kind of it. It's like, okay, we know to play the first 20 minutes pretty well. Post 20 minutes, force Baron, fight better, win. That's kind of the strat. And sadly, like we said, they weren't able to execute on it. And that's probably the saddest part of that game, is that was the real like defining moment of like, now this is LNG's game. And it came from TS kind of making a half-hearted decision that led to LNG winning. So I just hope we can see them being a little bit more, I don't even want to say decisive. That's not even really the right word, but just commit decisive. If you're going to full send it for that Baron, just full send it for that Baron. And, you know, if you're going to maybe be a little bit smarter, then screw that Baron. You know, let's maybe look to get deep vision and look for picks, or like send her Ari to sides with Wukong and move mid from there, you know? I don't know.
It's funny, isn't it? Because, like, when I'm watching MSI and a team just full sends for Baron, I'm like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, come on, we expect better. When it's top esports, day number 3 of the regular season, I'm like, full send it, baby. Let's go. Let's see you flip the Baron. Like, the crazy thing is as well, like you say, flipping Baron, or like at least using Baron fights to break
That's
open
like a
the
tool.
game as your one strategy is a dangerous place to be, because it feels like so many games are thrown doing that strategy. I feel like you gotta have more tools in your shed than that. Jackalope doing some good damage, but he was just free firing into Zika for the vast majority of the game, so you kind of anticipate that. As I feel like for me, Gala maybe the MVP of this one, honestly, with that play onto Jackalope, with the way that he played some of these fights.
Oh, I think so
really
too.
Magnificent.
I think during the first series, you can like kind of see like LP played great, but there was a lot of like setup from his team. This game, there was setup for him in some fights. But a lot of those fights and a lot of those opportunities were Gala setting up himself, Gala noticing mistakes made by the enemies, and again, just playing incredibly well for himself. So honestly, I'm just kind of happy and surprised that Gala did so well. And honestly, maybe LNG picked Lissandra to make Gala more comfortable. They're like, hey, Gala's used to playing with Xiaohu. Xiaohu was the Lissandra guy. We pick it in our first game, and, you know, he's just the same old Gala.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's the big thing where you look at LNG, swapping out LP for Gala, and LP looked great earlier today, like it has to be said, but Gala brings you that X factor. Gala will give you hero moments, and I think that's something that it's almost an intangible that you just can't put a value on. So Gala, massive game number one. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out how LNG continue in this one, or whether Top Esports have got a little more to say.
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skin catch a break from your love. Oh, yeah. Hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, yeah. Hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break.
What's up, gamers? It's your boy Munchables coming at you with another LPL cast. Today, I'm collaborating with my boy L to the Y to the Rick, Lyric. Yeah, I'm running out of steam here. But we're here for more Top Esports versus LNG. I'm pretending I'm still young. I'm not. I'm decrepit. I'm 31 as we go into more action. And we were debating that game, Lyric, as we came out of things. Gala MVP, by the way. We'll chuck that up and look at some replays while we discuss things. Because in my mind, that was a pretty one-sided win for LNG, in that the one big fight beyond 15 minutes Top Esports won was kind of a whiff from Scout. Whereas you were kind of saying, like, you know, Top Esports, this kind of game where it's a bit messy and a bit chaotic, that's their bread and butter.
Yeah, I honestly, again, I was kind of impressed with both teams in that game. And maybe it's because of the quality of series we kind of had in the first few days where there has been a lot of messiness, which you started the split. But I feel like both teams had solid ideas of what they wanted to do, especially in that first 15 minutes. Post 15 minutes, fights back and forth, both teams making some misplays. But LNG came out ahead. And at the end of the day, you don't beat Coach Carter, Munch. We said that Tarzan was Coach Carter. I think that's who we said was Coach Carter. By we, I guess I mean me, and you questioned that decision. But yeah, you know what? Coach Carter set up Gala. I don't know any of the basketball players' names in that movie, so I don't know who Gala was. But Gala was set up.
I don't know what movie that is.
Wait, you haven't seen that?
I don't know. I don't know what movie it is.
You haven't seen Coach Carter? It's a classic.
Oh, that's the name of the movie?
Yeah, that's the name of the movie. That's actively the... What?
Well, I've heard the name Coach Carter before. Look, I'm not American. I won't be culture shamed.
It's cinema gold.
I saw Mary Poppins, okay? I saw Mary Poppins.
Okay.
I seen Bend It Like Beckham.
So to bring it back to this matchup, then who's the Mary Poppins of these 10 players? Who's gonna show up and, you know?
I mean, it's got to be Rookie. Like, I can picture Rookie with his little hat and his umbrella and his suitcase. Like, I feel like Rookie would fit that beautifully. I don't know how to get back to League of Legends from here. Let's talk.
I can get us there. I can tell you, I'm pretty sure I heard correctly, and it would make sense. Top Esports are swapping to blue side, so that maybe can, you know, change things up a little bit differently in terms of, you know, them not having to feel as pressured to ban Melio and Zeri. I've seen those two champions stick to red side bans. It has kind of been whichever team, I'm guessing, doesn't play them has just banned them on whichever side. But in my mind, those kind of have been the two biggest ones. So assuming that we know TES are comfortable playing the Zeri, right? We've seen Jackie Love do that. We know he can take over games. I guess whether Mark plays Melio is kind of the bigger question, but potentially opens it up more. It gives them first pick coming out, so maybe they opt into taking away something like that by themselves, or if they want to get their hands on, you know, maybe the more scaling of the bot laners. So yeah, at least that'll impact and kind of change up Top Esports options going into the second game.
Yeah, certainly could. We'll see what's going to happen in that draft, and I'm kind of curious how LNG will respond as well, like what they end up drafting, because on the one hand, like we sort of discussed a little bit before the break compositions for Top Esports, so we kind of came to the conclusion that actually this kind of fits Top Esports.
Yeah.
This competition was fine. It's not an issue of competition. It was an issue with the way that the game went. Whereas LNG, I feel like if Top Esports do change things up, like do they go with a similar style of... I don't necessarily want to just call it front to back. I don't feel like any Lissandra comp is inherently front to back, but more leaning towards that team fighting style at very least.
Yeah, kind of having your bases covered, I guess is a good way to say it, right? You have a solid front line, you have some DPS in back, and Enchanters there, you have some CC coming out from mid-jungle, which is kind of just the way overall League is now. I mean, essentially that's what top esports composition was, just, I guess, without the same heavy scaling impact in terms of like having like something like an Aphelios on the opposing side. But I kind of expect compositions to look very similar, even if we do see a change up. I think the biggest thing is going to come down to bans, because again, like you just said, I feel like both teams are probably happy with their drafts. I feel like it was winnable for both sides, and I feel like there are power picks to trade on both sides, right? Like unless you're banning Vi, then like Wukong priority doesn't necessarily like skyrocket really high, or vice versa. Unless you're banning Jinx or Aphelios, the other one's priority isn't going up. So yeah, I think a lot of it's going to come down to those bans, which, like we said, kind of outside of Milio Zeri, have been a little bit more fluid. I'm still curious to see if Nico does pass through, because she's been one of the most common ones, I think, to get through bans and actually end up in the pick phase. Some teams have outright ignored it, like IG and LGD in one of their games. And then you have teams like RA who weren't able to find success on the pick, despite the fact that like EDG were able to brutalize people. So I'd love to see, honestly, either ones. I think especially rookies, but even if Scout got his hands on it, or finally getting it in the jungle. Because, right, we saw the pick get so many buffs into the jungle role out of, like, damage to monsters being increased. And sadly, we still haven't seen it come to fruition. I also think the cheeky minion plays that you make with Nico are also, like, way easier when you're a jungler, because it's not like you have to go, where is my lane opponent? They are not here, and there's an extra minion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The question is, which minion is the right minion?
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think there's definitely space for a bit of Nico jungle to come on in, but it does depend on the kind of composition you want to run and what brings to the table. Because I think one of the issues you could find with Nico jungle, a lot of the junglers that matter right now are engaged junglers, right? You've got Vi, you've got Wukong, you've got Maokai, these champions that can start a fight. Nico can do that, but it's not in a very straightforward, just run at them kind of way like it is with Wukong and Vi. You know, you do have to find a flank or have to find a funky minion deception play. You know, like it's a very different style of engage.
Yeah, you're kind of relying a lot on things like your rocket belt, your flash, to be able to get in there and deal with things. Also kind of works as like, not necessarily counter engage, but right, makes it easier when the enemy also does want to run into you. And even though I expect draft to start any second now, I do want to say another champ I'm curious to see if it gets played at all anytime soon is Neela. Because Neela is another champion who I feel like kind of low-key benefited from a lot of the changes made to AD carry itemization. She's sitting right now like a 53% win rate. Her pick rate might not be high, but both Gale Force and Ghost Blade she's feeling incredibly happy with. I saw LP was playing it in solo queue, and I thought maybe we'd have it earlier in the day, but that's what I'm going to be on the lookout for over the next week.
Yeah.
Do we get a Neela?
People at home that are looking for something to abuse for LP right now, Neela, from what I've heard, is kind of cracked currently. So, and nobody knows how to play against her. So, get amongst it. Zeri, Maokai, Bandaway, Nico, and Vi. So we will not see the jungle Nico that you've been craving, Mr. Lyric. And we'll see what top esports are going to prioritize here for a first pick as well, because I feel like things like Annie, things like Wukong, certainly viable, but also just stuff like the Aphelios, right? We have seen people prioritizing just getting that strong AD carry. And interesting to see top esports banning the Gwen again.
Yeah, no, like they even brought the Zeri ban to blue side, which we didn't think, and now Milio is being left open. So now top esports have a choice. Do you lock in something like the Wukong when jungle has been pinched with both Vi and Maokai, or do you go for this? I think this is the right choice because I think this champion is honestly just too strong. Also opens up other potential AD carries to come out like we saw with the Kog'Maw in day one. So now, ball's in LNG's court.
Yeah.
They're going to get their hands on this Wukong for sure. And then I would just expect the Aphelios to come out alongside it.
Yeah, the Aphelios comes on through, Wukong as well. The question is, what do top esports play with the Milio? Because it's in a spot where you can play almost anything. The Lucian Milio has actually been an incredibly strong duo lane. We said top esports comp like fit their style, and it's not like they couldn't play it. but it looks like it will just be kind of the handshake of the good.
No. Do you remember? Please don't. I want to remind everyone what my favorite Jackie Love quote of all time is, which is that he loves playing Kog'Maw because Kog'Maw is the only AD carry who can deal damage once he dies. Jackie Love didn't say that in a memeing tone or that kind of way. He said it with his like same deadpan like stare and voice, and I love that. I love that that's how Jackie Love thinks about the game, but sadly we don't get to see that today.
Yeah, Jackie Love plays Kog'Maw the way that a lot of people play Karthus, you know, where you're really going in to get maximum damage, and if you die, that's just part of it, you know. The Annie will be locked in alongside it, so very strong bottom lane, very strong mid lane. So it's like, honestly, if you're top esports, you're feeling good with this first rotation.
Yeah, you're going to have so much range to be able to play with coming out from Emilio and a Jinx. And sure, Annie's like spell range might not be big, but even playing off like your autos and just trying to find room to set up for like a flash Tibbers or something along those lines will be huge. So for top esports, we know they probably want to round out their comp with some other form of engage to be able to set them up. Tour for LNG now looking at mid laners. The Ahri band coming out from TES is quite nice. I'm kind of interested in where they go because I don't feel like we've seen a lot of like fluidity and like a lot of different mid laners coming to fruition just yet. We do still have things like the Syndra open if they wanted some like early burst.
But after the last game, maybe just get rid of the Lissandra.
Could look to even just go the same route. We're gonna see here. They should be able to save top lane counter pick if they want it. Or if they did just want to, again, get their hands on like a Scion or something like that to have a generic, strong front line and make sure top esports don't get their hands on it, that also works.
Yep, Scion locked in for Zika once again. 2 games in a row for him. I love the little Teemo hover there. I feel like Teemo's a champion. I haven't even seen hovered in a long time. Like, he's not even the hover champion anymore. He used to be, way back when. Feels like a long time ago now, though. As top esports, they need to get a top lane and a jungler. The Kha'Zix would be interesting. I feel like Kha'Zix has only got better, and it was played at MSI Finals. I feel like it should be, theoretically, in an exceptionally strong spot right now. They do lock it in for TN.
That and Nico have been 2 jungle champions people have just been playing so much, but we haven't seen Nico in LPL jungle at all, and we've only seen Kha'Zix in 1 game. For TS, I would really like them to round out with some better form of engage. They kind of hovered on the Ornn Gragas, another option. I feel like Nara would be a little bit too conditional. Sure, you do have the Mega Gnar and like the ulti there, but could be hard to set up or enemy giving you position for that. And now for LNG, the Lissandra is something that you hit on, which would kind of just put their comp. I mean, it'd be the same as game 1, right? You have the same game plan. You're looking for these picks. If they wanted a bit more presence, we talked about if you wanted to play something like the Syndra as well, but looks like they will just keep Scout being that big engage tool and just working in tandem with Zika and Tarzan.
Yep, so looks like LNG quite happy with how game number 1 went, and I think rightly so, but I didn't necessarily expect it to be, aside from the Wukong, it is literally the same composition. And fundamentally, I feel like Vi and Wukong not that dissimilar in terms of how they function in a team fight. Like, you're kind of wanting to go in, ult the valuable target and cause disruption for the team. I think maybe Wukong's slightly better in that regard. But anyway, LNG fundamentally with the same game plan. Top esports changing things dramatically though. Like, how do you even play this composition out? Because I feel like these champions, a lot of them have very different identities from one another.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, because when you look at it, it's like, I feel like playing this out could be a little bit hard. Like, you have a top and mid that can potentially try to set up that Kha'Zix, right? A lot of CC there. Kha'Zix brings the damage. You try to snowball that route, get in the enemy jungler's face, kind of just gives you control, and then you could try and snowball off that. But I feel like as the game goes on, it's like, okay, your Kha'Zix has to look for flanks, because everyone on the side of LNG is very tanky except for the Aphelios. You don't really have a great front line yourselves. Like, sure, Gragas and Annie will be able to do a bit and buy time for that Jinx, but won't be doing as much as, like, Lulu shields with Wukong and Scion. So, overall, I feel like from top esports, you're either going to have to outplay later on, or a lot of it's going to be snowballing this Kha'Zix early with the CC and setup that Gragas and Annie provide.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. We'll see if they can, like you say, snowball their way towards a victory. Tien kind of needs to show us something here in game number 2 on the Kha'Zix. Like we said, lethality being buffed pretty much across the board. Kha'Zix was already getting played a lot during MSI, and a lot of people of the opinion that Kha'Zix was somewhat of a bait pick, but still had a lot of play even in the finals of MSI. So the pro players clearly disagreeing with that idea. And Tien, obviously wanting to get involved on that pick himself. We'll see how this early game goes, because Mark and Jaculov, I think, the biggest difference in how they're going to have to play this one out.
Yeah, they really are. Again, when you're playing like the Jinx, and then especially with the Milio, which is really about setting up a hyper carry, giving you more range to play with, buying space, of course, having things like the heals and cleanse to be able to set up, you're really going to be relying a lot on Wayward. Ooh.
This is quite big. Tien actually has to start E just to survive this one.
Even his potion used.
This is a really rough start, actually, for Tien. Like, it doesn't... Kha'Zix leveling E to clear the jungle, that ain't good. It's like a 15-second cooldown or something. He's got absolutely no damage to work with. Wayward gonna have to help him with the blue buff. And Zika moving
Just
in
look at
to try and make it even harder. I mean, he's losing. He's losing to the blue buff right now. He's gonna have to smite.
Yeah, that is not the start you want as TES. And now, I mean, he's just going to be behind, right? Tarzan always going to have some tempo to be able to play with. They know exactly where he is, but I don't really know how much that does, because when you look across the board, I even feel like in terms of like 2v2s and setups that LNG kind of have better across the board. They have more CC to work with. They have some solid burst. Even Kha'Zix is a champion who typically wants some levels, wants some gold under his belt before you really be able to start to be that assassin that people think of. You know, wait for level 6 to come in, have that ulti, the isolation damage comes through. And now the fact that he's set behind in terms of time, yeah, top esports.
Yeah.
Could be looking at a 2-0 for LNG. I don't, you know, it's only 2.5 minutes.
Whoa!
It's only a start. I want to overreact much. I want to overreact.
Let's wind it in just a little bit here. Yeah, he is.
But they're not going to Worlds. They're done. Their season's over.
Top Esports, complete frauds, Lyric 2023. Yeah, he is half a camp behind, so I think it is pretty done for Top Esports at this point.
Pretty over, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So yeah, moving down to the bottom side of the map, skipping the wolves, skipping the chickens. It's hard for Kha'Zix to clear.
Tarzan still has his potion. How is this not over?
Well, because they've got Milio, that's how. If in doubt, just lock in the most broken champion in the game. I will say, Jaculov with the team fights, he's going to be a menace. Like, I don't know if you've been living under a rock and you haven't played in a game with Milio yet, hang on. I'm going to hold that thought, because Tarzan going to jump onto Tien here. Tarzan does not win that 1v1, I don't think, but everyone else moving over is going to have first moving. Rookie's basically so decided not to fight that one.
Yeah. Tarzan also having confidence because the passive, right? The stone skin, building up that armor, knowing can definitely buy time and allow for the push to come through and the follow-up from his team. So gets the first scuttle, going to try and make his way towards top for now. With the help of Scout's push, should be able to guarantee both them. And it looks like Tien won't even go for a contest right now, clearing his Raptors just to try and stay on par in terms of farm.
Yeah, after that start, he is just going to have to concede the early jungle, essentially, and just go for his wolves here, which is fair enough. Get a recall off, get yourself a serrated Thurk, and then go from there. Gromp respawning as well. He clears that incredibly quickly. So he could even go clear Gromp now, just so the top quadrant is respawning at a similar time next time he goes around.
Yeah, it does have some options to play with. And the more I look at like the drafts and just kind of how slow this game is, I'm really just interested to see how TES play out later fights. It is TES, so you know, I feel like you still kind of know what to expect in terms of the scrappiness and the brawliness, but it'd even be really cool if they just try to make plays elsewhere, right? Like you have like Tien and Wayward maybe roaming towards mid or the enemy jungle, you look to invade, and maybe Jaculov just kind of helps with the pick potential with the super mega death rocket, right?
Yeah, true.
And then you kind of look to play it out that way to try to find some semblances of an advantage. TS's damage is incredibly high late game, right? It's just about kind of the setups that they find to be able to get those opening kills.
Yeah. I feel like when Gragas is your main form of hard engage, aside from, I guess, Flash Tibbers as well, like, can be tough to find those opportunities. I do want to go back to the point I was going to make before about, like, Milio. Like, if you've been living under a rock, you haven't really played much with or against Milio, or you just heard it was broken and have been banning it every single game since. Yeah, it does not only like crazy damage, a lot of sustain and all of that good stuff, but also it increases the range of your AD carry. The Cozy Campfire increases attack range. So things like Caitlyn, Cogmore, Jinx, these champions that already have exceptionally long range, like they become impossible to deal with. Caitlyn certainly can, Cogmore can. I don't know about Jinx, but I believe with Max Q, they can hit tower from outside of tower's range with the Cozy Campfire. It's absolutely nuts. So late on in the game, when we've got Jinx versus Aphelios, Jinx already had the range advantage, plus Cozy Campfire. Gala shouldn't be able to get hits in. Tien will be found by Tarzan again. I mean, Tarzan's reading him like a book.
Yeah, Tarzan, once again, having that same form that he's had. We talked about LNG have been so good. Okay. Okay, Zika, we see you. Gets in there, clears the wave. A bit of a hindrance to Wayward, making it so he can't look for the recall and has to clear these out right away.
He's going to proxy further. He's going between the towers for the next wave as well. Zika, he's like, oh, you want to reset? Okay, you can reset. I'm just going to farm like underneath your inhibitor tower for the next minute because I already know Tien's bot side anyway.
And a lot, I was going to say, a lot of this coming out from Tarzan, right? Tarzan with the right read, spotting Tien, and then allowing Zika to play like this. Tien is here. Looks like no one wants to mess with this Jack Scion, which I respect. He's big, he's level 7, he's intimidating.
He is a train. He's literally a train. Like, do you really want to 1v1 a train? I don't think so.
I guess
I don't think any person in history has ever 1v1 a train and won.
What's, you know, I feel like Thomas the Train, maybe 1v1.
Thomas the Tank Engine. Thomas the Train?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me right now? Yeah, I don't know. I was always a Gordon guy, to be honest. Always a bit of a Gordon
really?
guy. Yeah. What can I say? He's like Thomas. He's blue as well, but actually no, he's not. He's green. What am I saying?
I was gonna say he's green.
Maybe
and
I'm not a Gordon guy after all.
I felt like he was the creepier one.
What?
Let's be real though. They were all
He's bigger than
creepy.
the other ones. He's a big train. Every kid loves big trains.
But the faces.
I like the faces. I also think that that little bit of pop of the fat controller laughed. You are wrong. I think it's one of the greatest things ever. Tarzan thinks picking off Wayward is the greatest thing ever, but Tien has jumped line to find Scout, who's trying to survive. I don't think he's gonna. First blood for the hunter in the jungle.
Finally comes through the aggressive play. Tien managing to pick it up. And this is exactly where you would want it, right? On your Kha'Zix, already has a serrated Dirk in pocket. And now they're going to really easily be able to turn this into the Herald. With Tarzan being low, he has to back. Doesn't even have Cyclone up anyway. So it'll be I guess not even a free objective. They get more off of it. So now I'm curious to see where they'll use it. I would still expect bot once again. You've also already gotten a plate down there. We'll go straight into the replay. Scout and Tarzan wanting to try to contend with this. They get Wayward a little bit low, but it gives the opening for Tien to just jump in right past Tarzan, make his way onto Scout. Now with no ult, no flash, it just leaves him a sitting duck for Tien.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? They used everything on Wayward. Wayward's like, okay, I'm okay with this. I'm Gragas. I've got a Balmy Cinder. I am absolutely chilling. So gets away with it. Scout will at least get himself a plate, but it does feel like a consolation prize at this point. And we asked, how are Top Esports going to approach this game? Well, it's a solid start, finding themselves some scraps to work with.
No neutral objective being up for quite a while either. I mean, Dragon's still 3 minutes away, so our eyes really just going to be about where this Rift Herald drop does come through.
Yeah.
Top would be pretty meaningless.
Worth mentioning as well that, like, look at the bottom lane CS difference. Like, Jackie already with a big lead down there. So if you wanted to continue to really push that Jinx, who already has a plate, already has done a bit of damage to that tower, like, that could be a really big option.
I 100% agree. And a lot of that going down to what you said earlier about the W coming through from Melios. It kind of lets you just slowly win out more and more through these trades. And the enemy AD carry honestly has no option. Like, you kind of just have to accept the free damage coming through, or you back up too far, get zoned off your wave, and your life becomes a living hell, as we can see on our screen right here.
Yeah, you really can't trade into this. Like, Aphelios is like, aha, I have Calibrum, I have the range advantage, and Milio's just like, I have a campfire. What are you going to do? We're singing songs, we're cooking schmores.
And it's a magical campfire that follows you around. It's crazy.
It's also adorable. And not only does it give you range, it also gives you healing during the trade. So it's basically impossible to lose the trades. Herald will come down to the bottom side. Jagular got an auto in on that tower, so should guarantee himself a bit of gold from this charge. Mark wants to stay at least far enough away. Yeah, there we go. It just goes to Tien and Jagular. A great little start here for Top Esports. This is the lead that they were looking for last time. 2,000 gold ahead at 11 minutes with only a single kill.
Right, pretty much most of this gold lead is going to be on Jackie Love, so he should be getting a pretty nice space soon. And then we're going to be coming to a point where we are talking about Next Dragon, right? The fact that they already have Prio and push in bot side. We've seen them glance over mid a few times. The rookie has been having the better end of these recent trades. I think it should open up for TES to be the team that's favored to pick that one up. And now that we have first items coming online, and like I said, it is a league of Stormrazor these days. Hell, we have a Stormrazor and a Ghost Split, the two items that I see people complain about the most. So TES locked and loaded.
Like we were saying, we want to see more Ghostblade. Well, Tien, he's there. He's right on board for that game plan because it's locked in. 73 CS against the 82, but that kill making all the difference for him as it looks like Tarzan maybe headed. I mean, could be Triforce, could be the Sundera. You assume Sundera at this point, but it's definitely going to be Tien with the advantage for the time being. The question is, can they consistently find those like little scraps that we saw before, right? Because it feels hard to do when LNG are aware of it. Trying to set up some kind of trap play for Wayward here.
I also like this, right? Because this does a few things. One, you dodge out on the 2v2 matchup that you've been heavily struggling in, so you get to funnel more gold on the Gala. And, I mean, Sion will be fine in that 1v2. Sure, Gragas will as well, but this is only a net positive for LNG because it just means you're just dodging out on that 2v2 that you were losing out on. Sure, you give up Dragon, but Top Esports had Prio and control over the bot side anyway, so they would have gotten Dragon regardless.
Yeah, so smart play from LNG, getting themselves a way to grab some golden Gala, and it's enough for him to now finish that Stormrazor. So returning onto the map, and it looks like he will go up towards that top side once again, as the Drake will be finished off there. Tien to grab that one, so it's a Drake apiece, and it will be an Ocean Soul. So very valuable Drakes for the rest of this game. You would expect though at this point that Jackie Love and Mark, if they stack up a big wave here, they might be able to just finish this tower off in the bottom side.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just a matter of time, right? Whether it's now or maybe like 2 waves later, this turret will go down. LNG should get the same thing on top side, but will take them longer, especially with Wayward having something like the Cask to be able to like easily try to like dissuade the wave. But it looks like for TS, it might even just be fine giving this one up, as Tien's actually posturing around mid, as like you said, Top Esports are going to get this turret.
They might get Zika as well. The turret going to be very low. He's desperately trying to clear those minions away. A couple more autos to do the trick. Mark blocking the escape, and they're going to get the bonus kill onto Zika. Look at LNG on the minimap as well. While this happens onto Zika, you can see they're going to try and answer onto Wayward. Zika buying as much time as he can, but Tien finishes the job. Wayward trying to escape. Plates have now fallen off. There were 2 remaining on that top tower. So Gala will finish the tower, but misses out on 250 gold.
And it's the time we talked about. You can see Wayward is no ult anymore. Wayward using the Cask on that last wave, able to buy time, making it so they not only get bot lane turret first, but that same play isn't repeatable. Wayward is time to back off, and things go slightly up for Top Esports. But again, LNG kind of knew something like this would happen. Like you were opting out of changing size, which means you had to recall, you had to take time to go towards top side to where TS were just unloading on bot lane turret the whole time. But this way, LNG still ended up losing less than they might have otherwise if they kept Gala and hung down in that bottom lane.
The one issue that they've got is they've all just reset from that top side as Herald is now spawning. Jackie Love, Mark, they've got that tempo advantage. They move in to try and set up for potentially a Herald take. We could have a 5v5 on our hands, honestly. You can see Scout already moving across the map. Wayward has the TP available.
And now Top Esports, I mean, they've been the ones in the driver's seat, right? But you can see Zika and the kind of help he's getting. Scout?
He tries to go for it. Ghost on either side burnt there as Gala will be able to just hit onto this tower. That should be a tier 1 taken. Nicely done there by LNG Zika. already basically invincible. Jagular hitting him so many times and only half HP. As, you know, trying to kill a tank. He's got a last whisper. How is he doing so little damage?
You know, I'm actually surprised. I think he's doing a solid amount of damage, more than I expected. I think the last whisper second is good, but our top Eastern's going to get caught up by Scout now.
They try and make something happen. Oh, great little body slam there, but Tarzan's into the backline. Jagular in trouble. Backing away, though. Keeps himself safe as the clone buying space. Zika the next target. As shots come out, Scout the target. Rocket lands, and he will go down. There's one reset. Jagular starting to pop off. Tibbers playing bodyguard as Gala moves forward. He wants to make the hero play once again, but he doesn't have the damage this time. Zika still going somehow.
And this kind of gives me flashbacks to 2020, where even if it looked like, hey, Top Esports don't have as good a front line as like enemy squads, Top Esports' bread and butter was the kiting, was JackeyLove able to just tether that range perfectly. And now we see JackeyLove pretty much untouched after the initial engage from the fight. And Top Esports, once again, do go up from the fight itself. So great position to be in when we kind of questioned how fights would go the longer the game contends. It all starts here. LNG want to start the fight, but Wayward making it so Scout initially gets stunned. Tarzan tries, but Gala not really having the ability to follow up, especially when look at Rookie and TN in their positioning. They're threatening off to the side constantly, which means LNG can't walk forward. Damage comes through, Wayward flashes in, and they're able to just really make miracles happen.
Yeah. Rookie finding a really good opportunity there during the fight as Flamechoppers deny Zika anything other than just arrival on the scene, but Zika does protect the tower. And you know, I feel like Rookie getting that kill onto Scout at the end of the fight. Fire is the counter to ice, surely melts him down. As Tien has found Scout, and it may be jungle versus mid lane, but Kha'Zix wins those.
100% now. It looks like Top Esports just so badly want control of mid, so they can finally just pick up this objective on the top half of the map. Looks like they should be able to do it, as LNG won't even look to contend. But LNG, just like game one, I think showing good understanding of, hey, we can't win here, so let's look to the opposite side of the map. Let's try and get some control. Let's have Scout push out. Yeah. And with Dragon coming up in 8 seconds, they should be favored for this, but they're also scared of giving Top Esports the opportunity to drop Herald in mid.
It's true. And Rookie up on that top side right now, but he has teleport available. I think Top Esports might just give this Drake. But what can they get instead? You can see Rookie pushing up top lane. Like you say, Herald could be slammed down in the mid lane, but Tien not positioning like he wants to go for that right now. Oh, here we go, moves on over and will slam it. So this will be a tier 1 take in mid lane. LNG, nothing they can do about this one at this point, as the Herald should just get the charge and that'll finish the tower off. And Rookie should be able to get the tier 1 on the top side as well. So Top Esports basically saying, look, you can have the Drake. We don't care about animal cruelty. What we care about is building cruelty, as they smash through buildings across the map. They even get a second charge on the Herald.
Still, ultimately, even with Rookie in the turret top, it'll just even out, right? LNG have already picked up the mid lane turret themselves. They just picked up bot. Top Esports still having that gold lead from the kills they've gotten, especially the they were able to pick up earlier on. But luckily, LNG's macro has been good enough that they haven't really fallen out at all.
No, great stuff from LNG. And I mean, like when you've got a list of players like this, when you've got players from EDG, from RNG of previous iterations, that their speciality was great macro, right? It makes sense that the macro brain is still very much functioning on this squad. So good to see LNG, and especially with like this matchup, I think for a lot of people is like, what are these teams going to look like this year? What is Top Esports going to look like after quite a disappointing end? What is LNG going to look like after quite a disappointing end to spring? Both of them looking to prove themselves, and both of them playing very cautiously, it has to be said. Like, I kind of expect Top Esports to be a little more, you know, reckless, I guess, in a classic Top Esports way. But it feels like both these teams are treating this almost like a playoff series.
Right? And that's why, like, for anyone new coming in, like, wondered why we're supposed to, like, start of the split, even our top team's usually messy. There have been a lot of times where LNG specifically, but even Top Esports, you look at their scoreline and where they are in the standings early in the split, and you're like, honestly, these teams kind of don't deserve to be here. Kind of just relied on enemies being worse, throwing games, screwing up, but them also not looking good. But I feel like both teams have come into the split looking strong, like coming in with like relatively decent form. If this is their starting point, he's fine. if this is a starting point, I'm just excited for the rest of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if it's only up from here, I'm excited.
Oh no,
for what they
it's
can bring to
never
the
only
table.
up from here. You just made me realize that much. Actually,
Well,
for these teams, it's usually down. It's usually down at some point.
well, that's good. At least the starting point is high. Maybe it's only slightly down from here, you know? I want to see these guys against OMG. Not only because OMG beat them in playoffs, but also because, like, OMG's the kind of team that really pushes you and, like, tests what you're bringing to the table. So both of them quite happy to handshake how the early games are going in this series. And I feel like that's sort of the meta that we're in right now. And a lot of it, I mean, it was sort of the meta we're in at MSI, with a couple of teams really challenging that and trying to be more aggressive. But it feels like there will be teams to test that later on. Rookie could look for the stun, but decides not to pull the trigger, not onto Zika.
Look, Munch, I know this isn't the time because both teams are posturing, but let me sell you on an idea.
I'm ready.
I know you wanted to bring back, like, threes in League of Legends, but let's bring back threes and change it to where now it is a map with 3 Nexuses, 3v3, and we have TES, LNG, and OMG going to the ultimate matchup.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I am so in it hurts. Like,
yeah, right?
I have never heard a better idea in my life. I am willing to quit my job and become a developer at Riot if that's what's necessary to make this happen. I will personally manage this project to make it come to fruition. And we can do an opening show match between those 3 teams as like our grand unveiling. I'm here for it. I'm 100% in. I'm no longer a League of Legends 5v5 caster. I'm a League of Legends 3v3v3 caster.
I'm just saying,
It's
sounds
official.
like an absolute banger. That could even be the first Worlds. We don't even have a tournament set up. Just that matchup is the World Finals, and they get their own title that we get to decide the name for arbitrarily. But I need to think of something, because the only thing that came to mind wasn't really broadcast appropriate.
Okay, well, I'll let you work on that. I'll let you ruminate
Okay, bring us back to
that
the game.
one for
Bring
a
us back
minute.
to the game. I got this.
We've got 45 seconds until the Ocean Drake comes up. It's 3-0, and Top Esports want to make it 4. Looking for Zika, but won't find him for now. TN, he's being sneaky this game. I feel like constantly being sneaky this game, as we'll just throw some rockets and return away. But hey, that's what, 11 gold he got from that one. So who's the real winners here? Graviton comes out from Gala, trying to fight for mid-prio again, but it's kind of just going to be neutral at this point. It's LNG having to back away. Drake up at 15, and Top Esports right now, they've got full control.
Yeah, doing a nice job having push in bot. Looks like their wave is set up to push in top side as well. You know, should put a bit more pressure on LNG. So I really like the setup coming out from them here, but they always have to be wary, right? Zika can open up with ult, set up for an engage to come through, but it seems like for now, LNG might just back off, but no. They instantly back off and try to make their way right back to mid.
Yeah.
I thought
And
maybe
love
they'd
this.
try to bluff a Baron, but they don't even want to do that.
Man, this feels like hyper late game scenario, right? Where it's like, okay, jungler goes and does Dragon because we need 4 people to contest mid because the other team is going to try and threaten Baron through mid-prio. It's like, guys, we're 23 minutes in and it's 2 Drakes apiece. Like, can we calm down? Like, what? Fight for it. I want to see the team fight, guys.
I was fully expecting, like, the push and pull of, like, LNG posture towards top and act like they can do Baron, and Top Esports follows, and they back off, and we do that for, like, 2 or 3 minutes.
Like, I want to see what's been happening in scrims. If this is, like, the level of respect coming in and the level of, like, mind games of, like, oh, well, we're going to solo Drake and contest the Baron, like, just for Drake number 2, I want to see some of the wacky stuff that we've been seeing in scrims, because I bet there are some intense games going on.
Yeah, definitely has to be, is now 3 items going to come out for the Kazakhs, with Edge of Night being finished up. So going to have a bit more survivability coming in with that passive and a little bit of health it offers. Still the big member on TES. I mean, hell, even Jackie Love might only be on 2 items himself, but again, I feel like going straight towards that Lord Dom's really going to help when you are up against the Scion.
I think that'll be IE finished.
Yep.
Actually, he went for. Can reposition then in the fights and get that execute as well. I love how they reworked IE to be a mythic, and people still prefer Gale Force. Like, Gale Force is just such an insanely good AD carry item that everyone's still just like, yeah, we're still Gale Force.
I mean, you think about, again, the items people have been buzzing over, like like Gale Force. It gives strong burst. It gives mobility. Ghost Blade burst. There's mobility there. Even like Storm Razor to a degree with the mobility, since you do get that movement speed when you do proc the charge, which I know it's not much, right? It's only for 1 second, but still great to be able to just kind of follow up on the damage you do.
It's definitely got burst. If there's one thing Storm Razor's got, it's burst.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're absolutely right. It's I mean, mobility has always been one of the most underrated stats in League of Legends. It's like the Cloud Drake debate, right? Where I think a lot of people undervalue what that stat brings. Rookie's in trouble on the top side, gets locked up. Gala's in trouble though. TN almost one-shots Gala, and then Gala flips it right back around at him. Rookie rocket belts, but it's to no avail. And LNG have found themselves a pick. It's onto the enemy mid laner, and Baron's open.
Rookie's probably so confused. He's just trying to push out his wave up in top, and all of LNG coming out of Tribrush. Now going to try and turn this into Baron.
And top esports are like, oh, 4v5 at Baron, that's our specialty. Just charge straight at them. Oh, TN, that looks real juicy on the top side. Tarzan, Gala both so low, and Zik has been abandoned by the squad. They were born in the 4v5. They were molded by it. They didn't see a 5 at Baron until they were already men.
And now LNG, they're going to have to come back. They're going to have to try and contest this objective. Tarzan, can he manage to find a steal?
We're flipping it, aren't we? We're absolutely flipping it.
I hope we flip
Tarzan
it.
over the wall. Rookie teleporting in. Tarzan's into the pit. Here he gets it. Scout's there alongside him. The double spike comes through. But at what cost? Scout's definitely going down. There's a double kill. It's 4 members dead. Gala alone, and you know TN's going for it. You know he can't get away with this one. Tries to turn it around, but the flash from Wayward. What a beautiful play. And top esports with an ace.
This is our LPL. Baron flips, aces by the enemy team, dives coming through, and now TES, again, they might have lost out on the Baron buff itself, but going to be able to push down through the space.
No carries are up. Okay, they're not going to go for it. They're not going to go for it. I got a little excited there. I've seen top esports go to end the game in situations like that before.
Yeah, you have. And yeah, top esports specifically, right? That's the team who would go for that play. But now they're tempered. They're going to go by and try and get some more items. I'm interested to see how much gold Jackie Love does have. But I guess we go straight to the replay of this second half. They opted into the flip because they know they have more members, right? Rookie going to be able to TP in. They have CC, so they know they could even start a fight. They try to go in here, but Tarzan just winning out. Smite not even coming out from Tien in time, but then able to chase them down. Tien going to use the blast plant. Rookie just outright flashing in. And here, Gala, I don't know, maybe just not expecting Wayward to come through because he turns back and tries to get some nice damage onto Tien.
I think as was thinking, like, look, if I just keep running in a straight line, Tien is gonna get his lead to kill me. So maybe I'm gonna turn around and try and kill myself, you know. Double smite as well from LNG, really, really nice. Scout using that spell book to guarantee the objective. However, everybody died, so the plus 23 gold Baron power play there coming through from LNG. Not even a negative one, just 23 gold. Nice, nice, good stuff. As now, with the supers in the mid lane, there's going to be pressure on LNG. This is only a third Drake for either team, but they don't want to give this one up. They want to fight for this one. Zika starting to feel the damage. Jackie Love is real strong now.
And now for TS kind of pulling back a little bit, I think trying to invite LNG in, which will then give Rookie the perfect opportunity to get the Tibbers onto the back line. Looks like Tien was hoping to find a bit of a flank angle himself, but LNG, they don't even want to risk giving the opportunity over, which I think is the right call, right? I mean, you go a little bit too far forward, you not only lose Drake, you lose the whole game off of one misstep.
All right, now towards the bottom side for top esports. And it's looking like, I don't want to jinx anything, it's looking like we might be going to 3 on this one, Jordan, as Tarzan gets out with his life. Now, in game number 1, Gala was around here, and he basically solo dived to make things happen, and he's not far from doing it on the opposite side. This time, Wayward the target as Tarzan does get the follow-up. Zika knocked back, but doesn't really matter, as Tien wasn't around. Scout trying to find the flank, and it's a great little pick from LNG.
Yeah, honestly, could have gone even better. I was actually scared for the other members of TS once the cast came through, and it's like, okay, Sion is now closer to your carries. Lissandra still has all of her engaged tools, but luckily, top esports managed to get out.
Are they going to go go for this one. Scout actually using a ghost, but I don't think he can catch the Kha'Zix. He's real sneaky. Drops the ward, keeps himself safe. Won't even go for the Scuttle Crab, or will he? He jumps back in for that one, realizing they can't contest. Rookie's in the area, so will be able to get out with his life. It's 5,000 gold lead for Top Esports. They've got the 3 Drakes for themselves, and no neutrals up for another couple of minutes. And I feel like this is where the LCK would go into what's referred to as a lull state, because realistically, I don't think these, with how tense this game has been, I don't think these teams are just going to fight for the sake of fighting.
No, it has been a bit of a drastic change up from what we would expect from TES. But again, a pleasant change, honestly, with how well they've been looking. But I love how they just seem so content with just funneling more and more gold onto both Tien and JackeyLove, because Tien's only gotten bigger. He just finished Sherelda's. Runon's now coming out for JackeyLove, so he's even bigger too.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, for LNG, I don't know. I feel like Top Esports just have more damage.
I love how fast Tien is, despite the fact he's still only got his magical footwear. Like, he's not even upgraded his boots, and he's still, like, just as quick as everyone else on the Rift. It's that ward, but he won't be able to find it. Is Zika taking some hits here. The CC is there. Can they finish the job? Rocket available for JackeyLove. The heal comes out at the last second there from Hung and will save Zika's life. Tarzan in. It's a knock-off onto JackeyLove, but the rest of the team can't follow up for the time being. Good Sonya's to keep himself safe as Gala hit with a zap. And Tien buying space to the backside, keeps himself alive. Tarzan going as well for Top Esports. They're finding the moment. Gala alive as Sion just goes straight between the goalposts. Close one here as Tien jumps back in. A double for Rookie. And once again, it's Gala alone. Once again, it'll be Gala going down. Tien flashes to cut through the enemy AD carry. And with JackeyLove alive, that's going to be game.
Top Esports gonna look for the push. Beautiful team fighting coming from them. And we get to see why Emilio has been constantly banned, because him with any AD carry is a team fight win.
It's absolute domination, and I have to say, what a treat today, seeing this level of team fighting in week number 1 of the LPL. They're already looking like this. It's beautiful. See you later, Hung. You shouldn't have respawned. That was your mistake. As the Nexus will fall, and Top Esports show us that they won't go down without a fight.
Man, Tien on Kha'Zix was absolutely disgusting. And hell, that was even with Tarzan having a few good early reads on him, right? Like spotting him out.
Yeah.
He got kind of snubbed on the level 1 as well, but comes back in, has a great carry performance. And a lot of it, we kind of talked about, hey, like, you know, if this game goes even later on, it could be quite hard. We need to snow get these kills on the Kha'Zix. They did exactly that, but it wasn't even necessarily through like, okay, we need to gank mid and like force Tibbers here and Kha'Zix comes in. It was like, no, it was just kind of smart decision-making coming out from Tien in terms of like, okay, how to approach these fights. Also a bit of LNG, like the one fighter on Herald, right? Using everything on the Gragas gives Tien the opening, but still constantly finding himself in the right angles. And I love how he'd play off to flanks. It'd be like him and Rookie like waiting in the wings and then them like calling, like back up a little bit more, try and force LNG out so we have these angles. And Tien really delivered. On top of it, I mean, we saw JackeyLove again. He was just untouched a large amount of those fights.
Yeah, JackeyLove looking fantastic today. That Jinx. I mean, we did talk about how Jinx functions in these fights and the amount of range that you have, the amount of freedom that you have in these fights. You can look good, but the way that JackeyLove is positioning, dodging everything, like making sure he stays safe and still managing to squeeze that damage out, like really, really impressive stuff to see. So great game from JackeyLove, great game from Top Esports. And once again, I'm loving this like very slow, cautious start to this split for both teams, like Top Esports especially. I didn't expect this level of like, I guess, control out from the squad, a squad that's known for being hyper-aggressive, a squad that's known for making individual plays just for the sake of making an individual play. It's good to see them all on the same page. It's good to see a few players that, like Tien, Wayward, that had a bit of a rough split last split, looking good so far.
Yeah, again, I'm honestly so impressed by the series. I'm happy that we're going all the way to 3 games and kind of get to see who, again, is going to take this kind of first pivotal win of the split against a team who it kind of is in that same tier as you both did finish. I guess LNG finished one place higher in playoffs before they fell down to OMG, but kind of in that same ballpark range. So now looking at next game, right, we can kind of wonder how things are going to change. Though I'm already sure we probably won't see something like Emilio again. You wonder how, like, if now LNG are going to have to worry about something like a Kha'Zix or some of these more niche picks that really haven't been as explored coming into LPL just yet, like how that's going to influence the meta and the drafts going forward, right? Because you were hitting on Kha'Zix, especially at MSI, as a pick that was already starting to come in, should theoretically be stronger now. We haven't really seen much of it, and maybe this game could be a catalyst for that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like it's one of those picks that there must be a lot of in scrims where it's a very different jungler to the meta junglers, and it's a very different style of play to what the meta junglers are bringing. So I feel like it's one of those ones where I bet there's a bunch of teams that have been like, yeah, Kha'Zix jungle, let's try that out. Have no idea how to play with a Kha'Zix jungle, have no idea what to do when your jungler's not just ulting the enemy AD carry, and so just abandon it completely. Top esports, though, I mean, every single player on this roster, extremely experienced, extreme amount of hands available there, so very willing to bring up a carry jungler.
Yeah, and again, it was cool to see. So I hope next game just kind of brings the same flavor. I'm going to keep asking for the same thing. I'm going to keep asking for Nico Jungle. We probably still won't get it, but these damage numbers are not surprising really whatsoever. As once again, another incredibly low damage Emilio game coming out, but that's not what you pick him for.
No, it's not. No, it's absolutely not. Mark doing his job on that Emilio. He was setting up campfires for everyone. He was playing a little bit of football, like kicking whatever those things are at the enemy, which was all really nice. And even did a bit of a moat spam at the start of the game. Oh, what more could you ask for? Yeah, fantastic stuff though from Top Esports. And I think as well, like, after game number 1, I was a little bit nervous about, like, you know, it's week number 1, like, how have things improved internally? Because there was a few rumors about things in terms of the player side, behind the scenes, not necessarily people meshing, not necessarily getting on. It does feel like, you know, they've lost the game, they've come back still looking good in game number 2. So glad to see it's not like mental boom situation here in week number 1, because it'd be real dicey if it was. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what's going to happen in game number 3.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibration. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supremes and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our 5th and final game of the night. It's Top Esports and LNG going blow for blow here as we end up 1-on-1. Top Esports, I think, showing a significant improvement from game 1 to game number 2 here. And I'm really curious how the draft is going to turn out now, because we did have 2 slightly different styles coming out from Top Esports, and LNG not being able to deal with, especially the Kazakhs from TN. Absolutely magnificent performance coming out from him.
Yeah, it seemed like the big thing was the lane pryos that Top Esports were able to get, because they just use that, right? It didn't necessarily have to be about the big team fighting, even though it still kind of was very cautious. But it was about having those lane pryos, setting up for TN to go for those invades. That's why it picks up the MVP, which I think is what you'd expect when you have like a giant 7-kill Kazakhs in your face at all points in time, 7-0-4. Again, on a champion that we expected to see more of, still very early in the split so far, and TN showing why it can be a worthwhile pick.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff coming out from TN. And I think showing people at home how you should be playing Kazakhs. Like, spent a huge amount of the game kind of waiting in brushes, looking for opportunities to pick people off. This early 2v2 working out so well for them as well.
I gotta be honest, I owe them an apology. After the first 30 seconds of the game, I not only said the game was done, I said their season was done. I said their world's aspirations were done. And you know what? That wasn't even close to true. Here they are now, and we're gonna overreact the opposite way. Now we're gonna say they're not only gonna win this series, they're gonna win the split and win worlds.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's the only logical conclusion that you can have
right?
to a game
From that
like
game?
this. Yeah, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that is the only option of it. Like, Doctor Strange, he's looked at all of the possible futures. There's only one. And it's this one right here where they win worlds. The mojo is finally happening. Zika goes down as I think just like the way that Top Esports are positioning in this fights, like the way that they're like, it's not even just kiting in the classical sense of like moving backwards and your enemy trying to chase you. It's like all of the different parts are moving in different directions. They're like almost circling. It's like watching a dogfight, you know? It's like Messerschmitts versus Spitfires, like flying in all directions. I feel like that's how these team fights go. And I feel like when you're in that kind of situation, that's where Top Esports really shine.
Again, it brings me back to 2020 and what Clement Shu said about them back then, with a completely different roster, which still being here still kind of holds true for me, where you think back to 2020 TES, it would be Jackie Love's Caitlyn, like always positioning so far forward, kind of bringing the enemy in to engage, and then him like, you know, with the 90 caliber net backing off and then kiting perfectly. It was kind of like this game where he's dodging all these spells. Sure, again, it's easier when you do have the Melio right next to you and the other members of TS playing around it so well, but really just was great kiting, great like flashes and repositioning to make sure you're dealing the most damage possible. And that's why looking at game 3, you are looking at Jackie Love. And sure, Tien had a great game and he popped off and he got MVP, but it's just how this meta goes, how the meta's gone all year, and maybe how League will always go now, is that it's always going to be about how these AD carries play, how you play around them, and how that can lead to the big objective.
And let's be honest, both of these AD carriers looking amazing today. Garland with some insane plays in game number 1. Actually trying to make some insane plays in game 2 as well. Jackie Love managing to pop off in these fights in game 2. You know, playing that Lucian Nami, which didn't quite work out for them in game number 1. But Jackie Love actually topping the damage both games, despite Garland winning game number 1. So I'm excited to see what we get in game number 3. I don't think Melio will make it through, but it's possible that we do get a bit more Lucian Nami. It's possible that we get stuff like, you know, there's a lot of AD carries that are very strong that we haven't seen yet. Things like the Cog Moore, which could be with Melio or with Lulu. With things like Jin as well. Jin actually extremely strong right now, which we've yet to see in the LPL because people are leaning towards these AD carry, hyper carry comps. But we've seen Gwen banned in this series. If Gwen makes it through, you can have a carry in mid lane as well and have a team composition where Jin would fit.
I'm also hoping for, in their earlier series, I thought it might happen too, is Draven. When you have players like Asim in the league, obviously this one, Jackie Love. I know a lot of Dravens now like going towards things like the Ghost Blade with how strong that is. So yeah, I definitely hope these teams do maybe experiment a little more, maybe trying to keep it stock and standard, especially in this type of matchup where you do have two very high-profile teams. Not saying I want to see Top Esports or LNG disrespect their opponents who are on paper weaker, but you know, just I want to see them try stuff out. Is there anything wrong with that? I don't think so.
I don't think anyone was accusing you of not being wrong, mate. Like, that's just the voices in your head. So, you know, we can see Rookie as an adorable little chicken, which I believe the root of that is just Rookie sounds like Chinese for chicken, right?
I remember we were told. I remember we were told the reason, but I can't remember what the reason was. I'm going to trust you on this one.
I don't hold me to this, but I'm pretty sure it's that Rookie sounds like chicken, and therefore he is a chicken. And so over the years, we've got many images of Rookie as a chicken, and you know I'm here for it. And then you see Rookie play Galio, and he plays Birdio, and it's like, oh my god, the chicken's playing a chicken. It's too good. Anyway, it's time for Jam Select.
LNG back on blue. And with that, Top Esports, since they were on Renegade 1, they were the ones who banned Melio. Melio, Zeri, Gwen were their bans. It looks like LNG keeping it pretty consistent throughout the series as well. Not wanting to contend with Nico or Cassante, regardless of what side of they're on. So maybe showing some inflexibilities with some of the champion pools, at least at this point in time, right, when it's still so early in the split. Not going to count, especially people like Scout out from being able to play that Nico as the split does go on. But that is a change up from the Game 1 bans, taking the Vi off the table. Once again, this kind of pushes priority up on something like the Wukong. Maokai also hasn't made it through picks and bans in either game, so if that one goes through, that also kind of changes the dynamic in terms of how jungle is going to be approached.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see the massive presence of Maokai so far this split, but then you look at him in the games and like the damage that just his ult alone actually does a massive chunk these days, so you can understand the reason for the priority, the vision control he offers, the hard engage.
And Radiant Virtue also as well, being 500 gold cheaper, I think feels incredibly nice for Maokai.
Yeah, definitely. And you see him now building things like Mandate, things like Redemption, which we've yet to see the Redemption, I'm pretty sure, in LPL, but I'm waiting for it. I know it's out there. As Azeri has made it through, and instantly Gala locks it in.
They must have a plan with the fact that they let this one open. They didn't in game 1. I wonder if they're going to try and pick something that goes with the Yuumi itself, or if it opens up for... We were just talking about this. Wanting to see Jackie Love go towards the signature pick. Please, please, don't do this, or do this, but also give us the Draven. There's something more fun than seeing Jackie Love on the Draven.
Yeah, the question to me is, like, do you take away the Yuumi and play it with something else? Like, there are other champions that compare with a Yuumi. Like, I remember one of the original pairings was actually the Lucian. But alas, it was not meant to be. It will be an Aphelios locked in with a Wukong. So, very exciting drafting here coming out from Top Esports. Not what you would have expected at all. That was tough.
And again, I am just very surprised. You would think if they were going to give over the Zeri that they would do either what you said, you take away the human, you put it with something else again. Lucian, Jhin, Twitch, Ezreal kind of being some other pairings that it goes with. Or you opt into something a little bit out of pocket like a Draven, or if they had some other plan. But looks like they will go stock and standard so far. So I feel like LNG are set up with such an incredibly strong first 3 picks. Like, I don't even have to even see the rest of the draft to be pretty scared. For the side of TS, so much mobility, so much.
We're not even a minute in this time, and he's already saying it's over.
I'm already off
finished
the
draft. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I agree. It is a very strong draft. Don't get me wrong.
This is the nice part about being back in the States, because last week I was mostly casting from the UKs. Now I'm back to casting at 6 a.m., which is where the crazy mental hours come in, and you start to say things that are a little bit off the rails, which honestly makes the games a little bit more fun,
All right, well, looking forward to more loopy lyric as the day goes on. Or should I say evening goes on for you? Or is it morning? I don't even know. I've lost track.
It's morning.
Nice. Well, good morning, lyric. Welcome to Car 6 banned away by Top Esports, as well as the Lee Sin. I'm not sure we've actually seen a Lee Sin yet this split. I could be wrong there, but I believe we've yet to see it. But Tarzan would certainly be one of the players to bring it out.
Yeah, we've seen it banned a few times, but not pictures yet.
But second mid lane banned away. Rookie loses his Syndra.
Yeah, now you're kind of going into the trenches of your champion pool with what you really can bring out, and I think do decently into any. I mean, these have been the meta picks that we've seen so far, unless they wanted to opt into, like, I guess the Lissandra for themselves, just something we haven't seen from them just quite yet, but with Syndra and Ahri banned, I mean, what else can they do?
Yep,
nothing much.
Okay. They are literally just drafting the composition that LNG beat them with in game 1. I will just throw that in there. Like, oh wait, was that Vi or was that Wukong? No, it was Wukong.
I was gonna say
no, it was Vi. It was Vi.
Game 1 was Vi. This was the game 2 comp that they actually lost with. So I don't know if Top Esports now just want to be very extra, very over the top and be like, yo, you just lost with this comp. We're going to show you exactly how it's done. I guess it would require them to lock in the Scion on last pick, but now I wonder where LNG will go. They kind of want some frontline themselves. If they give really strong damage, so actually wouldn't even be surprised if they just lock in the Scion right now. You have great setup for the Yuumi already coming out with the Zeri and the Viego. Now it feels like you just need something to be able to absorb that damage and buy space.
That would be a treat, wouldn't it? If we got Zeka playing Scion and Wayward playing Gragas, that would be so. I've not seen that in minutes at this point. So, but no, Zeka brings out the Jax to take to Wayward. Wayward obviously going to lock in the Gragas. Gragas typically does very well into the Jax already, and I think Wayward was probably already thinking of playing the Gragas. So, very standard composition for Top Esports, kind of taking a leaf out of LNG's book, whereas Zeka bringing out a bit of carry threat for himself on the top side.
And I like what LNG put together. We already hit on it after the first 3 picks, which was a strong core, but you have Viego to double down even more on some of the bursts coming out from your Annie to set up for the resets. You have Jax, who's just going to be such an annoyance the longer the game goes on, because sure, Groggs can deal with him early. But we know later on he should be able to do a ton, to where for the side of Top Esports, I mean, you have a lot of ways to engage. You have the ability to peel, but I feel like there's just so much mobility coming out from the Zeri Yuumi that it should be really hard to lock her down and find those engages and find those fights that you're looking for.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, I'm going to be honest. I feel like both teams have clear win conditions. I feel like both teams have actually a pretty decent composition for themselves, and it is going to be down to execution, which, you know, best of 3, game number 3, with 2 great teams like this, you want it to be down to execution. You want it to be down to a clash of styles as opposed to both playing the same style and one team just has the better version of it.
That is always the best, but I might already just be too jaded by some of the champions in the meta where it's just like, it feels like Zeri does just dodge out on so much of what TS can do. But when you have Rookie, when you have Tien on these champions that do have great pick-off potential, I'm never going to count out them being able to find their way onto that back line and hopefully burst Scala out before he is able to really take advantage of what he can do. So, Rookie, we need you to step up, and Tien just got to do what he did last game. Easy.
Yeah.
You know, I want
does.
to take it a step further, Munch. Not only are they winning Worlds, Step 1, they're winning the series. Step 2, the split. Step 3, Worlds. Step 4, actually conquering the world. We're going even further.
How did Zika just get a gold? What just happened there? There was like a... What is going on? Am I losing my mind? Is there a new mechanic in the game where you can just get 1 gold from a blue thing?
Bro, it's Jax.
Does Jax always get 1 gold from blue things?
Yeah, when you're out of combat, you're fishing. You know, that was a change that was made. I can't remember when that change was made, but you know, when he's just standing in River now, he fishes and he gets 1 gold.
I genuinely, when was that put in the game? I
it?
had no idea that was a thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember it sometime within the last few years. And now Jax is, you know, the master fisherman for 1 gold. Very, very pointless change, but
yeah,
pretty
funny because that's like a skin for Jax as well, the fisherman, right? Like, I knew Jax was a fisherman in that skin. I didn't realize he was just Mr. Fish. Speaking of, they're fishing for a pick in the middle lane. Rookie the target. Big damage, but not enough to force out the flash. And he does have that corrupted potion, so will be able to sustain back up.
Not a great start for Rookie, but especially when we were just highlighting him as one of the members who really needs to deliver. But Tien, wanting to find early impact on this game. Again, they had to have something in mind if they were willing to give over this S-tier duo. And, oh, he's just going to circumvent bot completely and look for the 1v1.
Yeah, might be able to steal this away. Is he looking for a smite or is he looking for a fight here? Tarzan, half HP at this point as he moves closer. Tien forces him out of the jungle. The jungle can't take him by Tarzan, though. He gets away with it, gets the red buff. Will be chased out of his jungle here. Perhaps could lose his Krugs, but honestly, if you're Tarzan, you're happy with the way that went.
100%. I feel like for Tien, shouldn't have even hesitated to like turn around and maybe auto red buff that one time. Just keep chasing Tarzan out of jungle. I guess you got to be afraid with us seeing Scout having that prio could turn around and easily try to take advantage. But yeah, so it ultimately just going to be a bit of wasted time on Tien's part to where Tarzan now level 3 up in terms of camps completed. And now going to try and work his way into Tien's side of the jungle. He might be able to just take away the red buff if he ends up pathing towards that top side.
Are they going to dive mid here? Rookie could be in trouble. Does have his flash. There we go. Claw of Doom out to safety, but he's losing so much CS there to the tower. Still going to be fairly even between the 2 players. Zika was proxy farming previously. We'll just go for the reset as Tien. And he finishes that Gromp and hits level 3. Will be able to get himself a Scuttle Crab, but he's losing his red buff in the meantime.
So does end up losing out on even more pressure generated in mid as well, with, you know, Rookie having to back off a little bit, so probably losing out on some gold in that exchange. And now I like how they keep playing around this, right? Keep having Scout lean up towards top side, keep getting more vision down, but can Tien punish?
He's going to try. The Scout will walk away. Rookie couldn't quite get in range to get the root off. And he will just shove this wave in. Perhaps try and find a way to leverage that pressure somewhere else, as not looking to be clearing away. And I feel like based on what we've seen in this series, like, it's a pretty reasonable expectation to have a fairly slow early game, right? We've seen that both of these teams are, A, taking the series extremely seriously. They know that this is, like, every point matters. Neither of these teams has a huge amount of championship points to rely on when it comes to making it to Worlds. Like, every single series is going to matter because that could be the difference between making it to Worlds or not. So both of them coming in, treating this with the respect that it should be treated with, and it does mean that we're headed towards late game team fights once more.
Especially just when you look at the amount of caliber rosters we have, right? With teams like OMG stepping up, BLG massively stepping up, not only in LPL and Spring, but then at MSI, JDG, EDG, Weibo theoretically upgrading their roster in terms of adding Weiwei and now potentially, you know, having more options in that jungle role. RNG just had a great debut. Like, there's seriously just so many teams contending for the top
Honestly,
slots.
it's a really exciting split for LPL because not only is it like in terms of the actual rosters, like this year, there are so many stacked rosters just on paper. Like, we just went to MSI and BLG made it into MSI finals. That's an insane like marker for the region. That's the first time that LPL have ever had a double LPL final. Obviously, it's the first MSI that's ever happened because it's the first MSI that's ever been possible to happen. But like at Worlds, there's been a million Worlds where it was double LCK in the finals, whereas LPL's never had that privilege. So it's an exciting time to be watching LPL.
Yeah, really just showing, I mean, at the beginning of the year, our talent really concentrating towards the top. And we hit on the amount of roster changes we've had mid-split. Like, that's only happening more and more as the split goes on. Kind of bringing us back in, right? Dragon now being on the table. We really need to keep our eyes on like who is able to generate that priority in mid and bot. So far, it has been Scout mostly taking the upper hand in those trades. So if they can do that again, we can already see Tarzan making his way down towards the bot side. If they can try and influence that, maybe make their way into River, would be a great start for them to get their hands on a neutral objective.
Yeah, it could be a good start for them. Tarzan moving down, but whether or not he can actually start anything off. In fact, he's looking towards mid lane. But this is one of the things about Lissandra, is like, not the longest range champion. Rookie could be in trouble, has his ultimate available, but holds on to it for the time being as Zika kicked straight out of the 1v1 by Wayward's Cask.
Good patience by Tarzan, and by Rookie, honestly. Tarzan not wasting anything on the plane. Rookie also knowing he didn't have to use his ult, anything along those lines. So nothing really going to be gained. Generate more pressure and allow Tarzan to more freely just walk towards bot. He knows Scout will just keep generating pressure in mid with the health that Rookie has lost. And with him leaning down, if Gala can start pushing this out, we can see it will just lead to Tarzan starting up the straight.
Certainly will. Good start for LNG, as they should be able to grab themselves this neutral objective. I don't think there's much of a contest available, but Tien moving into the area. I mean, he's a level down. Surely this is not a fight that you want to take against a level 6 Viego. Resets galore available, but it could be just a smite off. As the bottom lane for Top Esports managing to get a bit of pressure in the bottom side. And they have actually stopped LNG from doing the Drake. They stopped the reset, at least partially. And it will be Top Esports that managed to fight their way onto the scene.
I think the two big things are, one, I mean, Scout not having his ult from the previous play in mid lane. And then two, Jackie Love managing to hit 6 first, which is really what kind of dissuaded and pushed Gala and hung away, opening up for Evan to roam into River.
Now Gala trying to get some damage down. He's not level 6 though. Jagulov's just going to go for this one. Tien in the area. Gala will get himself underneath that tower. It's kind of incredible how little damage Gala took there. But the exhaust was used by Hum.
Yeah. Exhaust used, Ghost now down. Mark only expending the flash on that one to really try to make sure that they can cement that play. Sadly, in the end, nothing will happen. But now it's about Rift Herald, which I guess LNG will just get for free as our observers pan to this, with the fact that Top Esports using their tempo to try to make a play on bot side. But hell, if Jackie can get even more plates out of this, might just end up once again being a worthwhile trade going towards a team that didn't pick up the Herald.
Yeah, I mean, that's 2 plates already. Potentially looking at a third if they can keep this up. This is one of the things that feels so good when you've got Calibrum in the laning phases of Helios. Like, you can get so... It's like you get to play Caitlyn for 2 minutes. Like, the amount of lane pressure that you get from the green gun is just insane.
Yeah, especially when this meta, I guess Zeri not being one of them necessarily, but when this meta does have so many like long-range AD carries like the Jinx, like the Kog'Maw, you know, coming in, being able to rely on that gun, is kind of one of the ways that Aphelios has been able to stay a staple in the meta. Not even just in the meta, throughout so many different metas, right? It really feels like ever since Aphelios has been introduced in the game, even when he like falls out maybe for a patch, maybe not even a whole patch before AD carries default back to him. We're like, oh hey, he's still able to contend.
he's still got the power of 200 years worth of game development experience behind him. Yeah, always going to be a strong AD carry unless they really got him. It feels the same with Zeri, right? Where like, there have been nerfs towards Zeri, but she's still incredibly strong. And
do you remember when she got released?
Changes, she feels stronger.
She was nerfed.
Sorry,
she was nerfed like 4 or 5 patches in a row when she got released, and it didn't change anything. Oh!
Hang on, that's going to be a nerf straight to Scout as he's taken down. And Mark even gets an assist on that one as well. Jagular in trouble in the bottom side himself. Flashes, but gets flashed on. Gala happy to dive the tower, and Hung escapes as well.
Esports dedicating so many resources to mid. Mark roaming over. Gala and Hung recognizing they need to take advantage. They need to dive the AD carry. So ends up being a trade. No one to pick up the CS in bot side. Looks like Mark finally going to get there to where at least Tarzan was able to pick up this wave in mid. So less resources lost on the side of LNG.
Ooh, Hung nearly died there. Hung actually took tower aggro. He's like 100 HP. And will walk away with his life, but it's a little close. Is Mark going to try and stop the resets? We'll be able to do so. Zika still trying to proxy, but Tien is here to punish. There is no Cyclone available, but I don't know if there's a way out of this one for Zika. It's already going to be at least an assist. Oh,
no!
Flashes the cask. Wayward gets him out. Here's a bus ticket, mate. Go on.
Yeah, Zika, I mean, looked like he had no hope of escape. Great flash by him. Like we can blame Wayward for that all day long, but flash had to come through as we go back to the play on mid. No hesitation at all coming from the members of Top Esports, even rotating Mark up just for the extra insurance to make sure it goes down. But that's why it's good that LNG recognized the need to pull the trigger here. And why, honestly, just very over-ambitious for Jackie Love to be playing in the wave when not only is his support going mid, right? His support is showing on mid, which, of course, you know, LNG, they're not idiots. They know, hey, this is the time we must go in.
And you're against Gala. Like, of all of the players in the league that are going to make a play, if there's anything we learned this series, it's Gala's going to be the one to make that play. And clearly showing that once again. Mark, that is not your territory right now, or is it? Because Tien is here to buy space and time. Cyclone comes in, Rookie moving over as well. Won't commit to the play, but that's going to be 2 ultimates used on the side of LNG. I think it was 2 for 2, though, because Mark used the wild growth as well.
I do like that Mark starts to walk out, walks back in, is like, I'll just CC them by ulting myself. I always appreciate support, so, you know, just look to take the fights into their own hands, even when they're on champions that necessarily don't do it.
Yeah.
It fits his new persona, his new LPL picture, you know? There's a lot of confidence in that picture.
There is. There's a lot of vibes in that picture, it has to be said. Jagular, in the meantime, just wailing on this tower. That's going to be 3 plates taken against 2 in the bottom lane. Zika was kind of dominating the matchup earlier on, but no longer the case, as Wayward has finished his mythic and is starting to get the best of the matchup. Zika should be getting close to his own mythic, though, as this will be a second Drake for Top Esports unless Tarzan has something to say about it, but I don't think he'll have a chance to say anything. Tien finishes that one off. It's a nice little dragon stack to start things off for top. And on top of that, they get themselves a couple of tower plates in the top lane. So everything looking pretty good for Top Esports.
And I mean, a lot of this presence coming out from top side after, you know, the overstay from Zika. Like you said, a large part of it, the mythic being finished off for Wayward as well. But yeah, I feel like losing a bit of that advantage top side is going to feel a little bit bad. But the one thing I'll say for LNG is that they're still up in gold. They have a disadvantage in jungle. They have a disadvantage in bot. The disadvantage in top, I think, should still be in Zika's favor after he clears out this wave. And especially for when we said, hey, a lot of this, the presence of this comp comes online later. Scout is going to be fine. But a lot of the presence of LNG's comp comes out later when Top Esports are trying to funnel in onto Gala, and he has the mobility to escape. And Zika is now a force that's kind of pushing the Gragas out of lane. I feel like the fact that they're still up in gold is still a pretty good sign for LNG.
Yeah, certainly is. Gala will be able to finish his tower off and get even further ahead in gold. Zika under the tower. No, the minion's still going, though. It means Zika will walk away with his life. Has to use the ultimate, but it's traded for the cask, so all things considered, Wayward not getting what he wanted out of that one.
Had he gotten the Everfrost to land, maybe would have been able to get a bit more right because minions then go down faster. like maybe gets at least one turret shot hit onto him, and Wayward feels more confident to follow up, but not going to happen at the end of the day. And it's actually Wayward and Top Esports, whose team is actually going to angle for the first turret. LNG just opting to give this one up by moving Gala and Hung to the mid lane. Looks like they want to be the team to try to get that Herald. But the fact that they haven't even started up, it might give TS time to get up here.
Yeah, this could be, honestly, a full-on 5v5. Zika has the TP available as well as Gala trying to fight for this mid-wave. It's going to be tough, though. Rookie flashes in. Look at the combo! Gala cannot escape this one. Take it down. I'm amazed how long he survived. That was 4 people hitting him.
That was crazy, but that's also exactly what we're talking about at the start of the game, right? I feel like for LNG, the Zeri should be able to play through this composition, but if Rookie and Tian can be decisive, they can find those moments, chain their CC together, I mean, you definitely have enough damage to just take Gala down. And hell, this is early in the game, right? Like, once you get a few more items online, Gala ain't going to be surviving that long. He's going to get locked down, and he will just be dead.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, when I saw this composition, I thought in my head, I didn't say it on broadcast because it sounded a little in my head, but I thought about maybe Gala needs to go for like Merc Treads, honestly, with the Lysandra and the amount of follow-up to that Lysandra. I guess he will have, he'll probably have a QSS later, maybe I'll have a Mikhail's from Hung, so perhaps you can just get away with that. And like the attack speed boots are so necessary, but maybe you just need to be able to survive the CC, bit of damage onto J-Love, but not a whole lot.
I also think it'll be a lot better for him, like, once we actually do get into group scenarios, right? And now Top Esports can't just focus on getting on top of Gala. They have to worry about, like, Scout coming in with Tibbers and Tarzan resets. So as the game goes on, I think he should be fine in terms of the survivability to come through. And look at the vision control coming out, especially on top side for LNG, doing a great job of controlling that one. But Gala might be punished again.
Gala has flash, the Everfrost is there, exhaust cleanse, the knock up from the Wild Growth, and this time they get Hung too. It's a bonus on the back of it. The kitty cat taken out of the equation. And it will be LNG getting a tower at the top side, but they might just trade it for their mid-tier 1.
I think just great reads by TS, right? They see how aggressively and far forward Scout and Zika are playing on side lanes. So sorts are like, okay, these guys are playing so far forward, Tarzan has to be around one of these two laners. They kind of sack one side, go for a play towards mid, and Gala's just playing so far forward in lane, it really does feel like he's helping make their job easier, but it's all coming from Top Esports recognizing that LNG are allocating that jungle presence towards side lanes.
Yep, the ducky there in river as Wayward just about getting around the edge of vision. And I mean, the combo is beautiful. The flash, the knockback.
And again, just look how far forward Gala was, right? Kind of skirting the edge of that upper side of the brush. Like, sure, I guess your jungler is playing up there, but your jungler is already actively at the top turret. You have no safety towards that side of river.
Yeah, so Gala, perhaps a little overzealous. And, do you know, having played Zeri Yuumi, I understand when you're a Zeri and you got a Yuumi on your shoulders, it's very easy to be overzealous because there's a lot of situations where it feels like it's impossible to be overzealous with how insanely tanky this combo is. Especially the fact that you can build like Triforce. I mean, he's not going to go for it second here, but like Titanic Hydra is an option, for God's sake. Like when you can build those kinds of items as an AD carry, yeah, you're going to feel like you can get away with anything.
Yeah, and I mean, you usually do, right? Triforce, Titans, Runons, usually kind of being the core of what we've been seeing on the Zeri.
The lawnmower, as they call it.
Yeah, and kind of taking a look across items. Both teams pretty even, right? We're looking at like 1.5 items pretty much across the board. Both support ethics as well. I mean, hell, even gold. Rookie? I don't know if they can actually really follow up on this.
No. Tien just going to have to blast going away. Rookie will back away as well. So no harm, no foul on that one. Zika will walk away with his life. And Tarzan and Hung move it up to the scene just to make sure nothing can kick off. Gala already on taxing duties as he started taking the camps away from Tarzan. Such is the life of a jungler that's playing with a Zeri on this team.
And it seems like he's learned, okay, I'm not going to walk up to the halfway point of my lane. I'm not going to do that. They're all going to be here. Does have his summoners available, but that really hasn't made much of a difference thus far. But it's TS, maybe try it again. I'm just say, hey, we all back up a little bit. We see if Gala will try and push this wave up. and then you go for the big play. Already doing a nice job of getting vision control towards this bot side river, which was the place that was opening up those roam avenues from TES towards mid to continuously punish Gala before.
Yeah. And I think one of the interesting things...
Oh, TP flank.
Oh, TP coming on through. They finish the tower. Gala managing to dodge the Everfrost here. Zika wants her way in. Jackie Love with the Gale Force Scout on the back line. The cask to buy space here. Top Esports in full retreat. Rookie will be sacrificed for the rest of the team to get out.
And now, where do LNG go with this? Do they feel confident enough to try to turn onto a Baron themselves? No.
They feel perhaps a little too confident there as Tarzan almost goes down, has to ult himself out to safety.
Now, I think with the health that's been chunked out, definitely not going to be able to try to bait a fight anymore. We'll see if Zika just by happenstance ends up running you. Does not.
Okay, he gets out.
Doesn't run into the end, so... Yeah, at the end of the day, I guess it just will end up being 1 kill going over to LNG. No jungle camp stolen off that. No real vision or information gained. So, for TS, you know, not too sad about losing that one.
Yeah, tense moment, but doesn't ultimately come to anything. It felt like it was a hairline away from being far more dangerous for Top Esports, but they get out in the nick of time. And I think one of the things I want to point out is that the difference in the way that Top Esports are approaching this composition versus the very similar composition that we saw from LNG, where they're actually going AP on Wayward to make sure they've got damage for these fights.
Scout with the TP flank, which is so critical, right? The vision control coming out beforehand. Great stun comes out onto Rookie. Cask going wide from Wayward, not connecting to anyone. And just have enough CC coming out with the threat of the Yuumi ult to lock Rookie in place long enough to be able to guarantee the pick. And this is where I thought, okay, are they a bit ambitious? Do they maybe try to turn on Baron? Not necessarily to take it right, but try to force the 5v4. And then just running straight into the enemy jungle and getting those health bars chunked out really just stalled any momentum.
Yeah, feels like close to beautiful from LNG, but not quite able to make it happen there. And yeah, I just want to go back to what I was saying. Like, Wayward, you would have expected him to build tank right with the way that the competition functions. Actually going for this AP Gragas, which I feel like is a bit of an LPL specialty, going for the AP Gragas pretty much no matter what. Wayward was playing tank Gragas earlier on, but deciding this to be a damage threat as well. And I kind of like the decision when the game plan is assassinate Zeri or lose the game.
That's what I'm going to find interesting, right? Because it definitely feels like any game with Zeri is that, and I feel like Top Esports, I like the read on that. But do you then have to worry about Tarzan or Zika popping off? Because LNG now being engaged on.
Well, that's 50 gold into the pockets of Top Esports. It costs them a Cyclone, but hey, we'll take 50 gold.
And a TP. TP by Rookie being used, so like sure they have unsealed spellbook, so he'll still be able to find something meaningful, but definitely would have liked that. Not gonna have as much pressure in sides, and with Dragon coming up in 40 seconds, Black Cleaver being finished by both jugglers. I think this is setting up for a potentially pretty saucy 5v5.
Yeah, look at Scout's inventory as well. Just finished that death cap on this recall. Has a stopwatch. This is you see Scout cracking his neck in the camera as well. He knows how big of a spike he's just hit. There is massive damage available on that Timbers. If I'm not mistaken, it's the highest scaling AP ability in the entire game. So now with the death cap, he's going to be kind of monstrous.
And I just love how far forward they're playing. Tarzan right there trying to angle, but it sets up for the rest of LNG to walk into River and get vision. Oh, Rookie, you gotta be careful.
Oh, no. Flashed on, does have his own flash and has exhaust available as well as Zika tries to escape. Jaggylove just running at Zika, gets frozen up. Moonlight Vigil comes on in, but they can't find the kill. That's on cooldown now as Wayward goes in. Tarzan knocked back, but Gala still going strong for the time being. Tien gets the Cyclone, then Gale Force board, but Gala escapes. And now the turnaround from LNG. Hellfire solo. Scout goes in, but they don't have the damage. Resets coming on through as Zika finds Rookie. Tarzan wants a bit more, but Jackylove still red and white. So many shurikens will be forced away. It's 2 for 0.
And we saw it right there, Bunch. LNG, you have multiple huge damage threats you have to worry about. It's not only Gala. The resets coming out from the Viego, the Jax. Oh, Scout.
Scout trying to find pick onto Mark. I don't think he realized there was 2 people there.
But hey, with the death cap, you hit it. Like, I mean, even he is someone who you have to respect. That can take you down. Even Tibbers right there, really chunking Mark is LNG, they're all low, but you know they're going to be able to take this Baron. TS, as a consolation prize, looks like they will be putting themselves on soul points. So if they can survive the onslaught that LNG are about to put on them with this Baron, at least potentially set up well for the future.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie sort of getting just caught out alone here. Maybe he was looking for a flank of his own.
Yeah, not a great game from Rookie so far overall, and I was surprised at how much they invested into trying to kill the Jax. Yeah. Now a lot of key abilities down. They're still looking to follow forward despite the fact that people are so kind of spread out. In this, them continue to go in. Gala gets away. Sure, Jackie Love will flash after the Tibbers comes out too, but look, Tarzan now gets the resets coming through. Zika having the Yumi on top of him can just run forward. The multi-dimensionalness, which isn't a word, the many dimensions of LNG's comp kind of rearing their head in this game.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, I felt like Wayward was robbed there as well. Like, that cask knocking Gala directly towards the team, and just there's like a jut out of the wall. In fact, he didn't go over that jut out. It feels kind of rough for Wayward, but, you know, does happen. And that's one of the rough things about playing Gragas, honestly. Like, the ultimate very often doesn't quite work how you're wanting it to work. It's very easy to just have it a pixel off and it ruins everything. So it's like we were talking about earlier, Sion versus Gragas is very much down to how you pull off those ultimates.
100%. Not every, you know, Gragas ultimate's gonna like throw them into the Vagar cage or the Sleepy Trouble bubble or whatever it is, and you're gonna have that sick highlight that you can show to everyone in the world. They'll be like, oh, we've seen this 100 times, and then just move on.
Have you seen those? You see the Gragas montages where it's like full AP Gragas, they throw a barrel somewhere else in the lane, then ult them onto it, and it explodes. Man, it's so sick.
Those are very clean. It's actually like one of the most like visually pleasing combos to see in the game.
It's also just like completely styling on someone. Like, you're fully manipulating everything about the play. Like, it's like you're reading the play before it happens. There's just something really satisfying about that. Back to the game, though. I can't believe it's 4-4. I feel like with the amount of fighting we've seen in this game, I'm actually kind of surprised there's only 8 kills on the scoreboard. But we are getting towards that late game point. 3 items on either AD carry. 30 seconds left on the barrel to get anything else out aside from a TP from Rookie. And it looks like the next objective in 2.5 minutes will be that dragon. It'll be sold for top esports if they can get it. But you know LNG won't let that go without fighting. They are 5,000 gold up at this point.
Kind of starting to look ahead towards that time, right? Flashes are going to be up across the board, which, you know, is going to be great for both sides. But looking at the fact that LNG still have those stopwatches that they're sitting on. 3 unused stopwatches are going to have so much potential to, like, play make, get in there, reposition. So where top esports won't really have that same thing available. Rookie's still sitting on his. Looks like he's very close to finishing off his Zhonya's, but did just go for a reset. We'll see if he's able to pick that one up in time. And then what Jackie Love's going to be able to get under his belt before another fight comes through as well. And even on top of that, LNG having things like TPs. Rookie's still down, so even then you could see the side lanes still being in a good position for LNG, which allows them to go for this evade, steal away camps, get vision down.
Certainly does. As, it does feel like we're entering the calm before the storm, if you will. The waters are quiet for now, but they're a little too quiet. Top esports moving up to the top side, trying to get vision control of Baron out from the top side of River, which is not something you see too often. Perhaps looking for a pick onto Zika, who is moving into the lane. The recalls should be cancelled as they spot him, and Zika goes in. Zika falls for the play, and a TP comes out from Scout as well. Ski4, you can see Viego moving over. Zika has to get damage done, Scout has to get damage done, but they're surviving. Zika's actually out, and Scout with a stopwatch, surviving for now. Scout goes down, and now the play really explodes. Tarzan on the front line as Tien uses his own stopwatch. Wayward too turns golden as Jackie still going, but Wayward is down. Tien should fall, no, it's a clone. They chase for more as Gala arrives. The lightning zapping across the team. Jackie Love goes down. The resets for Tarzan. That's a double and a double. LNG double their way to victory.
And I mean, they just keep running them down, right? The Zeri Yumi combo, the Viego able to follow up with the resets. And with these death timers, looks like they just want to push through and try to end.
They might just be able to do it. It's 30 seconds on Rookie, 20 seconds on the rest of the players. I don't think Mark can defend this by himself, and I don't think Mark thinks he can defend this by himself. He can't even clear the wave, and with Gala on the Zeri, you know that they can take these towers. 5 seconds on TN, the tower already in shambles. LNG have done it. It's a 2-1 victory. The chillin' are chilling in this one, as LNG go 2-1 over Top Esports.
Very tense series, very close games. Honestly, still impressed by what I've seen from both teams so far. I will say, still not a fan of leaving Zeri Yuumi through without having some kind of, you know, idea to be able how to combat it, not allow it to get to a point where it just feels like later in the game. Again, are there tools that can shut it down like the Lissandre? You got to try to burst out, yes. But it just feels like you have to be doing so much more than the enemy that it just doesn't feel like a worthwhile trade-off, right? We even saw in that last fight, like, Rookie gets there, he flash ults to Zeri, and it's like, oh, wait, your AD carry's already dead, so what damage do you really have to be able to bring her down, and you just don't. So great play by LNG, good drafting by LNG as well, you know, recognizing what the strong picks are, showed, like, a variety in some flavor, despite the fact that Game 1 and Game 2, their drafts were pretty much stuck in standard. But hey, I think it shows that LNG have a read on what the meta is. They're going to stick to it. And throughout the game, I mean, we saw decent macro. We saw solid team fighting. We saw Gala get to have some standout, you know, moments, standout games. And it just looks like LNG, with taking Gala, it definitely is a bit of an upgrade. And they're still looking in good form.
Yeah, certainly are. Certainly are. I mean, LNG, I think, it feels a bit mean to say to Top Esports. I'd say LNG looked comfortably the stronger team today. Like, I think LNG, on average, looked like the better team. I will say, I feel like we were a little bit robbed at the end there. Like, that's the fight that ends the series. Like, we were setting up for this massive 5v5 around Baron, around Dragon. Like, it was Top Esports trying to make that pick play. I'm impressed at how long Scout and Zika lasted for in that play. Like, they bought so much time for the rest of LNG to get there. That was impressive, but I really wanted a proper 5v5, you know?
Yeah, and again, I feel like TS were starting to feel the pressure, which is why they felt like they had to make a play like that. And they're like, okay, well, actually, we know we drafted this. We know we gave, you know, those picks away, but how do we actually play against it? Oh, it's actually really hard. So, well, we got to go for this. And yeah, it definitely does feel like we were robbed a little bit of the, like, big climactic scene that we were promised. But I don't know. Honestly, I am still pretty solidly pumped on TS. LNG, I just want to talk about much, like, in the regard of being pumped, because it's like, they were already really good. You were excited for them anyway. Like, they didn't massively fall off at the end of the split. Even if they did lose to OMG, it felt like more of OMG really leveling up than it was like LNG just massively failing. With Gala, you knew they'd be better. Or TS, I think we're a bit of a question mark coming in terms of form. Were they going to come in like the beginning of spring form and look solid? Or were they going to come in still looking very shaky, still kind of being mismatched and being like, oh, do we want Xing Tian top or do we want Wayward? And they came in, they looked cohesive. So overall, I agree that I think LNG did look a little bit better, like a little bit more maybe consistent in terms of the decisions that they were making. And again, their drafting definitely looked way better. But I'd say TS not as far behind as I would have expected them to be.
Yeah, I think they still had a decent showing in this series, especially for the first series of the split.
Yeah.
I think a couple of large mistakes kind of ruining the series for them. Like, I like you say, I understand the want to make the play on the top side, and to be honest, it looked like a winning play. I'm amazed Zika survived as long as he did. Like, the stopwatch obviously doing a lot, Counter-Strike doing a lot, but even still, you would have expected him to go down in a 4v2 essentially. Scout basically arrives, just drops a nuclear bomb on Jackie Love, who almost gets one shot. So, like, really, really good stuff coming out from the side of Top Esports, but not quite enough to take on LNG, who, in my mind, I think the biggest difference was, like, meta read and how to approach the game right now.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely feel like that was one of the things that I'd slightly, like, that LNG looked better on. It looks like TS still stuck with a lot of, like, their core kind of picks and, like, what they like we saw in Game 1. Felt like a very TS comp, but maybe not applying it the best way it can be right now.
Yeah.
And, yeah, honestly, I always want to jump forward and like look at who these teams will play next because it excites me. But then I forget, like, we haven't even brought up things like MVP yet, which I don't know if we'll get before the interview. After like the last interview, that is when we found out when the MVP was. But who do you think it'll be? I think that's a fun one.
I think probably Scout on this one.
Yeah.
Zika. I don't know. I feel like this is kind of a team win, you know? It's one of those ones where
this one felt weird.
you really could pick most of them and it would be fine. There was no like big hero moment in the game. And to be honest, there weren't that many big team fights to separate yourself anyway. So I'd say probably Scout for the hero play top, like saving Zika, buying enough time for his team, chunking everyone out massively, and then obviously Gala can come in and sweep up. So I'd say for that play, Scout.
I agree. I think I kind of expect it to be Scout or Tarzan, but I don't really remember Tarzan doing, any like insane kind of hero play, but did pop off in some of the team fights, and those games is kind of harder to call, which makes it more interesting. And I guess when games are more open like this, it also leads it to where it could potentially be support. Because if you watch LPL, supports rarely get MVP here, even when they do super cool, flashy plays. I hope not, since, it was a Yuumi, and Yuumi really shouldn't get MVP, but it is possible.
If a Yuumi player gets MVP this split, like, what are we doing? What are we all doing here? Like, this is meant to be a celebration of great play. It's not exactly the most challenging champion, is it?
I know I said I wouldn't jump ahead and look forward, but I did look forward. Our LNG's next matchup, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. It's LNG versus RNG. Gala against the boys in the very next matchup. That's actually on Saturday. It's only a few days away. And that's going to be... Oh, and Top Esports EDG is the same day. Well, there we go.
Wow. Whoa.
Bangers.
So big Saturday. Big Saturday. Yeah, don't miss that one. Is that this Saturday?
That's this Saturday.
Wow. Okay, well, I didn't even know that. But, yeah, you don't want to miss Saturday because there are some big ones. Not just, like, TES EDG, I feel like is a big one in terms of gameplay. Like, the team fighting. From the team fighting we saw from Top Esports, especially Game 2, like, absolutely fantastic to see. EDG looking really good, not yesterday, day before. Their team fighting obviously still exceptional. Like, it's EDG. Of course, their team fighting's exceptional. So that will be a really good one. I will say, based on what we've seen from both teams, anticipate fairly slow early games, but then big banger late games to make up for it. So definitely going to be a fun series to watch, that's for sure. But I feel like today was a fun couple of series to watch as well. Like RA, RNG, I think, like reasonably high quality of gameplay there. RNG especially looking really, really good. But RA bringing a lot to the table too. Clearly some issues and things to work on there, but strong foundations. And Feather impressed me. Feather's debut today, like that Nautilus game, his Blitzcrank looked pretty good too, but the Nautilus game especially, I think Feather was looking fantastic.
Yeah, I think Feather was solid, good reads on the meta, need to improve. And then coming into this game, Munch, I was right. Tarzan's MVP, and again, I don't know how I was right because he didn't. There was not necessarily like a pivotal play in that, but I feel like when a Viego gets a bunch of resets in a fight, it just looks really cool. And it's like, you know what? If we don't know who to give MVP to, this guy looks really cool. Why not?
Yeah, I feel like Viego is like one of those pentakill champions, that if the conditions are right, he's gonna just take over a team fight and he's just gonna body everyone. So whenever you do get a good skirmish, Viego's going to look good during it. You see Tarzan there, just bullying Tien out of the play and then following up on the rest of his team.
Yeah, it's been... I mean, I'm just so happy that we get to see Tarzan come in again and look so good at the start of the split. Like, even thinking back to Game 2, where Tien did pop off and Tien did become MVP, right? There were still games where Tarzan was just really reading Tien really well and kind of outplaying him some of those early missions. And I think that's just one outright takeaway we can have for sure off this LNG series. Is that Tarzan, still an absolute monster. And still someone who is going to be in contention for like one of the best junglers in the league going forward. So, yeah, I love Tarzan. I'm so glad he's here. Thanks for coming to LPL, Tarzan.
Yeah. Glad to have him. And I feel like both of these teams, a lot ahead of them. Like, it's only one series. I don't want to draw too crazy conclusions here, but a lot of games ahead of both these guys and good stuff to be seen here in day number 1. I'm excited to see what else they're going to be able to bring to the table as we head towards, hopefully, our winner's interview soon. But yeah, I think as a top esports old school fan, it's definitely one of those ones where I was a little nervous coming into the split after spring, but I guess that's it for today. As we've been shown the results here. RNG 2-0, LNG 2-1.
I remember in spring, we didn't have interviews when we were in other stadiums. That might just be true again.
Yeah, perhaps. But that is how we're rounding out today, and that puts us in the standings with 6 teams now tied. Well, I say tied. 4 teams tied, and Ultra Prime and LNG still at 1-0, but unfortunately in 5th place. And then we'll see who is going to be able to join them. We've got 5 teams left that have yet to play their series. We'll see whether they can get their first win or loss coming on up. JDG and BLG obviously being 2 of those teams, as they're only just back from MSI. Let's take a look at tomorrow's games, though. As,
well,
is it you again
funnily
tomorrow?
enough, Munch. No, actually, tomorrow it's not me. Tomorrow's the only day this week that it's not me. Tomorrow will be Kitty. And she gets the MSI representatives, BLG versus OMG, JDG, Weibo. No, these are absolute bangers. It's going to be a great day of games. You don't want to miss out on tomorrow. No one's going to miss out on tomorrow. So don't miss out on tomorrow.
Well, wise words. I'm looking forward to BLG OMG. I feel like that one is, like, if you showed me BLG OMG last split, I wouldn't be that excited. After MSI, I'm excited. I'm real excited. That's going to be it from us. Make sure you're tuning in tomorrow. We'll be there in chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champs Select.